everybody, welcome back to part 2 of my mostly Hinged recap of Vanderpump Rules. If you watched the first video already, thank you so much. The response to that was so much more positive than I was expecting. I didn't expect there to be so many people here watching this, but that's really cool. If you're starting with this video, welcome. You don't have to watch the first video, I guess. You might lose a little bit of the context, but I don't think you're going to be too lost. But if you want to catch up, there is a part 1 of this video where I cover seasons 1 through 4. It is shorter than this one, at least I think. I'm saying that not having filmed or edited the entire thing yet, but I'm pretty sure part 1 is shorter. So go watch that if you want the whole story, and then come back here in like 6.5 hours. So because we have so much to get through in this video, we're going to be covering seasons 5 through 8. I'm going to keep the intro short and sweet, and we are going to jump right in.
Are you okay?
Are you okay? You know better. You have seen what happens. So, same as the first video, I'm making a different cocktail for each season. This is the Green Goddess. It's vodka, lemon juice, simple syrup, cucumber, and then I put tonic water in it to finish it out. And then, again, if you're just coming in for the second video, these are all mocktails. But I think this one has probably turned out the best. I mean, my fake vodka doesn't really taste like vodka, but other than that, it's good. I'm not gonna lie, season 5 was harder to get through than I expected it to be, because there's really not anybody to root for. Even Stassi, who I spent a fair amount of time sticking up for last video, doesn't have a good season, really. But we're still gonna dive in, and hopefully this will still be a fun season to talk about. So, same as last time, we are going to start with our returning cast members. Jax gets top billing this season. He is 36. He turns 37 during the course of this season. He is still dating Brittany, who we met in season 4. He's also still on probation after shoplifting in Hawaii last season, and he's counting down the months until that's over so he can punch James. He enjoys looking at Brittany's butt while she paints the entire apartment by herself. He confuses Gandhi with Nostradamus. We also learn some fun things about Jax as a part of his birthday roast, which we will get to later. We learn he used to make and sell fake report cards, and then he also cheated on his ACTs by having someone else take the test for him. He is also shocked when someone tells him that he needs an athletic fit suit. Stassi's 27, she turns 28 this season. She is back to being main cast after being demoted to recurring cast in season 4. She is still on and off again with her boyfriend Patrick, though they're mostly off this season, and she thinks Lala and James are aliens. Sheena is 30. She turns 31 this season. She is married to Shay, though spoiler alert, they do get divorced at the very end of the season. She wears blue contacts in some of her talking heads, and she's currently deluding herself into thinking that Katie, Stassi, and Kristen are actually her friends. So next is James. He is 24. He has a new girlfriend this season who we'll talk about in a minute. He is a DJ at Sir and Pump. He has a top 100 track on iTunes, and he has deluded himself into thinking he can rap. Ariana's 30, she turns 31 this season. She's still dating Sandoval for some odd reason. Jax thinks she has a great ass, and I have to agree. She is a horse girl, and she despises models, which is really funny considering who she's dating. Sandoval is 33, he turns 34 this season. Like I said, he's still dating Ariana. He says in episode 14 that he wants to get back into modeling because I guess he needs to remind himself that he's more than just a reality star. He is a member of the Mile High Club, which I probably could have lived without knowing. He wrestled in high school, and this is the season that he has absolutely terrible blonde extensions. He also has a braid guy because, of course, he does. Katie's 30, she is engaged to Schwartz. They got engaged in season 4, and then this season is when they get married. Schwartz is 33, and then in this season we learn that he is still modeling. Kristen is also 33. She's still dating Carter, who we met briefly last season. She avoids Sir and Pump because James is always there. And we see in episode 2 that she calls Jax Jason when she's upset with him. She also might have cheated on Sandoval with 2 people in one weekend, but Sandoval is the source for this, so I'm going to take it with a grain of salt. Lala is 25. She is still not in the opening credits. She is still a hostess at SUR, and she lost her virginity with a red condom to the song Lollipop by Lil Wayne, which is just the most mid-2000s thing I think I've ever heard. She also thinks that any woman who isn't ugly could get onto a private jet. Brittany is 27. She is promoted to recurring cast this season, though she is still not in the opening credits. She's still dating Jax. She now works at SUR. She also doesn't know what the word misogynistic means and confuses it with massages. Finally, we just have one person joining the cast this season, but she's an important one. Introducing the final main participant in Scandival, Rachel Leviss. Rachel is 21. She starts out as just a guest star, so she's not in the opening credits. She is dating James. She's a pageant girl, and she currently attends college in Sonoma. I just want to note that Rachel is not called Rachel throughout the show. She's known by Raquel, which is basically a stage name that she's used for a long time. However, in the aftermath of Scandival, she dropped that and started using her given name again, which is Rachel. So that is what I am going to call her throughout her time on the show. There's also so many new dogs this season. Butter is joining Gordo at the Schwartz-Maloney household. Kingsley belongs to Jax and Brittany. Gibson belongs to Kristen, and Luda belongs to Stassi. We also meet 2 more Vanderpump dogs, Schmoops and Harrison. I don't believe we've met them yet. I'm pretty sure we haven't. As always, we are going to start with our general comments. These are things that I wanted to mention, but that don't really fit into any other section. Lala mentions at one point that she had a small role in a Nicolas Cage film, but I can't find evidence of this on either of their IMDb pages. With his short hair and no facial hair, Peter looks like a real adult. Jax and Brittany's apartment is decorated like an Outer Banks beach house, and listen, I love an Outer Banks beach house, but it's kind of a weird choice for your West Hollywood apartment. Sandoval and Schwartz have a monthly spa date together. We see Ariana and Sandoval take Sandoval's bicycle on a date, so did his license get suspended again like it did in season 1? Also, in Sandoval's apartment, you can't have the air conditioning and the microwave running at the same time, or it knocks out the power. James isn't in episode 7 at all, and it's wonderful. The big wedding canvases that Sheena and Shay have, that I mentioned last season, have migrated into their bedroom. Oh, the cysts from Jax's season 2 cancer scare come back in episode 8. He admits that they are caused by all of the supplements that he takes, but he doesn't plan on stopping taking any of them. After he gets surgery to remove these cysts, Schwartz and Sandoval bring him a Hooters t-shirt. Nikolai is back, this is Stassi's little brother, and this time he is here to give Stassi advice on how to not fight with her friends. Katie and Stassi both get weed cards from a sketchy-looking doctor. Sandoval claims he's not just being a reality TV star and is still trying to be an actor and a model, so he appears in some sci-fi short that Peter is making that goes nowhere. Oh, Sandoval's trumpet makes its first appearance in episode 19, although you guys are already very familiar with it by now. Jax once walked in on Sandoval deep cleaning his Super Nintendo, and no, I don't think that's a euphemism, and Jax has a crush on Schwartz's mom, same as I guess everybody. Sandoval's hair is back to normal by the time the reunion rolls around. This is also going to be the first reunion not at SUR, because the cast has gotten too big. Andy Cohen forgets to say hi to Kristen in the intro. The chefs think that Katie is the most beautiful person at SUR, and that Jax is no good for Brittany. Jax is having a really fun time sitting next to James at this reunion, and also Nikolai gets carted out again, but I feel kind of weird snarking on a child. In case you missed the first video, how I organize things is that I start with the smaller, more contained events, and then we work up to the bigger, more season-long dramas. So for season 5, we're starting with how Kristen may have hooked up with another SUR employee. According to Jax, he came home at 3 a.m. one night to find Carter asleep on his couch, and Kristen going down on Brittany. Of course, Sandoval has to chime in on this, saying, quote, "There's no shortage of bi-curious Southern girls in West Hollywood. Why, oh why, does Kristen have to pick Jax's girlfriend?" Like any typical toxic straight man, Jax claims that he didn't think he would care if his girlfriend hooked up with another girl. But now that it's actually happened, it turns out he's not thrilled about it. Of course, since Jax knows, that means that all of SUR will be well versed in the finer points of this alleged hookup before his shift is over, though when Sandoval tells Lisa about this, she actually doesn't believe him at first. Once she does believe it, Jax tells her that he considers it to be karma for all the shit he's done over the years. But maybe we should actually hear from the people involved in this alleged hookup. Kristen, at first, doesn't think it's a big deal because it happened while she and Brittany were drunk. However, Brittany denies that this happened at all and only ever refers to it as a rumor. Jax literally cannot shut his mouth about this and tells everyone all about it at the OK Magazine party in the season premiere, but then is surprised when it becomes a big thing. He no longer thinks it's that big of a deal, but Brittany is mad that he keeps bringing it up. Kristen eventually changes her story, saying that she and Brittany were just making out. She admits that she doesn't totally remember the evening, but insists that she did not go down on Brittany. Meanwhile, Brittany is upset with Jax for spreading rumors about her and, quote, tarnishing her name. I would argue that dating him in the first place is tarnishing her name, but whatever. Brittany continues to be incredibly defensive about this whenever it's brought up, and I wonder if this has something to do with her very conservative upbringing. Jax doesn't like that Brittany's calling him a liar and maintains that he knows what he saw. He sticks with this when Kristen confronts Jax about it at World Dog Day in episode 2. And I actually think I believe Jax on this one. Usually Jax will flip-flop on things depending on who he's talking to, then admit the truth at the most dramatic moment. But he consistently says that he is not lying about this. This doesn't really come up again after episode 2. At the reunion, Kristen still denies it, Brittany insists that they were just making out, and Jax has no remorse for talking about it as much as he did. We also learn that he immediately told Schwartz the day after this allegedly happened. I'm going to get more into the OK Magazine party that I mentioned later, but I just want to note a couple of things up here really quickly. Katie is going to be Sheena's date because Shay is at the studio. Get used to hearing that a lot this season. Jax and Sandoval also talk about how they hope they get off work early enough to go, as if they're at SUR for any reason other than filming. One person looking to do something other than work at SUR this season is Katie, who starts working for Lisa as a personal assistant, getting paid $30 an hour. For that kind of money, I would do anything Lisa Vanderpump asked of me. We only see bits and pieces of this throughout the season, like when Katie has to go to the Porsche dealership in episode 5 to help Lisa pick out her summer car. Katie is also tasked in episode 10 with picking out new SUR dresses and picking out a new shade of dusty pink for the VIP room. The dresses end up being fine, but the paint is not, because Katie has no clue what Lisa means by dusty pink. Though honestly, Lisa might not be sure what she means either, because the color that they settle on definitely looks a lot more like a shade of purple to me. There's just a couple more things to say about the World Dog Day event that I mentioned a minute ago. The event is supporting the end of the global dog meat trade, and Jax's second question, after first asking if they can bring their dogs, is if there will be alcohol there. James is DJing, and the SUR staff is tasked with selling raffle tickets for donations. Celebrity and housewife guests at this event include Lance Bass, Kyle Richards, Leona Lewis, and Joyce from season, I believe, 4 of Real Housewives of Beverly Hills. And Lisa must have taken inspiration from Katie's season 4 Pucker and Pout party and has a braid bar at this event, because it is still the mid-2010s. Next is Pride, but this is a much more somber event than usual. In 2016, West Hollywood Pride happened to take place the morning after the Pulse nightclub shooting in Orlando. The cast are sad and anxious about what this could mean for WeHo Pride, and a lot of time is spent discussing whether or not the parade should go on, and about how comfortable people feel going to work that day. Lisa is supposed to be appearing in the parade with the British consulate and is prepared to put on a brave face and be out supporting the LGBTQ community. But she also admits to feeling afraid of what might happen. We live in America, and I don't think it was unreasonable to be worried that someone might take what happened in Orlando as, I hate to say it, inspiration. She says that people's comfort level is an individual decision, and she won't judge anyone's choices. And considering that SUR is located in the heart of the West Hollywood gay community, the staff is worried. Co-owner Natalie says that a member of their security team heard that police had stopped someone with guns coming to Santa Monica Boulevard. Peter, as the manager, has to call around to see who's coming into work. He doesn't want anyone to feel uncomfortable, but he still needs people to staff the restaurant. Sandoval is the first cast member we see getting openly emotional and mournful about what happened. He feels conflicted about going to work when people have died. Lala says something along those same lines, wondering how people can act like nothing happened. Someone who does not feel conflicted is Lala's mother, who Lala says called her and said she didn't want her going anywhere near Pride. Katie does go to see Lisa where the parade is waiting to step off and says she feels anxious, sad, and fearful. She chooses not to go to work because even though she doesn't want to be afraid to go outside, she is. Stassi agrees, saying she wants her friends to be together and safe. We learn in episode 7 that Sheena also didn't go to work that day. But Lisa stays in the parade. Sandoval and Ariana do go to work, as do Jax and Brittany, though it seems like Jax had to be convinced to go in. And SUR and Pump are still packed with people, needing the comfort of their community in the face of this tragedy. Schwartz also shows up to SUR to see his friends. I think the show handled this as well as they could have been expected to, but considering that so much of this episode is talking about an attack on the LGBTQ community and that attack's aftermath, it doesn't always feel appropriate, I guess, that we're only hearing about this from how the presumably straight cast is affected by this. It feels weird going back to regular Vanderpump Rules antics after this, but the show did that tonal shift, so I guess I have to too. Stassi and Ariana have the same birthday, June 24th, and this year they have 2 separate birthday trips. I'm going to talk about Stassi's first. In episode 5, Stassi's friends, Ashley and Lauren, come to visit her in LA. Do we think they're actually friends, or is this all just to set up Summer House? Oh yeah, if you're not aware, Summer House is another Bravo show about a group of hot friends, but this time on the East Coast. Anyways, Ashley and Lauren invite Stassi and her friends to the Hamptons for her birthday. Katie, Kristen, and Sheena all end up going. Brittany is invited, but she got invited on Ariana's birthday trip first, so that's the one she ends up going on. The group actually arrives in the Hamptons in episode 9. It's not an overly eventful trip until the Summer House cast gets involved. The Katie, Kristen, Stassi trio calls Sheena a killjoy when she won't do shots with them at dinner, and a man who looks a bit like Mike Vrabel hits on Stassi. The second guy to hit on her is at least younger, but not interesting. Also, as a Shakespeare nerd, I need to mention that their bartender on this first night is named Laertes. Oh, and the skinny dipping tradition continues, but Sheena refuses to participate, which is probably a good thing because the entire yacht club sees the other 3. Ashley and Lauren invite Stassi and the others to a clam bake with the Summer House cast, and the VPR group has to Google what a clam bake is. Kristen knew the Urban Dictionary definition, but not the East Coast one. When we arrive at the event, I'm honestly not keeping track of who all the Summer House people are, but I am noting that they all have real jobs. The only one who I actually end up keeping a little bit of track of is Kyle, because he ends up flirting with Stassi. But he's pretty drunk by the time they get back to the house from which the series gets its name. He forgets her name and insults her turtleneck bathing suit, so obviously nothing happens. The second half of episode 10 is the backdoor pilot for Summer House, and I still haven't watched it. Should I watch it? Is Summer House good? There's a lot of drama happening right now. But yeah, leave in the comments if you think I should watch Summer House. Now for Ariana's birthday trip, aka the one I would want to go on. She and Sandoval are taking a group to Sonoma for a NASCAR race. The audience, as well as Sheena, first hear about this trip from Brittany when she mentions it as the reason she can't go to the Hamptons. Sheena has not been invited, and she thinks it's because Ariana already knows about the other birthday trip. James could have potentially gone on this trip, as Sandoval and Ariana are cool with him, but Jax and Brittany are invited, and Jax loathes James, which we will get to. Brittany is also not thrilled that Lala's going. Because of things that we'll talk about later, Sheena is unsure at one point if she still wants to go on Stassi's birthday trip. But when she brings this up to Ariana and Sandoval, they tell her that they can't add her to their trip because they already had to give all their names for their race passes. The final guest list ends up being Ariana, Sandoval, Schwartz, Jax, Brittany, Lala, and Ariana's brother, Jeremy. But at the absolute last minute, Lala doesn't show up to the airport and never gives a good reason why. Though, honestly, she might have dodged a bullet, because once they're in Sonoma, Ariana and Sandoval surprise the group with an RV that's going to be their lodging for the entire trip. Ariana and Brittany consume almost an entire bottle of what I think is Patron Silver on day 1, and day 2 in the RV begins with Jax and Brittany bickering about the best way to fold the clothes in their suitcase. But the pit row looks super cool, Jax calls a semi-truck sexy, and Sandoval gets his flat iron signed by the drivers. We'll talk more about why Lala didn't go later, but overall, it was a successful trip. The next birthdays I'm going to talk about, briefly, are Carter's and Shay's. Their birthdays must be close together because their significant others planned them a joint surprise party. Basically, Carter thought he was going to Shay's surprise party, and Shay thought he was going to Carter's surprise party. There's a baby pool that's just one big margarita, and Sandoval's dad is there for some reason. Next, foreshadowing what the entire cast does for jobs now, Stassi interviews Jax for her podcast, Straight Up with Stassi. Her idea is to ask a guy about things like getting away with cheating. Before she even asks Jax to do the interview, Stassi goes to Brittany to get her permission. Brittany's fine with it, hoping that the angle will end up being that Jax used to be a piece of shit, but she's changed him. The interview ends up going pretty well. Jax shares that he would cheat to prove to himself that he was still capable of getting girls, which is an excellent reason. Stassi also gets him to take an online sociopath quiz, which just confirms what we already know. But Stassi says Jax shouldn't feel bad about being a sociopath because, quote, Tom Sandoval is probably a narcissist, Kristen meets most of the criteria for borderline personality disorder, Ariana has a superiority complex, Katie has anger management issues, Sheena's a hypochondriac, and I'm an alcoholic. We actually get to see Kristen in a sketch comedy show this season, and it's fine, I guess. One sketch is a fake ad for an app that transforms unwanted dick pics into fine art. And Katie points out that one of the dick pics being used as a prop might belong to Jax. What happened was that an ex of Jax got mad at him, shocker, and so she tweeted the dick pic and tagged all his friends. When Brittany asks, Jax lies and says the dick pic isn't his. But Brittany eventually learns the truth, and she and Jax both wish that Kristen had given them a heads up about this. But since it was never explicitly stated on stage that the picture belonged to Jax, and the only reason everyone knows is because they all saw it when it was tweeted, Kristen doesn't see the big deal. Stassi backs up Kristen the next day, speculating that the reason no one else sees it as a big deal is because of how intertwined their group is. But Brittany is still upset. There's just a couple more things before getting to the bigger stuff, the penultimate one being a fundraiser that Sandoval throws. With some help from Richardson, the head waiter at Pump that James had an altercation with last season, he's raising money for Project Elevate, whose purpose is to provide children in Haiti with a quality education. Ultimately, they end up raising $8,604. That number was almost a little smaller, though, because when Jax tries to make a donation, his card gets declined. On an ever so slightly less wholesome note, but a note that is more true to who these people are, Schwartz, Stassi, and Brittany do Jaeger bombs together, and Brittany chugs hers like a fucking champ. Finally, we have the Sir photo shoot, except it's not in the season finale this year because that's being reserved for Schwartz and Katie's wedding. The theme is indulgence, which gives Lisa the perfect excuse to have everyone be more naked than they would normally be. Schwartz is included in this because they need more guys, Jax is wearing the same suit that he has on in some of his talking heads, and I want to light Sandoval's top hat on fire. So the individual couple that there's the least to say about this season is Kristen and Carter. Kristen refers to the financial state of their relationship as being 60-40, with her being the 60, but this is an improvement over previous relationships since she says she paid all of Sandoval's bills and that James, quote, treated her like a walking ATM. In episode 8, Kristen tells Jax that the biggest problem in her relationship is having to adjust to the fact that Carter's out of town a lot for work. And that's really it, other than Andy Cohen predicting at the reunion that they will be the next ones to get engaged. There's a bit more to say about Ariana and Sandoval, starting with how they agree on, quote, the important stuff, like how they were going to convince people that Miami Girl was lying. It's just the smaller, less important things they don't see eye to eye on. like marriage and children. They talk about eventually buying a house together at one point, and Sandoval doesn't understand why Ariana would be okay signing a mortgage with him, but doesn't want to marry him. Ariana sees marriage as, quote, surrendering to this societal thing that you're supposed to do, and has no interest, but literally everyone ignores that. In episode 18, when Lisa and Ariana get a chance to be horse girls together, Lisa ruins their day by insisting that Ariana will change her mind about not wanting marriage or kids. This season's issue for them is that Ariana is trying to shop around a proposal for a cocktail book. Jax is surprised when he hears this, saying that he thinks it should be Sandoval doing a book like that. And Sandoval thinks so too, because he's doing everything he can to worm his way into this project. When Ariana tries to film videos of her making cocktails, Sandoval keeps trying to take over with his own ideas. He thinks Ariana doesn't know what she's getting herself into, but Ariana points out that Sandoval's making her look incompetent, and she thinks that he's jealous that he wasn't approached to work on this. Once Sandoval finally asks straight out if he can be involved in the book, Ariana says no, because she doesn't want him taking attention away from her. She clearly knows her man very well. But Sandoval says that people are wondering why he's not the one doing the book. Ariana has to remind him that she's been bartending at high-profile places for 10 years, and she ultimately puts her foot down and says no. In response to not immediately getting his way, Sandoval calls Ariana grumpy, and she calls him bitter. Sandoval apologizes for this at Pride, but at the reunion we learn that he has in fact forced his way into doing the book alongside Ariana. Other than fully disassociating while Sandoval was talking to people in Sonoma about how he and Ariana aren't having sex, the only other thing I have to mention is a conversation they have at Schwartz and Katie's wedding reception, because despite her feelings on marriage, Ariana doesn't rule out marrying Sandoval one day. Though she's not as 100% on board as Sandoval is, who not only says that he definitely wants to marry her, but also says that she is the only person who he's thought, quote, worthy of reproducing with. Ariana dodged a fucking bullet. At the reunion, Andy Cohen joins the chorus of people insisting that Ariana will change her mind about marriage. Get used to having to revisit this topic for the rest of this video. Now for a different but equally toxic relationship dynamic, Jax and Brittany. Since Brittany works at SUR now, she and Jax basically never get a break from one another. This is starting to get to Jax, who mentions that SUR used to be his place to get away, and says to Lisa that he doesn't think it's healthy for him and Brittany to both live and work together. In the same way we're going to have to keep talking about people assuming Ariana will change her mind about marriage and children, I'm going to have to keep talking about how Jax is doing everything he can to get out of this relationship, on and off, for the next couple hours. Jax is picking fights with Brittany about how she apparently doesn't pay bills or contribute to their household, and about how if she's not going to work, the least she can do is make him dinner. Apparently, Jax forgot that he and Brittany are employed by all of the same companies. He knows why he's doing this. He straight up tells the boys in Sonoma that he is self-sabotaging his relationship with Brittany. And Brittany says on this same trip that she's happy everyone can see how Jax treats her, and that they're calling him out for being an asshole to her. But this isn't enough for Brittany to consider not being with Jax, because since she's been in a relationship with someone for more than a year while being in her mid to late 20s, she obviously wants to marry Jax. And she's supported in this by almost all the women around her, including her own mother, Sherry. Sherry visits in episode 11, and while they're on their way to Katie's bridal shower, she puts pressure on Jax to marry Brittany. She's worried that Jax moved Brittany out to LA just to waste her time. But at least Lisa is still being reasonable. She's surprised that Sherry would be okay with Brittany marrying someone like Jax, because she is very aware of all the shitty things he's done over the years. However, unlike Lisa, Sherry doesn't have the whole story regarding Jax, partly because Brittany hasn't been telling her about their fights. But, other than picking a fight with Brittany in front of her mom, he tries to be on good behavior while Sherry's visiting. He brings up moving back to Florida eventually because he doesn't want to raise a family in LA, which obviously pacifies the women because that means he's thinking about having kids with Brittany. He even agrees to go with Sherry and Brittany to church on Sunday. If I found the correct church in my Google search, which is Founders Church in Hollywood, they do mention inclusion, social justice, and diversity as being among their core values, which is great. But Sherry says she wants to take them to her Pentecostal church in Kentucky, and I'm just going to take a wild guess that they might have very different core values. Jax's birthday happens while Sherry's visiting, and his friends are planning a roast for him. They don't plan on holding back, just because Brittany's mom is there, so Jax tries to prepare her for some of what she's going to hear. He specifically warns her about how he has been arrested multiple times. He does not tell her about the rumors he was involved in spreading about Brittany at the beginning of the season. While she's prepping with Kristen and Sherry, Brittany says that Sheena alerted her to the fact that Sandoval is planning on talking about how Brittany and Kristen allegedly hooked up. Sherry immediately has an issue with this, threatening to take Brittany back to Kentucky. But considering how things go after the roast, I'm not sure if the reason she's upset is because her daughter's boyfriend is slandering her. Kristen hosts the roast, which Sandoval and Ariana think is amusing considering she's going to be one of the punchlines. Kristen, after joking that it's his 40th birthday instead of his 37th, says, quote, 40 is a really important number to you. It's the number of times you've given your number out at work, it is the number of bottles you've stolen from Sir, and it is the exact number of times you and Stassi broke up every fucking weekend. She continues, quote, Jax, I'm not saying that you're dumb, I'm just saying that I once heard you ask Lisa what was in a vodka tonic. Ariana, sure enough, does in fact make Kristen a punchline. Quote, Kristen, why are you emceeing this? At least when Jax fucked you, it was so bad you kept your mouth shut for once. To Jax, she says, quote, if you can't be a good example for people, you'll have to be a horrible warning. All in all, things are mostly pretty tame. Katie brings up how Jax said he wanted Schwartz to rail another girl in front of her. Stassi pulls out things Jax has stolen, including champagne, her wallet, a sandwich, and her trust and innocence. Sandoval talks about how one time in Miami, Jax kicked in a door and said he couldn't feel his teeth. But, sure enough, Sandoval also brings up Kristen and Brittany. In reference to Jax's season 2 quote of satisfy your girlfriend, maybe we wouldn't have a problem, Sandoval says that if Jax would just satisfy his own girlfriend, she wouldn't have to jump in bed with Kristen. Sandoval ends with gifting Jax a Warhol-style picture of him in Hawaii, definitely only looking like he's really tired and hungover. Nope, nothing else, I don't know what you're talking about. Schwartz appears to be the last person up, wearing a t-shirt with what I'm assuming are childhood pictures of Jax on it. He, like others, talks about how Jax has slept around quite a bit in his life. He confirms that 4 out of Katie's 7 bridesmaids have had sex with Jax, those being Brittany, Stassi, Kristen, and Kristen's friend Rachel. He also says, quote, he's slept with many, many, many women, and a few men. And after everything Sherry hears at the roast about Jax being a messy and generally not great person, this is what she has an issue with. When she brings it up the next day, after apparently not asking questions about anything else that she heard, Jax dismisses what Schwartz said as just his friends being silly. But he does get defensive about these jokes and eventually walks out of his apartment. Brittany sees nothing wrong with her mom asking about this, and at the reunion, Jax says he understands Sherry being protective of her daughter. We learn that Sherry got attacked on social media after this by people calling her homophobic, which Brittany insists isn't true. Jax also dismisses this, saying that Brittany's family in Kentucky just lives in a very different world. Things continue in basically the same way for Jax and Brittany for the rest of the season. In episode 18, when the group is in New Orleans, a drunk Jax breaks down to Stassi and actually apologizes for being a dick to her while they were together. He claims he was a different person back then, which I need you all to keep in mind for season 6. After Stassi leaves this conversation, Brittany points out how emotional of an apology he just gave to Stassi when he's never been able to do that for her when he makes her feel like shit. But he throws this back in her face, saying she's done the same to him. Interestingly, we don't have footage of this. What we do have is Jax belittling Brittany and picking fights over meaningless things. We have Jax seeing himself as the main provider, falling into misogynistic relationship dynamics, and thinking Brittany should wait on him hand and foot. We see Jax refusing to take accountability for his behavior, insisting that it is both him and Brittany who are at fault. But Brittany has decided that she wants to be the one to get credit for changing Jax, and is determined to ignore all of his red flags on her way to the Kentucky Castle wedding of her dreams. And at Schwartz and Katie's wedding reception, after starting to talk like he's going to break up with her, he says they will get married, but doesn't commit to a timeline. Next, let's talk about Stassi and Patrick. Patrick is still not appearing on the show, and that's probably for the best because in episode 3, Stassi says she thinks they're heading for their final breakup. They have been on and off for so long now, she doesn't even like talking about it anymore. She knows every time they break up is a joke, and every time they get back together is a joke. She opens up to Brittany about this and says that she thinks Katie and Kristen are sick of hearing about it. Stassi doesn't know what the problem is because she knows she loves Patrick and that Patrick loves her. Again, keep that in mind for season 6. In the week leading up to her Hamptons birthday trip, Stassi and Patrick are not together, and this breakup feels serious. But her friends all like Patrick, which is not an experience she's used to having with a boyfriend, and so she's wondering if ending things was a mistake. Kristen makes an interesting point a few episodes later. She says that Patrick is Stassi's first breakup that isn't for cheating reasons, they just might not be compatible. Speaking of cheating ex-boyfriends, we learn while the group is in New Orleans that part of why Patrick doesn't want to be, quote, around, aka on the show, is because he doesn't want to be nice to Jax after how he treated Stassi. And that's probably a big stressor on their relationship, with Stassi saying that she felt like she was living 2 separate lives since she had to keep her relationship and her friends separate. But Kristen wants Stassi to get back out there, so she helps her set up an OkCupid account. And when she gets ready for a blind date in episode 18, Kristen asks Stassi if she is prepared with Adderall, Plan B, and condoms in that order. And the date's fine. David works in a tech job that he can't describe and is very generically attractive, but Stassi's not that into it. You know what she is into? Patrick. Still. Because we've got one more season of him. Season 5 generally isn't a good season for the established relationships, because next is Scheana and Shay. We finally learned this season that Shay's job involves music production, because anytime anyone asks where he is, Sheena's answer is always that he's at the studio. She says Shay has been sober since the previous December, and insists that they're in, quote, the best place they've ever been. And that's the story for the first half of the season. But at Sandoval's birthday in episode 12, Scheana tells Ariana that things are good, but Shay's never home. And he must be pulling crazy hours at the studio because Scheana says that she'll text him at 3 a.m. to check in, and he won't respond. We only see Shay very briefly throughout the season. They celebrate their second wedding anniversary while on the New Orleans trip, where Scheana gifts Shay a boudoir album, even though I could have swore she did that for their wedding. And Shay credits her with helping him get to where he's at with his sobriety. Shockingly, Scheana has a lot to say about her own relationship in the lead up to Schwartz and Katie's wedding, starting with the fact that she and Shay don't have a prenup. She says she couldn't imagine if she and Shay had been fighting as much as Schwartz and Katie before their own wedding, and tells Katie in episode 19 that she and Shay went to therapy one time and then didn't need it again because they had learned how to communicate. I want to talk so much shit on that, but I'll refrain. Also in episode 19, Scheana claims again that Shay hasn't been around because he's been working. But later, Jax tells Lisa that he thinks Shay is avoiding Scheana. This is awfully similar to him saying in season 4 that he thought Shay was using pills to run away from his marriage. So for all of Jax's faults, and we'll get into a lot of them in this video, he is perceptive. Shay shows back up a bit for Schwartz and Katie's wedding, and not just to the audience. Sheena says she's hardly seen him in 6 months, commenting in an episode 20 Talking Head that his behavior has been off recently. Lisa pulls Sheena aside at the wedding reception to talk about Shay, who has disappeared from the reception at this point. And again, Sheena claims that they're doing amazing. But Lisa doesn't completely believe this. And she's right. Filming for season 5 ended right after the wedding in August. But Sheena shares in her memoir, My Good Side, that when she was filming interviews in October, production could tell that something was off. She admitted that Shay hadn't been home for days. As a result of what Sheena shared in this interview, production made the decision to start filming again. This shouldn't come as a surprise, but it turns out Sheena had been lying about how her relationship was going. She talks in her book about how, the day before her season 3 wedding, she told Ariana and Katie that she had, quote, this unshakable feeling of cold feet. Talking about her reaction to things going wrong on her wedding day, she says, quote, I couldn't admit it fully at the time, but I knew something was off. And I felt helpless, like I was making a big mistake, and it was too late to stop it. Coming back to season 5, Sheena also admits in her book that during the filming of that season, she was dealing with the fact that Shay had had an emotional affair. Again, the producers felt like something was off while she was filming a conversation with Ariana, but Sheena covered it by talking about Shay's addiction instead. Ultimately, the additional filming would produce the final 8 minutes of the season finale. First, Sheena goes to Villa Rosa and reveals to Lisa that Shay's been back on pills for months. She found recently that he had emptied one of their bank accounts in order to purchase them. Lisa doesn't seem overly surprised by this. She says things haven't been good for their entire marriage, mostly starting with his addiction. I want to take a second and point out that none of the other relationship issues mentioned in season 4, things like Shay finding Sheena intimidating and controlling, or her holding his addiction over his head, are being brought up here. All of the blame for the downfall of their marriage is being placed on Shay. Towards the end of this conversation, Sheena tells Lisa she's going to meet with a divorce lawyer. However, she also says that she didn't go into her and Shay's upcoming conversation with the intention of ending their marriage. That night, Shay comes home, and just like in season 4, we learn that he went back to his family because he didn't feel like he could work through things with Sheena. He also says he went quiet in order to get her attention because he feels like he hasn't had that lately. Shay says he loves Sheena and that he still wants to be with her, but he also talks about how he's been made the scapegoat because he has been labeled a druggie, and how he feels like Sheena and her friends talk down to him. And when Sheena says she takes care of Shay, he says that it's basically just financially. Sheena denies this. Shay also denies something. He denies being back on drugs. He sticks with this even after Sheena brings up the empty bank accounts. So Sheena finally says that their marriage needs to be over. And the episode ends with Shay packing up and leaving their apartment. At the reunion, it's basically a whole section of scapegoating Shay, just like he said. It starts when, after Sheena says she doesn't regret not getting a prenup, Lisa says she would have insisted on a prenup with Shay because he didn't pull any weight in their relationship. Sheena's nervous to actually have to see Shay because she wants to keep living in her happy little bubble where she can pretend that their marriage never happened. And everyone is worried about how Shay, the mostly chill person who we barely see say more than 1 or 2 sentences at a time, is going to act. When Shay does join the conversation, he reveals that he wasn't just spending hours and hours at the studio, he was sleeping there, especially at the end when Shay felt like he couldn't go home because Sheena was constantly accusing him of being on pills, which Sheena still thinks he's lying about. She also spills that she caught Shay texting another woman. Andy asks Shay why he didn't talk to Sheena about how he was feeling, and Ariana claims she never heard from him exactly what was wrong. We saw in season 4 what was wrong. Did Ariana just not watch his scenes? And we saw why he couldn't talk to Sheena. And according to Shay, that hasn't changed. He says Sheena always held the fact that she was making their money over his head. He says Sheena's different to him than she is in front of her friends. He says he felt like he was being pressured to go out with Sheena when he was trying to be sober. Jax is not shocked by any of this, but bringing up how Scheana might also be at fault for their relationship ending wouldn't fit with her narrative, so she calls all this a cop-out. She also starts completely ignoring Shay at one point, pulling out her compact to make sure she still looks perfect. And she reinforces why Shay would be uncomfortable talking to her. Scheana says that she talked about Shay taking pills on camera because she was hurt and she wanted to hurt him back. Finally, Shay's point of view of their final conversation is that Scheana lured him home with promises of working things out so that she could divorce him on camera. Scheana still denies this. Basically, nothing we talk about from here on out in this season is going to be fun, because James is next. I can't remember if I mentioned this last season or not, but James's parents are now officially divorced and he's not taking it well. So get ready for that to be used as an excuse for his actions. Lisa is very open about how she's making allowances for him because of this, and also because he's friends with Max. But she also calls him reactive and says that he, quote, lets things get out of control. She claims she's losing patience with his shit, but that's clearly a lie because she's going to give him a million more chances. Even Sandoval, who is very supportive of James, knows that his biggest enemy is himself and that he can't use his parents' divorce as an excuse to act like an asshole. Quick sidebar here, but I'm going to be agreeing with Sandoval a lot more than I'm comfortable with in this video. I think the last time I said he was right about something was season 1. James and Lala arrive at the OK Magazine party and immediately start in on the body shaming. Lala directs hers at the whole group, while James specifically targets Scheana and Katie. Jax is still on probation, but he really wants to hit James after his comments and doesn't care if it would send him to jail. Eventually, Scheana manages to shoo James away. James goes running to Sandoval and Ariana after this because they can be counted on to not be too hard on him. They say that when they were told about the confrontation, James and Lala didn't give them any indication that anything had happened, but Sandoval does at least tell James that he was acting like an asshole. When Lisa talks to James about what happened at this party, James claims he was trying to be polite and that the real problem is that everyone else was trying to exclude him, because just like Sandoval, he never thinks anything is his fault. But Lisa knows this is bullshit. She doesn't think James understands boundaries or how he constantly crosses them. She calls him a little bitch and says that he takes advantage of her kindness. Yes, he does! So fire him! Lisa warns James that there's only so many times that she can defend him, so obviously she's going to keep doing it. Next, James borrows the patented Sandoval, "I'm sorry, but," when he apologizes to Scheana, but then tells her it was her fault that he got mad because she said he wasn't welcome. In a talking head, he goes further, quote, "Sorry that I can insult you way better than you can insult me. You could say that they should apologize to me for being assholes to start with." Remember how at the end of season 4, James got fired from Pump for getting into a fight with the head waiter, Richardson? Well, it only takes until episode 2 of this season for him to get into another fight at Pump. James's side is that a friend, who also happens to be Sheena's wedding photographer, put him in a headlock because he was jealous of him. I'm sorry, what? Sandoval says what I'm thinking, which is a sentence I really hate having to say. Quote, "I don't know what James thinks people are jealous of. He's a resident DJ at a restaurant. He's no fucking Calvin Harris or Steve Aoki. He doesn't have a residency in Vegas." Also, the editors of this show deserved an Emmy nomination long before season 10. We go from a talking head of James bragging about how he's a DJ in LA to him on the mic at World Dog Day making an announcement about someone's lost car keys. When Lisa confronts James about the latest Pump fight, he just thinks that people are out to get him because he's successful. It totally has nothing to do with how he's an entitled, verbally abusive piece of shit. And James does what he always does. He apologizes and then blames everyone else for his behavior. Fortunately for him, according to Lisa's internal investigation, it looks like the other guy was at fault, so James does not get fired. But she also tells him again that she doesn't trust him, and he makes it very hard for her to justify employing him. I'll let Jax speak for me here. Quote, "Lisa, for the love of God, will you please just get rid of this little fucking idiot?" Going back to World Dog Day, James decides this is the perfect place for him to give Katie a fake apology for what he said to her at the OK Magazine party. But Katie isn't having it, and calls James a horrible person. Yes, correct. She also calls him, quote, "the worst version of a person that humanity has to offer." Also correct. Next, James proves to us that he is very capable of fooling people into thinking he's likable because we meet his new girlfriend Rachel in episode 4. They met at Pump on New Year's Eve, and they're currently long distance because she goes to college in Sonoma. Clearly, they are a perfect match. James says he and Rachel have so much in common, but then can't elaborate on what any of that is, and Rachel knows that a lot of people don't like James, but doesn't understand why. But verbal abuse and unacknowledged alcoholism aren't his only issues this season. He's also a cheater. A hostess at SUR named Gigi reveals to Jax and Brittany that she hooked up with James back in April, aka while he was dating Rachel. Gigi says that everyone knows about this now because James flipped out on her at Pump and called her a whore. When Lala asks James about this, he denies it and accuses Gigi of lying. In addition to this, manager Diana tells Lisa in episode 4 that James has been showing up to work drunk and acting like his normal, entitled, asshole self. James doesn't see the big deal with being a little buzzed while he DJs, even though he knows Lisa doesn't want him drinking on the job. Diana tells Lisa about James yelling at Gigi, and the audience knows that he and Jax were also yelling about something. I don't remember what. I try to only listen when I have to when it comes to James. When Lisa asks him about this, he lies and insists that nothing happened. When that doesn't work, he dismisses it as not being a big deal. When Lisa tells James again that he's acting like an asshole, he tells her that she's just been listening too much to what other people say about him. And when she tells him to calm down, he says he doesn't need to. Somehow, this doesn't get him fired. After this conversation, which took place at SUR, James goes to Sandoval's bar and asks him if he wants to do a shot with him while Sandoval's closing down. Sandoval says no at first because he wants James to keep his job, but eventually he pours them both a shot, which Lisa unfortunately sees. James follows Lisa and Ken outside, trying to kiss their asses and whining about how Ken's getting mad at him for being disrespectful, but somehow this still doesn't get him fired. But the next day, when James goes to Villa Rosa to grovel, Lisa says he's turned into a drunken asshole over the last 3 years. And she finally fires him from both Pump and SUR. In case you're counting, because I certainly am, this is the 3rd time we have seen James get fired. James is crushed by this, saying being, quote, indefinitely fired forever sounds crazy. He admits fault, but also tries to pin blame on Jax and Gigi for winding him up. But we also get what is one of the only vulnerable moments we ever get from James. He admits that he doesn't know how to control his drinking. When James goes to work out with Sandoval and Ariana, they are shocked that he's actually been fired. Sandoval actually backs up James in his blame of Jax. He tells Jax that he picks on James too much on a night out, but Jax doesn't feel bad. Lala's sad about the firing because he was her only friend at SUR, but Kristen has the radical idea that maybe it's James's fault that he got fired and no one else's. But that's too logical. And also, it's coming from Kristen, so there's a segment of the cast who will automatically dismiss it based solely on that. Ariana actually compares how James is acting to how Kristen was acting in seasons 2 and 3, which is a pretty wild take when you think about it. Also, Kristen showed in season 4 that she has the capacity for change, which James, at this moment, does not. In episode 5, Lala's friend Ellie reveals that she hooked up with James a month ago. For proof, which she sends to Lala, she has a picture of herself waking up in James's bed, and James can clearly be seen behind her. This picture also has a date stamp. Ellie took this picture because she knew James would deny that they hooked up. Sheena is also a friend of Ellie, and when they have lunch together, Ellie says that she didn't tell anyone about this at first because she was so ashamed. She also says she didn't believe James at first when he said he had a girlfriend. Lala asks James about Ellie, and, of course, he denies it. When Lala shows him the pictures, with a date that clearly falls within the time he's been dating Rachel, he claims that he hasn't slept with Ellie since December and that she's photoshopping dates onto her pictures. And apparently, it was a known fact that Ellie and James were sleeping together at least before he was with Rachel, because Ariana knows about it. Things are quiet for a bit, but then in episode 8, James claims that he regrets how he acted and goes to Lisa to grovel for his job back. Kind of surprisingly, considering all of the chances she's given him thus far, Lisa holds her ground. Similarly to last season, James can't comprehend that consequences for his actions are actually being enforced, so he points out that Lisa still keeps Jax when he's misbehaved a million times. But Lisa points out that Jax has never been disrespectful at work, something we've seen James do often. When James says this isn't true, Lisa gets mad and still won't bring him back. This begins James's first attempt at sobriety, but he makes sure to pave the way for him being cut some slack when this inevitably doesn't work out, saying, quote, "Everyone has their slip-ups. Maybe, but you have nothing but slip-ups." Of course, when James tells his mother in episode 13 that he has been fired, her perfect little boy can't do anything wrong, so she just repeats his delusions that people are jealous. She also finds a way to blame Kristen for this, even though I don't think she was involved, and says that karma will come for Kristen and she won't be able to have kids. I think I see where James gets some of his issues from. For all Sandoval's faults, he can at least be loyal when he wants to be, so he sets up a hypnotherapy session for James. Is this group allergic to real talk therapy or something? James gets a good nap out of it, but that's about it. At Sandoval's birthday party, Sheena tells James and Rachel that she's glad they're still together, considering. James says that he told Rachel everything, and doubles down that Ellie is lying and is a, quote, DJ groupie. Rachel believes him because, and I feel kind of mean saying this, she's a bit of an airhead. But Sheena and Ellie decide that they're going to confront James about this together at a gig that he has. Brittany and Jax decide to come too, and actually a bunch of people show up, including his previous conquest, Gigi. Gigi introduces herself to Rachel, and Rachel says she has heard that Gigi's obsessed with her boyfriend. Gigi thinks Rachel has to know that James cheated on her, but again, Rachel's an airhead. I'm going to quote Gigi here. "Are there unicorns in this fantasy world that you live in? Because you believe in a lot of things that aren't real, like a loyal James Kennedy." James butts in at this point, and Gigi gives him back clothes of his that she borrowed when she slept at his place. Of course, James talks down to her like he always talks to women, and Sandoval decides to villainize Gigi too. Next, James goes and picks at Kristen, Carter, and Jax, because he's himself and he can't resist. The editing is quick here, but it looks like Jax throws a drink at James, and then James throws a whole glass at Jax. James ends up getting kicked out of his own gig for trying to fight, but he thinks that Jax is the problem because Jax is jealous, and Sandoval continues to back up James, saying after this that he thinks that Jax and Kristen got him fired. Later, Rachel tells James that Gigi told her that she's an idiot for thinking James can be loyal, and that she's an idiot for dating him. Which is all true. James has convinced her that the girls are sabotaging him, but Rachel gets so close to seeing what's actually going on when she admits that a little part of her thinks this could be true. Ultimately, she only pokes at this truth with a stick before running away. However, she does question whether James will be faithful to her when she goes back to school. Spoiler alert, he won't. In episode 15, James comes back to DJ at Pump, but not because he's been rehired by Lisa. He was hired by the Daily Mail to DJ their party before he got fired. The party seems to go well, we don't hear anything about it, so James thinks that he's been good for long enough to ask for his job back again. And Lisa says no, again. She's proven right in her decision when she hypothetically brings up James being sober for a whole year. He scoffs, acting like that's too much to ask for. James's storyline kind of comes to a quiet end. The last we see of him is in episode 19, when he and Rachel have dinner with her family. He has convinced them that he's going to treat her well, and even manages to be a little honest about why he got fired, but he has to get one last disgusting quote in. When he compares Rachel to Kristen, he calls Rachel a queen, and Kristen, quote, a hooker that you hook up with on the hood of a BMW. At the reunion, James gives Scheana and Katie another meaningless apology. He also still denies hooking up with both Gigi and Ellie, claiming, quote, girls say that about celebrities all the time. Yeah, the key word there is celebrities, not D-list restaurant DJs. Though the rest of the cast agrees with me and doesn't believe him, Ariana feels the stupid need to defend James and claims she's heard Gigi would, quote, fight or fuck anyone to get on the show. Which, funnily enough, is basically what James himself did. Jax jokes that James dating Kristen got him on the show, to which James replies, quote, fuck yeah, it did, and then high-fives him. He says he was going to get on the show regardless, whether it was through living with Sandoval, which was the original plan, or hooking up with Kristen, which is what actually happened. Lisa thinks everyone else is at fault for provoking the episode 13 fight that led to him getting kicked out of his own DJ gig. She also thinks that James is still young enough to learn to control his alcohol issues. Surprisingly, after everything we just talked about, James might not be the biggest persona non grata at SUR this season. That title might belong to Lala. Lala spent the time between seasons shit-talking all the girls, especially Katie. Katie's been cutting out both Lala and James after she claims they ruined her engagement party at the end of last season, and Katie hasn't been afraid to talk her own shit on Lala. And the rest of the girls join her in this. We are less than 10 minutes into the season premiere, and Scheana has already called Lala a skank. No one is happy. She's at the OK Magazine party, and Stassi asks Schwartz how he'll react if Lala's nice to him. He says he'll be nice back, which should be the correct answer, except it's not, because Stassi reminds him that Lala's been mean to Katie, so obviously he should be mean back to support his fiancé. Yeah, none of the girls are great at interpersonal relationships this season. At the party, Lala brings up a good point. She doesn't understand how the group of Katie, Stassi, Kristen, and Scheana can say whatever they want about her, but then get upset when she fires back. Ariana at least tries to make Lala feel better after the rest of the group excludes her. This is still at the OK Magazine party. Ariana isn't her only friend at this point. Lala and James are just friends now after they hooked up between seasons, but she is definitely the more reasonable of the two, and honestly always will be, because the day after the OK Magazine party, she says that how they acted was not okay. She also recognizes that she's turning into a vicious person. In the conversation with her mom where this comes up, her mom points out that she probably shouldn't be drinking, since they seem to have a family history of alcoholism. For now, Lala says she has put herself on a 2-drink maximum. Lala doesn't think she and Katie can be friends at this point, but she does think that she owes Katie an apology. Since she still has to work at SUR with her and Scheana, trying to get onto at least neutral terms will make that easier. Lala chooses to apologize to Scheana first, but Scheana won't forgive her until she's good with Katie. She says what Lala's been saying about Katie is not okay, forgetting that Katie's been firing right back. We'll talk about this more in the next section, but Scheana has decided to spend this summer proving her undying loyalty to Katie, as well as Stassi and Kristen. To prove this, Scheana immediately runs to Katie after this conversation with Lala. Where was this loyalty when Ariana was uncomfortable around Kristen in season 3? Lala goes to the back alley to apologize to Katie next, but Katie immediately wants to argue. We will also talk about this in the next section, but Katie is a generally miserable person this season. Lala tries to defuse the argument and give a genuine apology, but Katie thinks it's bullshit. When Lala points out that she's not the only one talking shit in this situation, and that Katie has called her names too, Katie pointedly does not apologize for calling Lala a whore, saying, quote, call it as I see it, because apparently slut-shaming is fine, but body-shaming is going too far. Katie is the first to bring up that Lala is allegedly in a relationship with a married man who is bankrolling her lifestyle. She says she has mutual friends with some of Lala's mutual friends, which is how she learned about this. Lala denies this. So Lala is being truthful here. Her boyfriend is lying, which we will talk about so much more in the next video. When Lisa asks, Lala denies again that she's dating a married man. Ariana considers Lala a friend, so she's just going to treat this rumor as a rumor until it is proven. James doesn't know who Lala's dating, but he's going to stick up for her because she's one of his only friends in the cast. Jax is not going to be as understanding, surprise, surprise, making a comment about how Lala's, quote, sucking dick for a Range Rover. Lala then fires back at him, though, that she's sucking dick for a lot more than a Range Rover. Going back to Lala's issues with the girls, James and Lala talk at one point about how Katie didn't accept either of their apologies. But the difference is that I believe Lala was being sincere, which is something James is utterly incapable of. None of the girls are prepared to believe this, though, or to have any positive thoughts about her at all. Katie says Lala shouldn't act like a self-aware person, even though I'd argue she's the most self-aware person in the group at this point. And Kristen calls Lala a sociopathic skank. Ariana defends her, though. When Scheana tells her and Jax about Lala's apology tour, those are Sheena's words, not mine, Ariana points out that Lala potentially being dishonest about her relationship doesn't mean that she is a fundamentally dishonest person. But Scheana has decided that Lala lies about a lot of things and doesn't trust her. And she says that if she continues to lie about her relationship, it will just continue to prove that she is not trustworthy. A day or two later, I think, Lala tries to have a polite conversation with Scheana and Brittany at work. Scheana immediately shuts this down, saying that the conversation, quote, makes her uncomfortable because she is friends with Katie. Katie approves of this action, saying Lala will take advantage of any kindness shown to her. But when Scheana, obviously, tells Lisa about this, Lisa doesn't see the problem with Lala being polite. We talked earlier about Scheana having lunch with Ellie to talk about James. Remember, Ellie is one of the people that James allegedly, but almost certainly, cheated on his girlfriend with. Well, they also talk about Lala. Scheana asks Ellie if she's met Lala's boyfriend, and Ellie makes it seem like she has. Sheena's excited by this because it gives her good gossip to take back to Katie, Stassi, and Kristen. Though maybe these rumors are about to go away. When they're making music together on the day of Pride, Lisa tells James that she broke up with her boyfriend. She has been taking her stress out on him, and he doesn't want to deal with it. James has heard a lot about Lala's boyfriend, but he's heard so much that he doesn't know what to believe. But he clearly doesn't totally believe her story, because when Lala confronts him about Ellie, he in turn confronts her about her secret relationship. Oh, also, I didn't have a good space to mention this earlier, but Lala and James have released a song together called Feelin' You, and then they're working on more collabs. In episode 7, Ariana says that Lisa thinks she should be the one to try to bring Lala and the rest of the group together because she's in the middle. Is she, though? We know she's friends with Lala, but she's not super close with any of the rest of the girls this season, other than maybe Brittany. Anyways, when Ariana asks Katie and Scheana about potential reconciliation, they're not enthusiastic, but they agree to it. So Lala's brought in to join this conversation. Scheana says that her not wanting to be friends with Lala has nothing to do with Lala not being on good terms with Katie. But Katie straight up lies and says, quote, that isn't about her. We will get into exactly how much of a lie that is in the next section. When the married boyfriend rumors inevitably come up, even after Lala says that relationship is over, Katie says again that she doesn't trust her. But Scheana decides to make her own life easier. She says that she'll apologize to Lala for anything she's said that's not true. We'll come back to that. Remember how I said a while ago that Lala was supposed to go on Ariana's birthday trip to Sonoma but flaked at the last minute? Well, we never get that great of an answer as to why she didn't go. Lisa asks James in episode 9 if he knows where Lala is since she's not at work and she's not in Sonoma. James's theory is that her boyfriend, who she's now back together with, convinced her not to go. Once Lala reappears and goes to talk to Lisa, she says that her not going is a result of how people are talking about her relationship. She also thinks that she should leave Sir. But Lisa thinks that quitting would give the other girls what they want, so she convinces her to stay. To James, she says that instead of going to Sonoma, she spent a few days at the Beverly Hills Hotel and that her mom paid for it. While James might be a complete idiot in my eyes, he's smart enough to know that in reality, if this is true, Lala's boyfriend probably paid for it. Finally, when Lala actually talks to Ariana and Sandoval about this, she says that she didn't go because she didn't want to be around Jax, which I would understand, because Jax has been just as mean to her as the girls. But Jax was always invited on this trip. She could have just told Ariana that she was uncomfortable around him and chosen not to go. Lala apologizes, but Ariana and Sandoval don't think her apology was good enough. This doesn't leave Lala's friendship with Ariana in a good place, and in episode 11, we learn that her friendship with James might also not be in a good place. Kristen tells Stassi that she's heard that Lala doesn't actually like James, which I wouldn't blame her for at all, but if that's true, she should just cut him out like everyone else instead of leading him on. Stassi thinks that if they can convince James that Lala's only pretending to like him, he will give them the proof they need that Lala's dating a married man. Stassi and Kristen meet with James later in this same episode, with Kristen making it very clear to the audience that she is specifically doing this to fuck over Lala. And when she tells James that Lala's talking shit behind his back, he doesn't ask for any sort of proof. Instead, he shows Kristen and Stassi an NDA on his phone, apparently stating that he can't talk about Lala's boyfriend. James stayed at a house that the boyfriend was paying for Coachella that year, and apparently signing the NDA was a condition of staying in the house. James theorizes that since Sandoval and Ariana were also there, then they also signed the NDA. Sheena gets filled in on this, and she and Stassi tell Katie and Ariana about the NDA at Katie's bridal shower. Ariana denies signing anything, and says that Lala's boyfriend wasn't at the Coachella house. Katie and Stassi think she's lying, and Stassi puts her probably hours of true crime podcast consumption to work when she points out that Ariana's stuttering and fidgeting when she says this, meaning that she might be lying. Ariana brings up in this conversation the absolutely wild idea that maybe the boyfriend is the one doing something wrong here, not Lala, but Katie and Stassi dismiss this. We barely see Lala for the rest of the season. We learn from Lisa in episode 12 that she hasn't been showing up to her shifts. She finally reappears in episode 19 to wrap up her storyline so that the rest of the season can be about Schwartz and Katie's wedding. She talks to Ariana first, saying that she feels bad and embarrassed about how things went down around the Sonoma trip, and that she feels like Ariana was a good friend. Finally, Lala formally tells Lisa what I'm sure Lisa inferred from how she's not been showing up to work, that she's going to leave SUR. Lala blames her shutdown over the past couple months on severe anxiety, which I could understand considering how she's been treated this season. Lisa is the final person to bring up that Lala's been lying about her life, but Lala says she doesn't owe anyone any information. When the reunion rolls around, no one is happy to see Lala. Katie continues to think she didn't do anything to provoke her feud with Lala, choosing to forget the season 4 bullying, but Lala won't forget, pointing out that Katie called her a whore all the way back on day 1. And Sandoval, rightly but still in a tone of voice that makes me not want to ever be in a conversation with him, says that no one in the Stassi, Katie, Kristen trio will take accountability for how they've all talked shit on Lala. Lala does admit that she's saying things to hurt people, but she'd also like people to take her apologies for the genuine ones that they are and to lay off after she gives them. And Katie does actually apologize to Lala and admits that she mismanaged her feelings and her anger this summer. We will see more of that shortly. Lala and Katie admit that they have very similar reactions when they're attacked, which probably contributed to their problems. We can't wrap up Lala's section without talking about her maybe married boyfriend one more time. She denies again that she's dating a married man, but then refuses to talk about her relationship in any sort of depth on camera. Top-notch liar Sandoval continues to have a problem with anyone keeping any aspect of their life off the show, comparing what Lala is doing to what Stassi did in season 3 when Patrick first came on the scene. First of all, when do you think the second time that Sandoval cheated on Ariana was? You know, the time that he kept off the show until season 10. Second of all, Stassi points out, and I agree, that she's in a different situation. Even though Patrick has not agreed to be on the show up to this point, Stassi's always said his name and been very open about who he is, and while we don't see every last bit of their relationship, it's not a completely forbidden topic like it seems to be with Lala's. As far as the NDAs go, James now thinks he was manipulated by Stassi and Kristen, even though he gave up the information fairly easily. And Lala says she's the one handing out NDAs, trying to play it off like it's something she's given to other friends before. Also, Brittany doesn't know what an NDA is. Finally, Lala says she is no longer a part of Vanderpump Rules. But just like when Stassi said that at the Season 3 reunion, she'll be back. Last, but not least, we have another wedding to talk about this season. And this one is both more and less fun to talk about than Scheana's. More because I have more information and therefore more ways to snark. Less because Katie and Schwartz should not be getting married, and I will be saying that a lot over the course of the next hour or so. In episode 1, Stassi comes to Schwartz and Katie's apartment and says, "Happy first wedding conversation." But wait, they're only 3 months out at this point. Katie claims she has nothing planned wedding-wise except for her dress, but for the sake of her sanity, I hope that's not true. Pretty quickly, we jump into talking numbers. Katie says the budget will probably be around $50,000. And Schwartz hears this and chooses to be in denial about it for the rest of the summer. He seemed to think that they could spend $10,000 on the whole thing. Sweetie, your co-star just spent 9 times that on her wedding a couple years ago. Be happy Katie isn't tripling the $50,000 budget. First of all, the venue, which is 20 Mile House in Northern California. The base package for their Wednesday wedding is $5,495. But that base price does not include a per-person cost of $109, which I'm assuming is for the food and maybe the bar. Going off some more numbers we learn later, I think their guest count is around 150, so that would mean another $16,350 is getting added to that base price. Flowers are going to cost around $15,000, and the photographer will be between $4,000 and $6,000. So basically, Katie's estimate is not that far off, but not seeing eye to eye on the budget is just the tip of the iceberg this season. Early on, Schwartz is regretting encouraging Katie to repair her friendship with Stassi because she's apparently turning back into a mean girl. I would argue that Katie's always had a touch of the mean girl in her, but the Katie-Stassi-Kristen trio definitely enables each other in a negative way. And Schwartz kind of says the same thing, pointing out that they have each other's backs over anything. However, he loses credit when you realize that what he's talking about is how they'll tell Katie that she doesn't have to put up with Schwartz's worst traits, like how he doesn't stick up for her, or how he keeps making out with people who aren't his fiancé. I'd also like to remind everyone that he's saying all of this when he will defend his own toxic friends to the ends of the earth. At the OK Magazine party, when Katie is telling Sandoval and Ariana about what James and Lala did, Schwartz immediately jumps in to defend Sandoval's choice to be friends with the two of them. But Schwartz knows it would be hard to break up now, considering their apartment and their dogs, so he's going to follow through with marrying Katie. Guys, not wanting to have to figure out a custody plan for your dogs is not a reason to get married. And it only takes until episode 2 for Sandoval to start asking Schwartz if he is sure that he wants to marry Katie. I think I said earlier that I'm forced to agree with Sandoval a lot this season, and I think the first instance of that I came across was when he suggests that the two go to couples therapy. They don't do that, but Schwartz does tell Katie that he thinks they should get a prenup. Now, there are plenty of reasons that couples choose to get a prenup that aren't doubting that the marriage will work out. But in Schwartz's case, I think that's exactly what this is. We know he has trouble with commitment, and I don't think that's completely gone away. But Katie's not against this, even though she isn't sure what assets Schwartz is trying to protect, and he calls Katie's sensibility sexy. Sandoval thinks this is a good idea too, and maybe if he and Ariana had written up some sort of prenup-esque document, they wouldn't still be fighting about their house in 2025. Next, it's Jax's turn to wonder if this whole thing is a good idea, but he does it in an infinitely less thoughtful way. Because, according to him, marriage ruins everything. I'm sure Brittany was thrilled to hear that. Schwartz says he's excited to get married, but Jax questions if he's forcing himself to say that. But it seems like Schwartz doesn't think marriage will bring much change. According to him, quote, "We live together, we drive each other crazy, we don't have sex, we're already married." In reality, Schwartz does have cold feet about getting married, so it's his turn for some fake therapy. He hasn't told Katie about this because he thinks it would upset her, and I think maybe not feeling like you can tell your partner that you're going to therapy, even if it's for a TV show, should be a little bit of a sign. Once again, Schwartz brings up to his therapist that Katie doesn't think he has her back. He calls this issue chronic and says that alcohol is a catalyst. In a talking head, he says that he'd like to tell Katie that if her rage issues don't get better, he's going to leave, but he doesn't have the balls for that. Instead, the therapist recommends that he try talking to Katie about where her rage comes from. So Schwartz tries to do this when he gets home, expressing to Katie how much he dislikes it when she goes to what he calls the dark side. He also brings up how he thinks there might be some truth to her saying she hates him when she's drunk, which is similar to something he said in season 4. But Katie thinks he shouldn't take that seriously, even though, according to Schwartz, it's been said many times. She dismisses this as shit she says when she was blackout drunk, and she brings up again that she doesn't think Schwartz listens, getting defensive and saying her anger is Schwartz's fault because he brought it up. We don't linger on this conversation because there is more wedding planning to do. I wonder how much planning production asked Katie to save for filming, because 3-ish months out seems awfully late to be picking a wedding party. Kristen, Sheena, Stassi, and Brittany are all going to be bridesmaids. Ariana is not included in this group because she is friends with Lala and James. Instead, Schwartz asks her to be a groomsman alongside Sandoval and Jax. To officially ask his two best friends to be in his wedding, Schwartz invites them over for a nice home-cooked meal. Jax and Sandoval show up in dress shirts and pants, plus slides. Schwartz hates wearing real shoes, and he apparently used to get turned away from clubs for wearing slides, so that's why they did it. Jax is also wearing a bow tie under an unbuttoned dress shirt. Schwartz prepares steak and shrimp for the boys, quote, to show his appreciation for their years of friendship. Then they start reminiscing on the pranks that those years of friendship include. Jax would deflate Schwartz's air mattress when he would come home wasted, and Sandoval would put his dick on Schwartz's head in the morning. Gross. Schwartz says that he feels like he never really got even for all those years of hazing he endured from Sandoval and Jax. So after they're done eating, Schwartz presents his friends with 2 manila envelopes containing pictures of what he did to their food before cooking it. We learn that he put the steak and shrimp on/in his own ass before cooking and serving it. And before doing that, he ran 3 miles and didn't shower. I don't even know what sort of joke to make about this. Sandoval compares the ass steak to the end of Titus Andronicus when the title character bakes the heads of his enemy's sons into a pie and feeds it to her. He got the gender of the person eating the pie wrong, but other than that, he gave a completely correct Shakespeare reference, which is very surprising for this show. And it comes from one of the more niche tragedies at that. I'm impressed. Sandoval's also pissed that he didn't think of doing this first. A little later, in order for Ariana to be a groomsman, she also has to eat an ass steak, which she willingly does. In episode 5, Schwartz and Katie take a trip to see their wedding venue for the first time in person, a matter of weeks before their wedding. Obviously, since the house is in the middle of the woods, in a national forest, the theme is going to be, quote, woodsy elegance. The venue package seems to include tables, chairs, linens, table settings, glassware, and some decor, but the included decor seems more rustic than Katie wants. The venue coordinator says they can do whatever Katie wants, it's just gonna cost more. Later, the coordinator gives them a current price estimate of around $24,000. Also, when the coordinator asks, Schwartz can't remember how he and Katie met. After Katie tells Schwartz about Lala's apology, Schwartz takes this as a good thing. But he has clearly forgotten something he said all the way back at the OK Magazine party in episode 1, that Katie asks him to, in his own words, inherit her grudges, which is also something she's asking of her other friends. One night, I believe after the attempted apologies, Katie sees Sheena and Lala talking at the bar at Sir. Remember, they're all co-workers. But Katie immediately gets mad that Sheena was sitting facing Lala and was laughing with her. How dare Sheena do this? Katie obviously takes this to the other two members of what I'm going to start calling the Mean Girl Trio, Stassi and Kristen. And these two immediately back up Katie. In a talking head, Stassi says that Sheena needs to, quote, fall in line and hate Lala along with the rest of them if she's going to claim to be Katie's friend. Sounds super healthy. Now, I stand by my opinion that Stassi was 100% right when she backed up that Katie was being treated poorly by Jax in season 3. But this is a perfect example of what Schwartz is talking about when he says these three enable each other to be bullies. After Kristen and Stassi leave, Sheena arrives. Katie tells her that she is uncomfortable that Sheena was cordial to Lala. Sheena tries to explain that what she thinks happened didn't happen, but Katie says that this makes it look like her friends are, quote, questioning her decision to ice out Lala. Sheena's hurt by this conversation, which Katie has no sympathy for when she learns this. Sheena talks to Brittany about this, thinking part of it was Katie being irrational because she was drunk. However, she also doesn't want people to see her talking to Lala because she knows it will get back to Katie. So that's the context behind Sheena refusing to engage in Lala's polite conversation earlier. What I didn't mention earlier was that immediately after that, Sheena texts Kristen about what she did. And the Mean Girl Trio, who are all together at this moment, literally applaud. Katie says that as long as Sheena behaves exactly the way the trio wants her to, then they can be, quote, the 4 best friends that could ever be. Back with the wedding, Katie's working on getting out her tea towel invitations, which are cute, I guess. But who told her that almost $2,800 on invitations was normal? Because she claims someone did. According to The Knot, the average spend on wedding stationery was around $600 in 2016. Now, obviously, since Katie is doing something incredibly custom, that will affect the price. But please don't try and convince people that spending $2,000 on invitations is just what you do. Schwartz does seem to be keeping a little bit of an eye on what's being spent, because he jokes when he and Katie are picking up Lisa's summer car that if they didn't have a wedding, they too could buy a Porsche. Of course, this makes Katie see red, and she accuses him of not wanting to get married, which I think is true. This spirals into an argument about how Schwartz is an asshole that doesn't listen, and how Katie is defensive and won't change. So, their usual argument. When Katie tells Lisa about this, Lisa says in a talking head that she is worried that they're ignoring their problems. And she's not alone in this, though others are being more straightforward. In another talking head, Katie says that Lala has said that she and Schwartz will definitely get divorced. Speaking of Lala, let's go back to how Sheena apologized for if she had said anything about her that wasn't true. Katie was present for this apology, remember, and isn't sure what Sheena's deal is. When she tells Stassi about this, Stassi chalks this up to Sheena being desperate to have friends and be liked. And when Kristen hears about this, she calls Sheena a pushover, which, admittedly, can be true, though earlier in the season Sheena told Katie she wasn't a pushover. So, of course, Katie rage texts Sheena about the apology. But Stassi insists, quote, we're not here to dictate who people can be friends with. Sheena says that she had said to the trio before that with them, it can feel like 3 against 1. And she tells Jax that it feels like she can't have an opinion that differs from theirs. When Jax relays this to Stassi when he goes to record her podcast, Stassi dismisses it, only for her to spill the beans to Kristen and Katie at Carter and Shay's birthday party. She tells them that Jax said Sheena told him that they were being mean to her, then says, quote, we haven't even had a chance to be mean to her yet. Kristen corners Sheena at this party and tells her that her apology wasn't cool. And then it's Stassi's turn, telling Sheena to, quote, stand up for something. But Sheena is standing up for something for once. Herself and her own opinions that people should let their issues with Lala go. Stassi thinks that Sheena shouldn't ask people to let things go because she wasn't seriously hurt by Lala. Okay, but if we wait for the person who was hurt by Lala, aka Katie, to decide that it's okay for people to move on, you will be waiting until I think next March. Sheena pulls Ariana into this conversation because Ariana was actually there for the apology and Stassi wasn't. But Stassi can't stand that she might actually be wrong in this situation, so she walks off and goes and cries to Katie about how Sheena and Ariana suck. Then Sheena joins in this conversation and says again that she thinks the Mean Girl trio all have the same opinion, which the Mean Girl trio denies. Stassi accuses Sheena of not caring about Katie, untrue, and only wanting to be liked by everyone. Okay, that one is true. Sheena brings up that Katie is getting angry a lot and that she's worried. But Katie turns it around and says she's angry about Lala because of what Sheena said. Things are still tense for Katie's bridal shower in episode 11. This will become important later, but the party was apparently quite expensive. It also has Taco Bell catering and mini bottles of rosé tequila as favors. Katie wears a very 2016 flower crown, and Lisa gifts her a sex doll to keep Schwartz busy. While the party is going on, Schwartz is out with Jax, Peter, and Sandoval. He jokes that if Jax and Sandoval will both break up with their girlfriends, then he'll call the wedding off so they can all run away together. More seriously, he says he doesn't believe in marriage, but he wants to make Katie happy. I would argue that what would have made Katie more happy is if you had broken up years ago so she could find someone who listens and who actually wants to get married. Jax thinks Schwartz's attitude towards marriage is normal. He says, quote, "Have you ever met a guy that's been like, gosh, I'm so happy I got married? No." Well, fortunately, for the purposes of this bit, I have a married man just off camera. Hey, honey, are you happy you got married?
Is this a trick question?
I do need you to answer in the affirmative just because it plays into the next line.
Yes, dear.
This might come as a shock to you, Jax, but not every man learned their attitudes on marriage from white male comedians joking about how they hate their wife. Back at the bridal shower, after talking about the NDAs I mentioned in my section on Lala, Katie attacks Ariana for defending Lala, to which Ariana reminds Katie that she talked shit on Lala too. But then Katie points out something interesting. She compares what she and Lala are doing to each other to what Kristen and Ariana have done to each other in the past. I think what Ariana specifically has done to Kristen is most similar to the current situation, in that she let other people choosing to exist with Kristen in peace negatively affect her relationships with those people. Ariana thinks this take is, quote, a fucking joke, and takes the opportunity to drag Kristen for everything that happened in seasons 2 and 3. Which is deeply fair, but then she completely ignores that it was her turn to be miserable in season 4. Ariana doesn't think that this whole Lala thing is as serious as the Mean Girl trio has made it out to be, which Stassi obviously disagrees with, but Ariana makes it clear that she doesn't give a fuck about Stassi's opinion. Later, after the party's over, it is assumed that Stassi, Kristen, and Sheena would split the cost of the shower 3 ways. Sheena says she never agreed to that, saying at the reunion that she wasn't even part of the planning group chat. Those 3 are fighting about this at Sandoval's birthday, which is the day after the shower, but stop when Katie comes up because they don't want her stressing about it. But, after 2 nights worth of angry texts from Kristen, Sheena fills Katie in on what's going on. Of course, when Stassi and Kristen learn about this, the problem becomes that Katie's heard about this, not that there was a miscommunication about money. Speaking of fights, we learn when Katie is looking at paint chips for Sir that she and Schwartz apparently fought about how he went to the bar instead of helping her carry gifts up to their apartment after the bridal shower. Schwartz thinks they were just both drunk and she got fired up over nothing, but Katie denies being drunk, even though Schwartz points out that she only rages like that when she's been drinking. He thinks she was, quote, out of line for being mad that he didn't help her do a very simple thing. I think that is an excellent reason to be mad, though maybe not to the level Katie tends to get to. After this argument, Katie leaves Schwartz at the paint store. In the midst of this, the bachelor/bachelorette party is being planned. At the reunion, Andy Cohen asks whose idea it was to do a joint party, but I'm sure it was for production reasons. Also, if I was marrying Schwartz, I wouldn't trust him to go off with just the boys for a bachelor party. And Katie probably agrees with me, because it is made very clear that Las Vegas is not an option for this trip. Schwartz brings up maybe the Bahamas, but they can't do that either because not everyone has a passport. Stassi is the one who recommends New Orleans. It's her hometown, and she's been wanting to do a group trip with their friends. Sheena isn't excited by this because she doesn't want Stassi to take over. The boys are good with this and decide to do drag one night of the trip. Jax asks Lisa if she has anything the boys can borrow, so he and Sandoval get to go play dress up at Villa Rosa. Jax puts on a black wrap dress that's pretty sheer, and Sandoval is in lots of diamonds and a pink hat. Lisa basically admits that she's only helping them with this so that she has blackmail material. Going back to Sheena, it obviously has to become a problem that she defended Ariana at the shower when she said she didn't like Stassi. In addition to getting angry texts from Kristen about bridal shower finances, Kristen was also giving her shit for talking to Ariana at Sandoval's birthday party. Since Katie didn't like Ariana being her normal self to Stassi, this is an issue. So Sandoval tells Ariana that he heard from Schwartz that Katie will kick her out of the wedding if she isn't nice to Stassi, even though Ariana is a groomsman and they don't have to hang out if they don't want to. Ariana says any apologies she gave would be fake, so she's not going to do it. But Sandoval recommends that she, quote, not be so blunt with Stassi, and eventually tells her that he thinks she was being too harsh, so Ariana agrees to be cordial. In episode 14, Lisa's daughter Pandora hosts a spa day at her house for Katie and the bridesmaids, and Ariana follows through with what she told Sandoval she'd do, and she and Stassi have a respectful conversation. Katie, Kristen, and Brittany overhear this, but all they hear clearly is Stassi saying her feelings were hurt. So immediately they think that Sheena's doing something she shouldn't. When the group comes back together, and even though Ariana and Stassi say they're happy with how their conversation went, Katie thinks Ariana should give a straightforward apology. Katie says she doesn't want any negativity in the group, which of course turns on to Sheena and how she brought up money relating to the shower. Sheena brings up Katie's alcohol-induced anger again, and it's dismissed by Katie again, as well as by Stassi. But when she says a lot of people think Katie's an angry drunk, Katie replies that a lot of people think she, meaning Sheena, is fake. Sheena's sick of apologizing and storms off. And in the same way Sheena claimed in past seasons that all of her events are ruined by Kristen, Katie's wedding events have clearly been tainted by Sheena. Katie and Sheena talk inside the house after this. Katie says that their friendship is a safe place to share things within, but if Sheena says something, then she shouldn't be expected to not fire back. Yeah, sounds like a real safe place. To briefly lighten things up, Schwartz and Shay bond over their complete ignorance and disinterest in their own weddings. Also, Katie forgot to put a line on the RSVP cards for people to write their names, so we see footage of her and Schwartz trying to decide who some of the cards belong to, and Schwartz manages to identify a couple of his friends by how they draw dicks. We also get to see them visit a lawyer to take care of their prenup, which is costing them $2,500. The lawyer asks what assets they have, and we learn that Katie has more money in her bank account than Schwartz has in his. They set up a shared custody agreement for their dogs, and because they don't own anything, that's it. It turns out Pandora's event didn't take Ariana off of Katie's shit list because to Schwartz, she calls her elitist and stuck up. She's also not happy that Ariana is going to be hanging out with her fellow groomsmen in New Orleans instead of with the girls who she mostly doesn't like. But obviously, Schwartz takes Ariana's side and says that she just seems stuck up because she knows how to control her emotions. This obviously leads to another argument about how Schwartz doesn't have Katie's back, and she storms off. Katie says she's been her own support system for her entire relationship. Then why are you getting married? Sheena hosts a pool party for the group before they leave for New Orleans, and Schwartz says he's going to sweep the most recent Tequila Katie behavior under the rug. So, he admits to doing exactly what Lisa mentioned earlier that she was worried they were doing. Schwartz doesn't want to go over and talk to Katie because he doesn't want to deal with their problems, but Sheena thinks he should just go kiss and hug Katie, and that will make everything better. Jax is there for this and points out, quote, getting marriage advice from Sheena is like getting sobriety advice from Shay. Schwartz tries this approach, but it doesn't work because Katie sees this as him trying to charm his way out of trouble. He says he's tried everything to fix their problems, including therapy and proposing, but Katie says again that she just wants her fiancé to make her feelings a priority. They make up enough for now, and Katie promises Schwartz before they leave for New Orleans that she won't rage. Schwartz replies by promising that he'll have her back. So take a wild guess what happens on this trip. The boys arrive in NOLA in shirts with Schwartz's face on them, obviously, and also obviously the hotel denies Jax's credit card. Oh, and Katie gets hit in the head with beads when they go out on Bourbon Street. Oh, also, Sandoval reveals he's wearing a shirt that says Tom number 1, but then he takes that off for another shirt reveal, this time of one that says Tom number 2, and he lovingly gives Schwartz the Tom number 1 shirt. On the first night, Katie brings up to Sandoval how Ariana was defending Lala to her at the bridal shower, and that led to a fight between her and Schwartz. And then she goes further, saying that, quote, 90% of the reason she and Schwartz fight is due to tensions in their friend group. When Sandoval brings up that he thinks there's a deeper reason for Katie and Schwartz's fights, she dismisses it. Across the bar, Schwartz and Ariana are having a similar conversation, but their take is that alcohol is the reason for the fighting, because Schwartz and Katie are usually both drinking when they rage. But when Schwartz decides to join the Katie and Sandoval conversation, Katie says that Sandoval is, quote, throwing all of their issues in her face, and she walks away. Shockingly, Schwartz sleeps on the couch on the first night of the trip because he and Katie fought over him not wanting to call them a car to get back to their hotel. Schwartz, also shockingly, thinks Katie was overreacting because she was drunk. Katie denies this and thinks that he is picking a fight with her because he's drunk, which might be true because Schwartz reveals at the reunion that he was, quote, on the verge of blacking out for 80 to 90% of this trip. I think that's really healthy. Kristen backs up that Schwartz was being an asshole in this situation. She also talks about a conversation that she, Carter, and Katie had that night. The topic? How Katie still thinks that Schwartz cheated on her in Vegas in season 3, and that is the root cause of their recent fighting. And Kristen claims to have proof of this, saying she's seen texts confirming that this happened. Remember, the whole reason Schwartz admitted to making out with the person to Katie in the first place was because Jax warned him that Kristen had seen texts about it. Kristen and Sheena decide that their mission for this trip is to get Schwartz to come clean about this so that he and Katie can move on and be okay for their wedding. That first morning, while the girls are at breakfast and Sheena freaks out about being near seafood, the boys go on a gator tour in an airboat. Sandoval puts a fake snake in their cooler to scare Schwartz, who is still drunk from the night before, and then the leader of the tour pulls a baby alligator out of another cooler. We also get to meet yet another alligator whose name is Fred. After the gator tour, Sandoval brings up to Schwartz again that he and Katie should go to therapy. Schwartz thinks that real therapy wouldn't work because Katie doesn't think she's doing anything wrong. Next, Carter brings up that the Vegas cheating broke Katie's trust. Schwartz says they've resolved this, but then he also says that Katie throws this in his face whenever they fight, which doesn't sound like resolution to me. Schwartz, and of course Sandoval, dismiss what Carter's saying as, quote, Kristen propaganda. Sandoval, in particular, thinks that Kristen's bringing this up and making things Schwartz's fault in order to give Katie a pass for her own behavior. And, unfortunately, he's kind of right. Kristen and Stassi have proven this season that they will back Katie up through anything. And Sandoval will now fill that same position for Schwartz for the rest of the trip. Also, we learned in this conversation that Jax is the one who introduced Vegas Girl to Schwartz. I'm assuming this was part of his season 3 plan to break up Schwartz and Katie. Schwartz says he and Katie had, quote, horrible problems both before and after the cheating, and Sandoval has the radical idea that this isn't a good thing. But then he loses any credit he may have gained in this scene. You know how a minute ago he dismissed everything Kristen has said and has yet to say because clearly she wants all of this to be Schwartz's fault? Well, now Sandoval voices the absolutely ludicrous opinion that Schwartz is doing nothing wrong and that the problems are 100% Katie's fault. And is there a single person in this group who is reasonable enough to think that these two are equally at fault? Nope. That evening, Sandoval has hired 3 professional drag queens to get the boys ready to go out. While this is going on, Kristen hires a female stripper as a gift to Katie. When Ariana leaves the boys to go visit the girls' room and finds the stripper, she exclaims, quote, "There's so many gender stereotypes that are being broken right now." When Schwartz learns about this, he's just happy Katie's having a good time. The girls also go on a murder tour after this, so that should be all the evidence you need that Stassi took the lead in planning this trip. Back with the boys, for all the bras Jax has probably taken off people in his life, he can't reverse engineer that to figure out how to put one on. He also doesn't bother to shave his face. Out of the entire suitcase of drag supplies that Sandoval brought, he goes for a black wig first and morphs into my sleep paralysis demon. The blonde wig is better. It makes him look like if Anna Wintour, wasn't Anna Wintour. I also realize I don't think I've mentioned Peter so far this season, so yeah, he's here too. He's here, and he looks like a Florida mom. Oh, and Ariana looks like a Justin Bieber impersonator. The boys end up going out to the straightest bar they could find, and this is the last part of the night that goes well. I just want to point out that when one of the patrons asks Schwartz if he's getting married, he sounds really sad when he says yes. Later, after taking off all the layers of undergarments he was wearing, Jax apologizes to his dick. I think this is the most sincere apology we've ever seen from a man on this show. After the boys get back from drag, Kristen pulls Schwartz aside to talk about the Vegas cheating and how that's what his and Katie's fights have been about. But he dismisses this as an oversimplification of what they actually fight about, refuses to listen to Kristen's fairly sound logic, and walks away. But of course, that doesn't end things. Schwartz yells in the hotel lobby about how Kristen's still a psycho because she's saying things he doesn't like, and Sandoval takes this as his cue to butt in and defend Schwartz against this evil, evil woman. Then, Schwartz calls Kristen, quote, a bitch whore, which Carter very reasonably asks him to not say about his girlfriend. He keeps trying to bring up the point that this isn't about Kristen, but Sandoval and Schwartz keep bringing things back to all the crazy shit she did in past seasons. Also, Carter says that Sandoval looks like Sia, and that he and Schwartz should date each other. This fight has now migrated upstairs to the hallway. Jax hears this and doesn't want to get involved, though Brittany's instinct is to jump in and defend Kristen. Then Katie finally arrives, but Schwartz snaps at her and walks away. Back downstairs, Kristen fills Ariana in on what's going on, and I think this might be the first civil conversation we ever see them have. Ariana, reasonable in a way that her boyfriend could only dream of being, agrees that the Vegas cheating could definitely be a root cause of the fighting. Now the upstairs fight has migrated into someone's room, and Sheena is joined in. Sandoval tries to say that all Schwartz did is make out with someone, as if that's not still cheating, but Sheena says that's not true, even as Sandoval continues to double down. Katie's back in her own room and doesn't really know what's going on, so Kristen fills her in. And while Katie thinks Kristen's motive was right, the execution could have been better. She also reveals in a talking head that it was Jax who told her that Schwartz had had sex with Vegas Girl. She said that she hadn't been talking about the cheating because she was trying to protect Schwartz. Sandoval is also trying to protect Schwartz, but it's from women trying to hold him accountable. Ariana's joined in and agrees with Sheena about the cheating, but Sandoval tries to downplay this by bringing up the 4 years before the incident. And yeah, Schwartz and Katie probably should have broken up in those 4 years, but that doesn't mean Schwartz is innocent. Sandoval says all this is just what Sheena and Ariana think, but the girls say this is what Katie thinks. And speaking of Katie, she manipulated Schwartz into proposing when she gave him an ultimatum, so all of this is clearly her fault because apparently Schwartz has no agency. Sandoval keeps yelling about how Schwartz keeps being told what to do, and this leads to iconic Vanderpump Rules moment number 7. Sandoval yells that Schwartz is a battered wife and kicks open a door to reveal Schwartz in depressed drag sitting on a toilet. Schwartz finally speaks up, but it's not to defend his fiancée or to tell Sandoval to stop attacking their friends. Instead, he has decided he's done with Katie and that he's not going to marry her. The rest of the girls are still separate from this. Katie confirms that she is mad at Schwartz about the cheating, and she's tired of pretending she doesn't know about it. Kristen points out that Schwartz doesn't act like this when Sandoval's not around, which I don't know if I agree with, and that Sandoval should stop backing up Schwartz. But if he stops doing that, then what will they base their friendship on? Also, Stassi has no idea what's going on. Remember, she and Katie weren't in a good place when this happened. As Katie fills her in, she says that her feelings were that she had been with Schwartz for too long to let that ruin things. Ma'am, he cheated on you. I don't care if it's been 100 years. That is a deeply valid reason to leave. Jax leaves from being with the girls and goes to find Schwartz. He thinks Schwartz should just fess up so that he and Katie can move on. But Schwartz claims he did fess up, and that Katie should be the one apologizing for, quote, ruining his life. Just a reminder, these two people are supposed to be getting married 2 weeks from this event. Jax does talk a very drunk Schwartz into apologizing, which I'm sure will go super well, but Katie doesn't want to talk while he is blacked out, which Schwartz doesn't listen to. After this, everything finally dies down for the night. Schwartz ended up sleeping in Jax and Brittany's room, still in half drag, and when Jax gives Brittany the full story of what happened in Vegas, he confirms again that Schwartz had sex with Vegas Girl. Oh, also, don't confuse this Vegas Girl with Tom Sandoval's Vegas Girl. As far as I know, they're two separate Vegas girls. The morning after this disaster, Stassi, Kristen, and Katie get away from the drama for a bit to visit Stassi's childhood home and to see her grandmother. Katie calls Lisa and tells her about how they've been fighting. Lisa becomes the next, very smart person to question whether these two should be getting married. And Schwartz wants to run away instead of trying to resolve things with his fiancée. But instead of his friends convincing him to do it because it's the right thing to do, they go with the whole happy wife, happy life bullshit. Schwartz does eventually go talk to Katie, and it goes as well as you'd expect. He starts by blaming everyone else for his behavior because they were, quote, coming after him, and he continues to deny having sex with Vegas Girl. Katie doesn't understand how he's going to marry her after saying so many horrible things to her. Well, he clearly has no problem with it because it doesn't change after they get married. Schwartz wants Katie to drop the Vegas Girl thing, but he won't drop how she was a, quote, nightmare for the first few years of their relationship. Katie says what I said a minute ago. He had the option to leave, but he chose to marry her instead. She says they're never going to agree and that she would like him to stop insulting her. And, as always, they decide to sweep their issues under the rug. Because the heavy drinking went so well the night before, the group decides to do it again on their last night in New Orleans. But this time, everyone's kissing instead of fighting. Schwartz wants to play Spin the Bottle, which is a pretty normal bachelor party activity for this group, because he wants to make out with people before he gets married and his life ends. So, of course, the bottle lands on Sandoval first, and the photo that is taken of Schwartz and Sandoval kissing is the one that is eventually hung on the wall at Tom Tom. Schwartz and Katie are in good spirits on this night, and when Schwartz gives her a lap dance, Jax says, quote, if Katie doesn't fuck him tonight, I'm sure Sandoval will. Speaking of Sandoval, he and his plaid suit fight with Kristen about the night before, but he does apologize, and they resolve to be cool with each other. I just have one last thing to say about the New Orleans trip. Brittany asks Jax not to post photos of himself in drag, so her family doesn't see them. At the end of the trip, Katie says she and Schwartz just need to bottle up their issues until the wedding, which is super healthy. She decides to move past the Vegas Girl thing because she, quote, doesn't have time to think about it. When the group gets back, the wedding is 2 weeks away, so before things get crazy with that, we get one last scene of Katie and Sheena trying to mend their friendship. Sheena says she's missed having one-on-one time with Katie, and that she's felt left out of things. Katie reassures her that she's still important, and that's their storyline wrapped up for the season. Jax and Sandoval fill Lisa in on all of the fighting that went down, saying it made up, quote, 85% of the trip. When Lisa talks to Katie about this, Katie says that actually it was just Schwartz fighting with people, which is kind of true. Getting back to last-minute wedding planning, in episode 18, Schwartz and Katie hire a butler and write a limerick to ask Lisa to officiate their wedding. She's British. They could have at least written it in iambic pentameter. But Lisa tells them she is too worried about the two of them to say yes. She knows that all of this is deeper than pre-wedding jitters, and she says in a talking head that they should seriously think about whether getting married is a good idea. Schwartz dismisses their issues as them just being, quote, a little sloppy, but Katie starts crying and says their issues have gotten in the way of the fact that she really does want to marry Schwartz. Later, when Schwartz asks the boys who's going to officiate if Lisa says no, Jax volunteers, and I honestly think that's the only, TV wedding officiant I could have seen that was worse than Cody Brown officiating his daughter Maddie's wedding. At the beach after this conversation, Schwartz and Katie try to have a really sweet moment where we're supposed to think progress is being made, but really they're just saying what they always say. They resolve to not be assholes to each other, but do nothing to actually try and fix their problems. And in a talking head, Schwartz says that the issues he and Katie still have to work through are minor. This earned 48 LOLs in my notes. At the end of episode 18, Schwartz and Katie have fooled themselves and Lisa into thinking everything is resolved, and Lisa agrees to officiate their wedding. From here through the end of this section, we are just going to be talking about the wedding. In episode 19, we learn that Schwartz has triplet brothers named Brandon, Billy, and Bert. Originally, they weren't going to be able to make it to the wedding. Actually, we learned that originally the three of them, Schwartz's sister and Schwartz's father, weren't going to be coming to the wedding. But Jax and Sandoval are flying the triplets in to surprise him. Jax wants them to fly in a day early in case anything happens, which ends up being a good idea. The only major decisions Schwartz has been allowed to make for this wedding are his suit and what candy to get for favors, but for some reason Lisa is allowed to pick the color of the bridesmaids' dresses. I think Katie mentioned that her original idea was to do jewel tones, which definitely would have fit the vibe, but Lisa suggested silver, and Katie went with it? Well, at least the dresses have pockets. Schwartz and Katie make the 9-hour drive up to 20 Mile House 2 days before the wedding. They are transporting their own undecorated 3-tier cake, as well as the dogs, and a piñata that will eventually be filled with airplane liquor bottles. At the end of this long drive, they are greeted by their final bill from the venue, which comes to $51,058. So basically, Katie nailed it. In addition to the things we've already discussed, including, I think, the flowers, this includes $4,000 for the rehearsal dinner and 3 nights accommodation at $1,495 per night. I don't think that number includes the photographer, the cake, the invitations, and probably some other, smaller additional things. Schwartz writes a $20,000 check and says that's also how much student debt he's in. People start slowly arriving over the course of that evening and the next day. Stassi and bridesmaid Rachel end up getting lost in the dark with no cell service, but they do arrive safely. Lisa, Ken, Pandora, and Jason take a private jet into Reno, which is the closest airport. But Sandoval misses his flight because he forgot his suit. He apparently realized this once he and Ariana had arrived at the airport, and he tried to run home and then make it back in time, but he missed their flight by a matter of minutes. Speaking of flights, the triplets missed theirs too. Jax is stressed because the triplets share a single pay-as-you-go cell phone, and that already made booking their flights hard, let alone having to do it for a second time. They do eventually get onto a new flight, which will have them arriving during the rehearsal dinner. On their first full day at 20 Mile House, the group goes tubing in the nearby river, and we are blessed with some very amusing GoPro angles. This is when Sandoval finally arrives, and he didn't show up empty-handed. He announces that he has brought 50, that's 50, 12 packs of Coors Light, and 10 cases of Blue Moon. He knows he can afford better beer than Coors, right? Later, Katie and Lisa have a conversation about what she's going to say during the ceremony moments before the rehearsal starts, but everything goes well, and then we move on to the Taco Tuesday themed rehearsal dinner, because remember, the wedding itself is on a Wednesday. And it's a more pleasant evening than this group can usually manage. Sandoval shares a touching story of how he put porn all over the back of Schwartz's door the first time he brought Katie home, and Lisa even manages to have a civil conversation with Stassi, because I guess she decided it's better for the show if they're not enemies. We also get to meet some members of Schwartz and Katie's families for the first time, like the brother of Katie's that looks like Aidan Turner. We learn that the wedding is the first time her parents have seen each other in 4 years. But as far as Schwartz knows, he's only got his mom there since he claims he couldn't afford to fly everyone out. He gifts his mom a diamond ring made by Kyle Chan, and they do a shot of Fireball together. But later that night, the triplets finally arrive, dressed by Sandoval, and Schwartz is very emotional when he sees them. This is honestly probably Schwartz's sweetest moment on the show. The morning of the wedding, the groomsmen all go fishing. Jack says that if it was his wedding morning, he'd be playing golf. Or maybe, this is his joke, Russian roulette. Schwartz rinses himself off in the river, but doesn't take an actual shower. While the girls are getting ready, Kristen sends Carter to get them 5 more handles of Tito's. Meanwhile, Jax is parenting the triplets, making sure they're wearing clean socks and ironing their ties. This is also our first glimpse at Best Man Sandoval this season. He has come prepared with backup ties, cufflinks, socks, and shirts. He really missed his calling to be a stage manager. I finally get to talk about Katie's dress, and honestly, I like this one a lot more than Sheena's. She is wearing the Zuhair Murad Marianne dress. I have it written out on my teleprompter. I probably should have checked the pronunciation. It's from their fall 2015 bridal collection, which she purchased from Kleinfeld's, aka the shop in Say Yes to the Dress. I only found one MSRP for this dress, so I'm not 100% confident in saying that this is what Katie paid. But that one MSRP was around $17,000, and I do know that Zuhair Murad is a pretty expensive brand. But for all that money, the dress doesn't have an invisible zipper. I'm going to put up a comparison photo over here with this is an invisible zipper, this is what Katie's dress has. And this isn't unique to Katie's. I thought it was maybe an alterations thing that happened, but I found other real bride photos of this dress, and they all have the same zipper. I think the sleeves might also have zippers instead of the more traditional cloth covered buttons. I know this is pretty nitpicky, but I do this for a job and it's the first thing that I saw. And obviously there has to be some dress drama. Katie says that the boning in the bodice is uncomfortable and blames the tacos she had the night before. But from where she was specifically saying things felt uncomfortable, I wonder if maybe the boning was a little too long and was poking her. I also just want to note that when I was talking about my wishes for Sheena's veil in the last video, the fabric of Katie's veil is what I was talking about. As for Schwartz, he looks great, and I love the green. This is probably my favorite groom's look on the show. Ariana looks hot as hell in her suit, and fortunately, Peter is a groomsman in this wedding, so he can't wear jeans like he did to Sheena's wedding. The ceremony goes smoothly. Lisa makes a joke about not texting with tequila, and I would bet this is the most Schwartz has ever talked about his feelings, and the most nice things he's ever said about Katie. At the reception, the group is serenaded by a yacht rock band called Harbor Party, and they're also joined by Sandoval and his trumpet at one point. Kristen is trying on other people's engagement rings, Jax rips the crotch of his suit pants, Sandoval pours a massive bottle of champagne into Schwartz's mouth, and Stassi and Ariana have a heart-to-heart where Ariana's touched that Stassi is trying to not make her feel bad for being emotional. We also watch Lisa sign the marriage license on camera and see Schwartz walking away with the paperwork in hand. Keep this image in mind. We will be coming back to it in season 8. But there is one last plot point we need to talk about before we wrap up this season. Towards the end of episode 17, Lisa talks to Ken about a spot near Pump that they've been thinking about buying. Her idea is to bring in 2 younger partners to help them run a new bar, and Sandoval is the first name she mentions because he's worked with them for 8 years at this point. At the wedding reception, Lisa takes Schwartz and Sandoval aside and pitches them her idea, a new bar named Tom Tom, where Schwartz is the face, and Sandoval does more of what she does. Of course, Schwartz immediately gets cold feet, but this sets us up for one of the ongoing storylines for the next couple of seasons. At the reunion, we learn that Stassi accompanied Schwartz and Katie on their honeymoon to Bora Bora. We also have to rehash the big New Orleans fight. When Katie saw the boys' conversation after the Gator tour, she felt like everything was being put on her, because it was. And the person who was the main cause of that, Sandoval, doubles down on what he said. Also, when Katie says she doesn't think Schwartz understood how hurt she was by the Vegas cheating, Schwartz throws it back at her that she doesn't understand how much she hurts him all the time. Obviously, Sandoval and Kristen start yelling at each other about how they were yelling at each other at the hotel. Lisa indirectly accuses Kristen of lying, Sandoval directly accuses her of lying, and Jax changes his tune again and says he doesn't know what happened with Schwartz and Vegas Girl. Going back to Scheana one more time, she says Katie wouldn't have been her friend if she'd been nice to Lala, which correlates with what we saw on camera. But Katie denies this. Scheana's also apparently still getting shit for apologizing to Lala. Stassi thinks she just backed down when she got heat, but Scheana says that actually she just changed her mind because she's a human and she can do that. Katie insists that the Mean Girl trio isn't trying to bully Scheana, even though Brittany says that Scheana had told her that that's what it felt like. And as the girls all shout down Scheana, Sandoval starts shouting down the girls because apparently his opinion matters in all this. Finally, Stassi still wants to be friends with Ariana, but Sandoval has gotten back into Ariana's ear, so she is back to not liking Stassi. Okay, we're going to take a quick intermission. I know intermissions typically come at the halfway point of something, but I promise that I do have to put this segment here because we are going to talk about Jax and Brittany Take Kentucky. Jax and Brittany Take Kentucky is a small spin-off that aired between seasons 5 and 6 of the main show. And when I say small, I mean small. My original thought, once I decided that I was going to cover this, was actually to give it its own video. But then I learned that the entire spin-off is only 6 20-minute episodes, so it's being included here instead. The show is exactly what the title makes it sound like. We follow Jax and Brittany to visit her friends and family in Kentucky for 2 weeks so that we can laugh at city slicker Jax being uncomfortable in a rural setting. This was filmed sometime in the second half of 2016, but I can't pinpoint exactly when. According to a flashback in season 6, episode 2 of the main show, the Kentucky trip had been 6 months before that. The beginning of this season features Sheena's birthday, which is in early May, so that would put the Kentucky trip in late October or early November. But then, in a season 6, episode 14 flashback, it says Kentucky was 10 months ago. Jax's birthday was in the episode previous to this, and that is on July 11th. So that flashback puts the Kentucky trip in September. So it's generally fall 2016, but that's the best I can do. I'm not going to cover this the same way I cover the proper seasons, because this video is already going to be long enough. But it's also because I only have like 2 things to really talk about, and that is everyone pressuring Brittany and Jax to get married, and Jax doing everything he can to try and get out of this relationship. This starts the moment they sit down to their first dinner with Brittany's family, including her grandmother, who they all call Meemaw. When Jax says they're moving, quote, in the right direction, Meemaw says they've been moving in the right direction for 2 years, because apparently that's too long. But Brittany's got things under control, because she says that if Jax doesn't marry her before she turns 30, she'll pull a Katie and give him an ultimatum. On their second night in Kentucky, it's Brittany's father, Don's, turn to grill Jax about marriage. He is the most perceptive person we will meet on this show because he tells Brittany's mom, Sherry, that he's not sold on Jax. But Don doesn't know that to get them off his back, Jax has shown Sherry and Meemaw a picture of the engagement ring he wants to get for Brittany, and this tactic works. But Sherry's not totally ignorant. She remembers how Jax was acting towards Brittany in season 5. But Brittany claims things have been better. And privately, Brittany tells her sister Tiffany that even though they had been bickering a lot the previous summer, she's not worried about it. But in a one-on-one conversation that Jax has with Don, Jax says that while he loves Brittany, she's starting to, quote, lose her spark. He thinks she's showing signs of depression because she's no longer the size 2 she was when he met her in season 4. God, I hate him. But Don is solidifying his place as the MVP of this series. He says in a talking head that he knows this is bullshit. To Jax's face, he wonders if this is just him trying to find a way out of his relationship. Jax ends this conversation by asking Dawn to talk to Brittany and gauge how she's feeling. So basically, he's trying to manipulate the situation so that what's wrong is Brittany's fault. We meet a bunch of Brittany's friends this season who also immediately pressure the two of them to get married and have kids. Jax doesn't understand why they're doing this when all of them are either divorced or single moms. We meet another MVP here, Brittany's friend Kara. She calls out Jax for saying that Brittany doesn't contribute and that he pays for everything. At a fundraiser that the family holds for Brittany's brother Wes and his wife Melissa to begin IVF, Brittany comments on how happy Jax is making Meemaw. However, Jax then takes Sherry aside and tells her the same shit he told Dawn, that Brittany is losing her spark. Jax says she hasn't been herself for the last 6 months and that he won't propose until he can, quote, fix this problem. He asks Sherry not to tell Brittany about this conversation. At the same time this is happening, Dawn talks to Brittany. When she brings up being homesick sometimes, her dad asks if that equates to depression. Brittany says it doesn't, and Dawn believes her when she says that she's happy with Jax. Dawn and Sherry come together at the end of the fundraiser to compare their conversations with Jax. Dawn says again that he thinks Jax is looking for a reason to break up with Brittany, but Sherry sort of takes Jax's side, saying he just wants everything to be perfect. However, Sherry does tell Brittany about her conversation with Jax. Brittany tells her the same thing she told her dad, which is that she just gets homesick sometimes. But none of this is enough for Jax, because when they go out that night, Brittany learns that he's told her friends the same things he's told her parents. When Brittany confronts him about this, Jax tells Brittany that he doesn't think she's happy, and he continues to insist on this even after Brittany says that she is happy. She's certainly not happy the next morning. Brittany tells Tiffany about how Jax got drunk and started yelling at everyone. When Jax joins this conversation, it devolves into their usual fight when Jax throws it in her face how much he supports her when they're in LA. He leaves at one point, and when he comes back, he claims he apologized and blames his anger on Brittany, quote, putting him down. Keep this in mind for Season 8, when Jax can't stand hearing anything negative in the lead-up to his wedding. Meemaw finds Jax after this fight, and Jax says again that Brittany was picking at him. And when they're doing chores, he tries to act like he wants to move on, and he can't because Brittany's holding a grudge. Later, it's Meemaw's turn to hear the shit Jax has been talking, but she says Brittany seems the same to her. When she asks if he throws it in Brittany's face that she's gained weight since being in LA, Jax claims that he doesn't, which I do not believe even for 1 second. For some reason, Meemaw still likes Jax at the end of this conversation, but Dawn never warms up to him, thinking that he is trying to control Brittany. 2 days before they're supposed to leave, Brittany and Jax have another one of their usual conversations/fights. Sherry learns about this fight at their last dinner before going back to LA. Brittany hates that her family sees their problems because she doesn't want them to worry about her. Honey, I'm worried about you, and this was filmed almost 10 years ago. This last dinner does not end up going well. We learn the next morning that Jax fought with Tiffany and Kara and then didn't come back to the farm. But Sherry proves Brittany right when Brittany says she doesn't think Jax can do any wrong. Sherry blames this whole thing on alcohol and says Brittany shouldn't have left him behind in the parking lot of the restaurant the previous night. Jax's side, when he gives it in a talking head, is that people ambushed him about his relationship. He refuses to apologize to Tiffany, saying she doesn't have the right to judge him. But Brittany points out that she's changed her entire life for Jax, so the very least he can do is accept her friends and family. Sherry has been present for this whole conversation, but she still thinks Brittany should be the one to apologize. Finally, Brittany says again that Jax takes her for granted. He snaps about how he's apparently always wrong, which, yeah, even though he doesn't think he was wrong in this situation. Ultimately, Brittany decides not to fly home with Jax and chooses to stay in Kentucky for a few extra days. Jax doesn't try to convince her to come home, ending the show by saying he isn't sure if she is going to come back to LA at all. We all know that Brittany and Jax don't break up over this, and she does go back to LA. And she comes back to some shit, which will be our main topic of conversation for season 6. Okay, so this cocktail was supposed to be the first of the Tom Tom cocktails. I was going to do the Tom Fashioned, which is like their old fashioned, which is whiskey, cherry hearing, a cherry liqueur, and bitters. Well, I don't know what happened, but when I was shopping for this video, I somehow got none of what I needed. So we're going from my most accurate cocktail to my least accurate. This is just a rum and coke with grenadine and bitters. And it's good. I don't know what it tastes like, but it is pretty good. So after spending time in Kentucky with Jax and Brittany, we are back to our normal format for the rest of the video, starting with the cast for season 6, and actually starting with Brittany. She gets promoted to main cast this season, finally, and she's gone from not being in the credits at all in season 5 to getting top billing in season 6. Jax is next. Jax likes James now. He only kind of knows who Nelson Mandela is, and he definitely does not know what the Me Too movement is. Stassi's next. Stassi's entire music taste is musical theater and the Game of Thrones soundtrack, aka my music taste from the ages of 12 to 22. So, Sandoval, according to Ariana, he wants to go to karaoke 6 nights a week, which is kind of a lot, but also I feel like makes sense for him. He plays trumpet to express his feelings, as you have seen. He prefers digital flat irons, he has a gold makeup bag, and he does have Lisa Vanderpump's phone number. I've got nothing for Ariana. She's here, she's still dating Tom, that's all I've got. So we are going to move right on to Sheena, who is divorced. She and Shay divorced at the end of last season. She has a new boyfriend, Rob Valletta, who we will meet. He does appear on camera. So Katie married Schwartz at the end of last season. She looks great in black. I think this is also the season where she's wearing this like brown velvet dress in some of her talking heads, which also looks amazing on her. She is also handier than any boyfriend Stassi has ever had. Then Schwartz, like I said, he married Katie. He doesn't wear real shoes if he doesn't have to, and unlike his business partner, he does not have Lisa Vanderpump's phone number. Lala got promoted to main cast just like Brittany did. She needs to explain to everyone what New Age feminism is. She is taking tennis lessons, and she has hooked up with women, but it's not her favorite. Specifically, Brittany is her type. James, we learn, has been banned from Pump 6 times, and he always travels with a mini steamer. We see that when the group goes to, I believe, Mexico this season? Yeah, I think this season is Mexico. For Kristen, I've got nothing. This is the beginning of her barely being on the show for the rest of this video. And then Rachel got promoted from guest star to recurring cast. However, she is still not in the opening credits. She is a model. She majors in kinesiology, and she doesn't know the difference between ravioli and risotto. We have a couple of new dogs this season. Jax and Brittany have gotten Monroe, and Sheena's new boyfriend has a dog who I believe is named Frankie. Also, towards the end of this season, Ken brings another dog named Monroe home to Villa Rosa, saying that someone had abandoned her at Vanderpump Dogs, but as tempted as Lisa is, she says they can't have another dog. And on to our general comments. Jax and Brittany now live right down the hall from Schwartz and Katie, and he'll show up to their apartment seemingly whenever he wants. Specifically, he has a little motorized cooler on wheels that he will ride down the hall to them when he visits. After Shay moved out, Sheena turned their bedroom into her closet. Also, the big wedding canvases are all gone, except for one close-up of Sheena, which appears to be directly across from her bed. Ariana's got back into horse competitions. I mentioned last season that she's a horse girl. She's riding a whole new horse. She falls off her horse at one point. It is edited to be very dramatic, but she's fine. Also, at the horse show that the show follows her to, Sandoval is wearing a shirt that says #1 mom in the barn. The boys go out on a painting date together. Schwartz says he's not going to drink because of things that we'll talk about, but he does get pressured into doing a shot of absinthe. Also, the instructor says that they shouldn't paint dicks on the apron, so guess what they do? In episode 9, there is an electrical fire at Sir. Everyone's fine, though Jack says he would not be sad if Sir burned down. And at the end of episode 10, Sheena is in her apartment unpacking something, and Good as Gold is playing in the background. So is this the beginning of the editors trying to make her look crazy, or does she just listen to her own music by choice? In episode 13, we see what might be the beginning of Lisa's relationship with Caesars Entertainment Group in Vegas when they add Vanderpump Rosé to their menu and are doing a big marketing push for it. Speaking of Vegas, at the reunion, we learn that Sheena is appearing in a show there called Sex Tips for Straight Women from a Gay Man. I think I got that title right. It's so long. It's way too long. Sandoval brought a flask to this reunion, and according to Lala, Martin Scorsese loves Vanderpump Rules. Can anyone verify that? Can anyone watching verify that? If you can, please let me know. And then we have another Unseen Moments episode this season. Sandoval got Botox behind his ears so that they wouldn't move when he smiles. So I guess you can put Botox just like anywhere. One of Sheena's giant wedding canvas photos was given to a fan and like sent to that fan after the fan paid for shipping. We see photos of Sandoval in High School Marching Band, and one of his field shows was clearly Phantom of the Opera. Speaking of Sandoval, he gets mad that James synthesizes his trumpet. James's American accent is going to give me nightmares. And then finally, Sandoval graces us with a ukulele cover of his song T.I.P. We're back to starting the season with Sheena's birthday, though I won't be talking too much about it until later. It's a masquerade theme, and James is DJing because he's apparently the only DJ this group knows. It wouldn't be a Sheena birthday party without me having to talk about the guest list. Jax jokes about how Kristen was actually invited to this party instead of just showing up like she normally does. Lala was invited too, but she's out of town. Sheena has to take the opportunity to tell Katie on camera that she's not invited, because shockingly, they're not friends right now. Stassi is also not invited, and Schwartz suggests that she and Katie curse Sheena so that for the entire night, people only get photos of her from her bad side. The only other things I'm going to mention for now are that Sandoval is dressed like an extra from the Brad Pitt-Tom Cruise Interview with a Vampire movie, and Lisa looks like she's auditioning for Cats. This party is also the first on-camera appearance of a couple of important people, Sheena's new boyfriend Rob, and new guest star Billy Lee. Ariana's brother Jeremy has his birthday party the next afternoon. I'm only mentioning this because he briefly becomes a kind of important character later. Katie's still not invited to this party, and Schwartz has not stopped drinking from Sheena's party the previous night. There's actually a bunch of events that I'm going to briefly cover up top before we get to the bigger things. We have 2 Pride celebrations this year, the first one being Long Beach Pride. Just to clarify, this is not the West Hollywood Pride that has been covered every season. This is a different one. Lisa is serving as the Grand Marshal of the parade, so Schwartz, Sandoval, and Ariana go to cheer her on. After the parade, Sandoval finds the leather tent, and he and Ariana test out a whip. And Sandoval is into it. I'm not here to kink shame. Whatever consenting adults want to do together is none of my business. But I am here to say that I don't really want to think about this. Carter is apparently never allowed to have his birthday to himself because this season his celebration gets paired with Peter's birthday. I guess we needed a reminder that Peter is still here and still a guest star. All that happens is that Sheena starts yelling at Kristen for no reason when Lala is trying to get Sheena and Katie back on good terms. Schwartz's triplet brothers come back this season, and we get to see them visiting LA for the first time. Katie isn't super excited to have the triplets stay with them because of how crowded it'll be in their apartment, but she is going to be nice because it's family. Sandoval is excited because this means he can give them a more extensive makeover than what he did for the wedding last season. He basically buys all 3 of them a whole new wardrobe for the visit, and even brings over someone to cut their hair. And on their last night in LA, he dresses them all like waiters and takes them to a strip club. So I say a lot of negative things about Sandoval, and I said in the last video that I had no desire to meet him at the trivia night he hosted that I went to. However, I would be curious to go shopping with him. I don't necessarily trust his taste, like, at all, but I do want to know just what's going through his head when he picks things out. Speaking of Sandoval, he basically dresses as Maleficent for his girlfriend's Kings and Queens themed birthday party. Meanwhile, Jack says he is just going to grab a Burger King crown on the way. Ariana and Stassi have the same birthday, remember? But I'm going to be talking about Stassi's party later. World Dog Day is later in the season this year than it was last year, and obviously James is DJing again. Monroe wins the dog pageant, and Sandoval is carrying Charlotte around like a baby. Stassi has to pretend she has a job other than reality TV personality this year, so she asks Lisa if she can be part of the events team at SUR. As a test, Lisa assigns her co-owner Guillermo's birthday party. Lisa gives Stassi her credit card at one point to get things for the party, and we learn that her card has no limit. Everything goes fine, though not everyone is thrilled by Stassi's new job. Natalie says that Sheena said something to her about how Stassi's going to be their boss, even though that's not even a little bit true. She's a fake event planner, not a fake manager. But Sandoval doesn't let that fact get in the way of complaining at the reunion that Stassi quit SUR and then was allowed to come back and go right into a position of power. Stassi helps with West Hollywood Pride, too, though all we really see her do is dress the staff. And Ken takes responsibility for undressing the staff, because when Jax isn't festive enough, he tells him to take his shirt off. The entire cast marches in the parade, and Billie Lee, aka some of the only LGBTQ representation this show ever manages, is brought up to give a speech about her experience being transgender. Stassi's next assignment is a party celebrating Lisa being named the editor-in-chief of Beverly Hills Lifestyle magazine. Stassi has to staff the event, and it goes super well. Ariana only says, quote, she'll think about it, because Stassi's not her boss. Seemingly, because she was out of options, Jax is asked to bartend at the last minute. Brittany is also asked to work this, and when she shows up, fairly on time, Jax is not with her. Since she has bartending experience, she jumps in to help Ariana, as does Stassi, and Jax eventually shows up an hour late. Lisa's mad and sends him home, calling him a selfish asshole, but Jax doesn't feel bad that he was late to serve free drinks to rich people. Oh, and Kevin Lee calls Katie fat. I knew I hated him. I have hated him since Pandora's Wedding in Season 2 of Real Housewives of Beverly Hills. He gives her a half-assed apology in Episode 10. Finally, Katie basically redoes her Season 4 Pucker and Pout party. She took a break from the blog in the previous year in order to plan her wedding, and because she wasn't in a good place mentally, so this is supposed to be a relaunch. Stassi plans it, Jax isn't welcome because of things we'll talk about later, and Kristen shows up on crutches because she stubbed her toe? Stassi's other real job is her podcast Straight Up with Stassi. We saw a little bit of this last season when she interviewed Jax, and this season we get to see her doing damage control. This starts when Billie Lee is supposed to be interviewed for the podcast. She's happy to do it, but she was warned by Ariana about how privileged Stassi's opinions show her to be. Specifically, Ariana is referring to her discussing Black Lives Matter and politics in award show speeches. Take a wild guess what her take was. And while you're at it, take another wild guess as to what her opinions on Me Too were. Stassi tries to defend herself, saying she just didn't articulate herself properly. Fortunately, Billie Lee says that she doesn't necessarily share Ariana's perception of her, and the interview goes fine. Stassi also interviews Lisa later in the season, who is hesitant at first but does agree to do it. Lisa has had 2 glasses of wine before the interview, and again, everything goes fine. Speaking of Billie Lee, we need to talk about the storyline that made me realize the cast was getting too big. In episode 14, Billie Lee tells Stassi and Kristen that Jeremy, Ariana's brother, asked her out on a date. She seems excited, but Kristen immediately asks if they're going to be in a public place. Stassi relays to Billie Lee how at Schwartz and Katie's wedding, Jeremy was acting in a way that made some of the girls there feel creeped out. At the reunion, Kristen says she only brought this up because she thought Jeremy just wanted to hook up with Billie Lee. When Billie Lee isn't seemingly fazed by this information, the girls drop it and move on. But then Billie Lee tells Lala and Sheena about this, and they get mad that Stassi and Kristen were ruining Jeremy's reputation, which is not how I remember that conversation going down at all. So either there was more we didn't see, or someone is exaggerating. And of course, Ariana's mad when she hears about this because it's her brother, but I still think this is being blown up into something that it's not. Ariana and Lala bring this up at a girls' night, and Sheena says that Billie Lee was talking about it like Stassi and Kristen were making him out to be a murderer or something, which again is not what we saw. Katie backs up Stassi and Kristen, saying she had multiple girls at her wedding say that Jeremy was acting creepy towards them. Ariana dismisses this and leaves the girls' night, complaining how she didn't even want to be there in the first place. Then Ariana tells Sandoval about this, and he takes the opportunity to yell at Stassi and Kristen. They stand by what they said, but Sandoval thinks that since he didn't see it, it obviously didn't happen. And then this whole thing just turns into a reason for Sandoval and Ariana to hate Stassi more than they already do. Sandoval thinks she's lying because it's convenient, and Ariana says she is always out to get someone. Oh, Billie Lee and Jeremy's date goes fine, by the way, and this is the last time the show tries to turn Jeremy into anything other than a background character. Let's move on to talking about the relationships now, starting with Sandoval and Ariana. They have taken the next step in their relationship and bought a 300-pound credenza together. They're also apparently going through another dry spell. James is shocked when he hears the two of them didn't have sex when they were at Coachella. Once again, I choose to disassociate when Sandoval talks about sex, but I did catch at one point that he was listening to an audiobook about intimacy at 3 a.m. Sandoval and Ariana also disagree on the scope of, spoiler alert, Jax's most recent cheating scandal. Sandoval thinks that there's a difference between it happening once and it happening 5 times. Meanwhile, Ariana says that if Sandoval cheated on her even once, it would be over. So Sandoval has basically laid out for us how he's going to try to get out of trouble for Scandoval in a few years. He tries to convince everyone that he and Rachel only hooked up once, and tries to get Rachel to go along with this story too. Although that doesn't really end up mattering, because it only takes that once for Ariana to leave him. Well, once other than Miami Girl. Oh, and a third mystery person that he cheated on her with. Sandoval even goes further in this conversation and says he doesn't think Ariana should be mad at him for cheating if he does it after they haven't had sex in ages. I don't remember exactly if he tries to use this excuse during Scandoval, though I'm sure he does. But I do remember that when he cheated on Kristen in Vegas before season 2, he did say that they hadn't had sex in months. How was anybody surprised by Scandoval when it happened? Going back to their dry spell, Ariana opens up to Lala about a previous abusive relationship where her partner constantly insulted her body. She says she was able to tune out those voices in her head at the beginning of her relationship with Sandoval, but now it's all coming back. But Lala tells Ariana that she is perfect, regardless of what assholes in her past have said. She does some fake show therapy to talk about her body image issues and past relationship. She wants to get better at communicating her feelings about her body to Sandoval without making him think that she's not attracted to him. But when she has a conversation along those lines with him afterwards, it doesn't really go well. Other things aren't going well either, namely her cocktail book. Remember, at the reunion last season, we learned that Sandoval has wormed his way into being involved with this, even though the original project pitch was that it was going to be 100% Ariana. In episode 19, Ariana tells Lisa that since Tom Tom has become the priority, the book is taking a back seat. She is obviously upset, saying that if Sandoval wasn't insisting on being involved, the book could have been done by now. But when Sandoval hears about this, and when Ariana tells him this to his face, he says in a talking head that she hasn't made progress on it either, because nothing is ever his fault. And there's more, because similarly to season 4, we get more of a glimpse than we usually do into the negative aspects of their relationship. Ariana says that Sandoval will tell her that how she reacts in situations is wrong and try to explain to her how she should have reacted instead. In the same argument, Sandoval says Ariana never apologizes, even if she's wrong. Gee, I wonder where she learned that from. Later, Ariana says she doesn't like it when she doesn't feel like a priority in Sandoval's life. One example of this is how a business trip to Vegas is overlapping with his birthday, and she doesn't like that he is fine sharing this with everyone and not just her. Later, when Sandoval hears that Jax and Brittany have broken up, another spoiler alert, he immediately plans to drop everything to go be with him. Unfortunately, the thing that he's dropping is a night with Ariana, who's not happy that he is going to run to Jax's side when Jax has done something stupid. But despite all this, the season ends with them starting to look at houses to buy together. And we are expected to believe that Sandoval and Ariana can afford to buy the house we see them tour on just their SUR salaries. Next is Scheana and Rob, and we're going to start with some context, courtesy of Sheena's book. First of all, he never wanted to be involved with Vanderpump Rules, and Scheana actually offered to quit the show for him. He didn't want her to do that, so he decided that if he had to be involved in the show to be with her, then he would. And it's a good thing she didn't quit the show, because at the end of their relationship, Rob told Scheana that the only reason he stayed with her through the end of season 6 is so she wouldn't have to deal with an on-camera breakup for the second season in a row. So now let's talk about how they're totally happy and will be together forever. Hell, that is the very first thing we hear Scheana say in the season premiere. Scheana and Rob dated off and on from 2006 to 2010, so I think the beginning of this overlapped with her relationship with Eddie Cibrian. In their break, she obviously dated and married Shay, and he dated the daughter of the Sultan of Brunei. She claims she is only dating so soon after Shay because she knows Rob so well. But I think that Kristen is closer to the truth when she says Scheana's looking for another husband, presumably to forget about the first one. And Scheana kind of admits this in a talking head, saying she's just waiting for her divorce certificate to come in and then she can get remarried. Lisa tells Scheana that she can't minimize her previous marriage just because it didn't work out, but that's not going to stop Scheana from trying. So let's get it all out in the open and talk about what's really going on here. I said in the last video that Scheana needs to appear perfect at all times, and her idea of perfection appears to mean, since she's in her 30s, being married and having kids. That didn't work out with Shay, so she is going to do everything possible to forget that relationship ever happened. And that means moving on as quickly as she can to a man who, in her mind, is everything Shay wasn't and can give her everything Shay couldn't. Like a paycheck, possibly equal to hers. Scheana talks about Rob's beautiful house like it's already both of their houses. When Sandoval and Ariana come over for dinner, she makes a point of talking about how happy she is with Rob, saying, quote, "I think he helps my Botox wear off faster because she's smiling so much." And when Sandoval asks if Sheena's still technically married, she replies that they, aka her and Rob, can't get married until July. But of course, things are never as perfect as Scheana wants them to appear. The rumors about Rob making out with someone else are first brought up by Katie in episode 5. Apparently, on the night of the Vanderpump Dogs opening party, Rob first went to Mexican restaurant Toca Madera, where he allegedly made out with a hostess who he used to date. This is backed up by SUR server Jen, who also works at Toca Madera, and says she saw this happen. Kristen and Brittany tell Scheana about this when they're getting ready for Jax and Brittany's housewarming party. Scheana claims she already knows this rumor is bullshit, but Kristen insists that she knows it's true. She elaborates and says that the hostess pulled up a picture of Scheana and asked Rob if that was his girlfriend. Rob said, "Not really." Scheana chooses to downplay this by saying that Rob doesn't like kissing anyone, not even her. Make a note of that for later. She also thinks that this is convenient timing since both Jax and Schwartz were recently revealed to have cheated, so obviously, her boyfriend must have too. Scheana is glued to her phone for all of the housewarming party, and she claims it's because she and Rob are laughing about the rumors. But then, she keeps talking about them, despite claiming that she wants them to stop. Sandoval finally says that if that's what she really wants, then she needs to stop bringing them up. Instead, Scheana goes up to Jen at the first See You Next Tuesday party to ask what happened. and Jen confirms the rumors. Sheena tries again to downplay it, saying she isn't hearing anything that Rob hasn't already told her. But Jen says the situation was more inappropriate than Sheena would expect from her boyfriend. Next, Sheena claims that Katie and Stassi twisted the story and embellished it, and claims no one saw anything because there was nothing to see. Except Jen did see something, and she just told you about it. This same night, Sheena accuses Katie of being calculated when she brought up the Rob makeout rumors. Remember, Katie was the first one to mention this kind of conveniently after Schwartz was revealed to have cheated again, which we will talk about. But Katie says Sheena's self-conscious about how quickly she moved on after her marriage ended, and that's why she insists that Rob is perfect. At Pride, Sheena claims that everything is fine. Does that sound familiar? She blames everything that's wrong on the mean girl trio of Stassi, Katie, and Kristen, and tells Lisa that she doesn't understand why they're trying to bring her and Rob down when everything is perfect. Lisa reminds her that she said similar things about Shay, but Sheena insists that she and Rob are going to work out. Things die down after this, sort of. In an episode 8 Talking Head, Katie says that no one else is talking about the rumors anymore, except for Sheena. By episode 11, Sheena is back to talking about how perfect Rob is to anyone who will listen. While in Big Bear at Rob's cabin, she brags about how he hung a TV in less than 7 minutes, and about how he's a, quote, real man, the implication being that Shay wasn't one. But when they're out alone on the boat, Rob tells Sandoval and Jax that when Sheena tells him she loves him, he won't reciprocate. Of course, Jax takes this juicy gossip to Kristen, and Kristen tells Sheena. Sheena doesn't believe Rob said this, so I bet watching this episode later was a lot of fun for her. She dismisses this again, thinking Jax is just threatened by Rob and wants what the two of them have. She also makes the excuse that Rob just has a hard time expressing his love. She says, quote, I don't want to be this dumb girl who's in love with someone who's not in love with her. Sweetie, you already are. When Sheena confronts Jax about this at his birthday, he stands by what he said, so she storms out. Lala tries to talk some sense into Sheena and tells her to slow down, but Sheena continues to insist that she and Rob will be together forever. They're even starting a business together, an online marketplace for people to sell their ex's belongings called the Divorce Closet. I don't know much about business, but Rob saying that he would have the majority equity in this business probably should have been a red flag for Sheena. In the same conversation where they're talking about the divorce closet, Sheena reveals that her divorce will be finalized on the day the group leaves for Mexico. Then she says to Rob, quote, the next time I'm married will be to you. And he looks down and says, wow. Yep, totally the reaction of someone in love with their girlfriend. Rob doesn't go on the Mexico trip. Sheena says she had intended to not get Wi-Fi for her phone while she was away so she could be present with her friends, but of course that doesn't last and she has to FaceTime Rob. One morning in Playa del Carmen, Lala gets a delivery of roses from her boyfriend. When she asks Sheena if Rob ever gets her flowers, Sheena says she's not a flowers person. This statement on its own is not a big thing. I'm not a flowers person. My husband has never in 10 years bought me flowers, and that's totally fine. But you don't like flowers, and he doesn't like to kiss anyone, and he doesn't express his love? Sounds like some very convenient lies to yourself to pretend everything is fine. When they get back from the trip, Sheena tells Lisa that she wants to marry Rob and that they've been looking at houses. Lisa, sensibly, tells her to slow down because she's only been divorced for a few days at this point. 6 days, actually, Sheena points out. At the Tom Tom preview party in the season finale, Rob tells Jax that he just wants to enjoy dating Sheena and not be thinking about marriage. He also wants to tell her to calm down with how much she raves about him. Sheena and Rob end up breaking up that August, 2 weeks after filming wrapped. She questions the timing of this, wondering if he was only with her so he wouldn't have to break up with her on camera. As I mentioned at the beginning of this section, that's exactly what happened. She also says that this breakup was harder than her divorce because she could justify her divorce. Speaking of her divorce, Sheena does admit to feeling bad about how she discredited Shay because she sees now that he had her back for all 5 seasons that they were together. There is one last thing to mention in this section. In the Unseen Moments episode, we see Sandoval and Schwartz meet up with Shay. He has realized that he thought he was happy with Sheena, but he really wasn't, and Schwartz sees the similarities in how Sheena projected her happiness to her friends and onto social media with both Shay and Rob. Shay wishes Sheena the best and feels a little bad for Rob. Speaking of doomed relationships, let's talk about Stassi and Patrick, who are not only back together after last season, but Patrick has finally started appearing on camera. Stassi thought her friends would judge her when they heard she and Patrick were back together. Lisa's certainly judging her, but her friends appear to be supportive, with Kristen saying she loves them together. Katie just hopes that their relationship has actually changed this time because she doesn't want to see Stassi get hurt again. When we finally see him, Patrick looks like less of a douche than Jax and Frank, but that's not saying much because he still acts like a bit of a douche. His podcast makes Stassi feel insecure about her own podcast. Patrick calls her crazy, just like plenty of the other men on this show have. In the Unseen Moments show, we learn he throws her past in her face. Jax says he kicked her out of their apartment at one point. She also worries about what he thinks of her when he hears about all the shit her friends do. But despite this, Stassi really wants things to work out this time. When we see them go out one-on-one for the first time, Stassi is not happy that Patrick's going to Amsterdam. He tells her to, quote, think of it as a good experience for him, and never once says he'll miss her. Patrick continues to clearly be worth Stassi's time when he says that getting back together taught them not to talk while they're apart, and then not talk about what happened when they were apart once they get back together. What is it with Stassi and her knack for picking terrible men? In episode 8, we learn that Patrick followed through with going to Amsterdam without her, and Stassi's not happy. Then in episode 10, we learn that Patrick blocked her while he was there. Basically, Stassi tried to sext, Patrick said no, they fought, and he blocked her. Him not being able to deal with her outbursts seems to be a common theme in their relationship. After he gets home, the next event is Stassi's birthday. The only way she can manage to have a personality is by being into aliens, true crime, and murder, so obviously she has a murder-themed birthday party. According to Kristen, the look they're going for is, quote, sluts in a morgue, but not for Patrick because he does not dress up. Stassi says she feels like she's walking on eggshells at this party because she and Patrick are still recovering from their Amsterdam-related issues. Fun fact, at this party, Patrick tells Katie and Kristen that Stassi could sleep with other people, but she can't date anyone else. Again, totally sounds like someone worth Stassi's time. Since this party is on the same night as Ariana's, the group ends up being split in two. Brittany, Katie, Schwartz, Kristen, Carter, and Peter all go to Stassi's party. Another guest is Ariel, the stripper that the girls had hired for Katie's bachelorette party last season, who I guess just happened to be in LA. Stassi wanted Ariel to just enjoy being a guest, but Katie and Kristen try to get Stassi to do a body shot off of her. And since Stassi is drunk and anxious about Patrick being around her friends, she flips her shit and leaves. But Katie and Kristen think she's just being dramatic and don't go after her. Stassi apologizes via, I think, text the next day, but her friends still aren't happy with her, especially because she left before paying the bill. But she gives an actual in-person apology a couple of days later, pays Katie and Kristen back, and then they're all good again. After the party, Katie says she's noticed that Stassi tones herself down and is almost cautious around Patrick, which I think is made obvious by her explaining that Patrick was a cause of the anxiety that made her freak out at her birthday. She says the same patterns that have led to previous breakups are happening again. Remember how in season 2, Katie did a tarot reading and the cards told Kristen to break up with Sandoval? Well, this season, the cards of a professional tarot reader tell Stassi to dump Patrick. Fortunately, Stassi has always been a better listener than Kristen. While the group is in Playa del Carmen, Stassi and Patrick are in a text fight because Stassi forgot to text him, letting him know that she had arrived in Mexico. And a couple episodes after they get back, Stassi tells Katie that she told Patrick that she was done. Stassi tells him they need to figure out how to be consistent and that she is sick of him mansplaining to her. Patrick tells her that she blows small things up into bigger issues, which is admittedly true. She looks dead inside at the end of this conversation. In episode 20, Stassi confesses to Lisa that she's not sure what to do in her relationship. When Lisa asks if Patrick wants to make Stassi happy, Stassi says she doesn't know, and that should have given her the answer of what to do. But before the inevitable final breakup, Patrick is brought around the wider group exactly one time. He shows up to Pump after the Tom Tom Progress Party, and Stassi's very happy to see him, which is a feeling I am sure quickly goes away after she introduces him to Lisa. It turns out the two of them have met before, at Sirius XM in New York back when Patrick was based there. He doesn't remember, but he does remember that Lisa has a great ass, which is exactly what you say when you meet your girlfriend's boss for the first time on camera. When Lisa asks, Patrick says that he and Stassi are perfect in a tone I took to be sarcastic. But Lisa clocks that Stassi doesn't seem like herself in this interaction. Katie says later that she thinks Stassi's uncomfortable because she wants to protect Patrick from the group. Lisa comes back to talk to the two of them one more time, and Patrick doubles down that he was talking about Lisa's ass earlier. And while Patrick is sitting right there, Lisa tells Stassi that she wants her to find someone that will treat her well. Patrick calls this out and claims that he does treat Stassi well. But after Lisa leaves, though not before Patrick has one last comment to make about her ass, Stassi seems to think that she's the one that has to apologize for everything that just happened. She asks that if he is going to break up with her, that it not be over that night. Fortunately, they have broken up for good by the reunion, and Stassi has a new boyfriend named Beau. We like Beau, and we get to meet him next season. Stassi says it was, quote, horrifying to watch her relationship with Patrick play out this season, and that she didn't recognize herself. This all taught her that she wants to feel accepted in her next relationship, which is great, but I hate that it's taken her this long to realize that that's what she deserves. And strangely, everyone is on her side, though I think that says way more about Patrick than about the strength of these friendships. Ariana says they were all disgusted by him, and that Stassi shouldn't feel stupid because she comes out of this looking great. She also says that the way Stassi was always trying to keep Patrick from getting upset with her reminded her of her own previous abusive relationship. Even Sandoval has something nice to say. He points out the double standard of Patrick blocking Stassi while he was in Amsterdam, but then getting mad that she didn't let him know when she had arrived in Mexico. But not everyone can manage to be supportive. Andy asks Sheena if she felt like she lost herself in her relationship with Rob in the same way that Stassi lost herself in her relationship with Patrick. And this is where we learn that Sheena fast-forwarded through other people's scenes while she was watching season 6. She claims it's because she was so busy with her Vegas show that she had to binge 8 episodes in 2 days before filming the reunion. For reference, I would usually try to get through 5 episodes in an evening when I was taking notes for this video. Sheena clearly just doesn't know how to properly binge-watch trash TV. Moving on, I have a lot less to say about Schwartz and Katie compared to last season. While they're talking about her relationship with Patrick, Stassi brings up how much happier Schwartz and Katie were after they got married. Well, I guess it couldn't exactly get worse than the lead up to their wedding. Their strategy of just ignoring their problems must be working for now. But you know who aren't in a better place after this wedding? Katie and Sheena. Shocker. Katie makes it seem like this came out of nowhere and denies doing anything to make Sheena say negative things about her. I guess she forgot about how the Mean Girl trio treated Sheena last year. Stassi calls Sheena narcissistic and self-involved, which isn't entirely false, and says she is totally fine not being friends with her. And Sheena, for her part, told someone that Katie has no friends, then claims she meant it as a compliment? So obviously Katie rage texts her. We'll talk about Lala more in a bit, but towards the beginning of the season, Katie is mad at Sheena for telling Lala what Katie had been saying about her relationship, claiming she meant it as a joke. But Lala responds with iconic Vanderpump Rules moment number 8, revealing to Katie that your man made out with my friend. In winter 2017, I think in either January or February, Lala's friend Allie ended up at the same bar as Schwartz. She says they made out and that he was calling her Bubba all night. Remember, this is Schwartz and Katie's pet name for each other and what he got tattooed on his ass in Vegas in season 4. This information comes to the wider group courtesy of Ariana. She decides to talk to Schwartz at Guillermo's birthday party because Katie deserves to hear this from him and not through the rumor mill. When the two of them go out to the back alley, Schwartz denies that this happened. But then he changes his story and says he doesn't remember what happened, which is an excuse he's used before. At first, Schwartz says he'll tell Katie at home, which I take to mean he won't tell her at all. But when Katie runs into Ariana, he instead just tries to be super casual about the fact that he has cheated on his wife again. The girls all go back out to the alley to support Katie. This is where Ariana brings up that she first heard this from Lala, so now Stassi's not sure who to believe. Next, Schwartz comes outside, and instead of apologizing, he accuses the girls of trying to fire Katie up. He tries to say again that he doesn't remember anything, but Katie says that's happened before and storms off. Later, Sandoval and Jax are waiting at Schwartz's apartment to defend him against the women. I ignored any points where these two jump in because I am tired of these boys defending each other's bad behavior and villainizing the women, and we will have a lot more of that to deal with later. But when Katie says she doesn't want Schwartz getting wasted anymore, he says she can't tell him what to do. She also says at one point that Schwartz isn't the person she married, when he's exactly the person she married. The next day, Lala tells Katie the same things she told Sheena. But this apparently means nothing to Schwartz, because when Katie relays this information to him, he speculates that people are embellishing the story because he doesn't remember. This is where Katie reveals the Rob makeout rumors that we talked about. Sheena insists that that is just Katie deflecting after Schwartz cheated, but Katie comments to Stassi, Kristen, and Brittany that she doesn't think Sheena has a life beyond her relationship and Sir. A friend of Sheena's mom happens to be nearby when this comment was made and takes the news to Sheena that the girls were talking about her. When Sheena talks to Brittany about this, she says they were talking about her because Katie was upset that she appeared to be spreading rumors. But Sheena has to start wailing about how she doesn't want to bring Rob around the group anymore and that they've stolen her happiness or some shit. Katie calls Sheena a high-maintenance acquaintance, which I agree with. Going back to Schwartz, he is, quote, on probation after this latest cheating incident, which he takes as seriously as he takes just about anything relating to his marriage, because in episode 7, he gets blackout drunk and sleeps on Sandoval's couch. But fortunately, Sandoval has the radical idea to fill Katie in on what's going on and let her know where her husband is, so she is chill about it when Schwartz does get home. In episode 8, Sheena says Katie's on her redemption tour after being a bitch the previous season because this group can never take anyone feeling bad about past actions seriously unless it's James. Sheena also proves her lack of self-awareness because next she says that Katie used her wedding as an excuse to be a bitch to her specifically. I guess since Katie's treatment of Schwartz didn't affect her personally, it doesn't count. At what I think is Peter and Carter's birthday party, Sheena calls the girls, seemingly as a whole, fake. Schwartz decides to make this the second time ever that he sticks up for Katie and says, quote, Sheena, look at your nails, you're the fakest person in this whole building. The Schwartz cheating and Sheena versus Katie storylines basically wind down after this. The only other thing that happens is that in episode 17, Kristen brings up that Schwartz completely disappeared one night in Playa del Carmen. It turns out he was, of course, drunk and wandered into a completely different resort. But instead of getting angry, Katie's just worried that he got lost in a foreign country. In general, Katie's anger has been a lot more restrained this year, and we finally get into why towards the end of the season. In 2009, before the show started, Katie fell 25 feet through a skylight. She broke her shoulder, collarbone, ribs, and jaw, and had a subdural hematoma, which is basically a type of brain bleed. This caused her to develop PTSD, which also resulted in depression. In the reunion, she thinks that this specifically affected her anger issues, which would make sense to me. She also talks about how it wasn't always easy to be around Schwartz's happy-go-lucky attitude because she didn't see things the same way. This may be new to the audience, but Schwartz has seemingly known about this since the beginning. And also in the reunion, he says that this was always in the back of his mind during the worst points of their relationship. Within the show, Katie says she feels better than she has in a long time, and I think that shows. I would like to know if this apparent work on herself included therapy. Before I move on, I want to wrap up the cheating storyline with what was talked about in the reunion. Katie believes that Schwartz doesn't remember and says she moved on quickly because in the bigger picture of their relationship, she feels like this doesn't matter. James thinks Schwartz got off easy, and I agree. Speaking of James, he is unfortunately the next person we're going to be talking about. Just to refresh your memory, we ended season 5 with him being fired from both Pump and SUR. But that changes very early in this season. In episode 2, James asks Lisa if he can come DJ at SUR one night a week. He claims he is not drinking much anymore, but the editors have the footage to disprove that. So, of course, Lisa gives him another chance he hasn't earned. What they come up with is that James is going to promote and DJ his own party every other Tuesday, and he will get a percentage of what the bar makes if these events go well. James names this event See You Next Tuesday. I'll give you a second to get the joke. Rachel's back to stay with James for the summer, and the two of them meet Lisa at Pump. Rachel asks for a job at Vanderpump Dogs, and when Lisa asks her what she does, she gives Lisa a blank stare. Ultimately, she is given a volunteer position. Lisa says it takes a tough girl to deal with James, and she isn't sure if Rachel is tough enough. She's not the only one who isn't necessarily sold on Rachel. James is out with Lala and their friend Logan, and he gets weirdly mad when they joke about eating Rachel's pasta at See You Next Tuesday. No, that is not a euphemism. James immediately goes off about how they don't like Rachel and decides to take a shot at Lala while he's at it, saying that her boyfriend will get tired of her eventually and move on to another, younger woman. Fortunately, Lala is strong enough to handle James, so she fires back that he can't just say whatever he wants to whoever he wants. Take a wild guess if he listens to that. Iconic Vanderpump Rules moment number 9 is James saying that their issues aren't about the pasta, it's about Lala not respecting Rachel. But James is incapable of respecting literally anyone, so I'm not sure why he thinks he deserves to be respected in return. I mentioned Logan a minute ago, and he is James's gay best friend who he met at Pump, a spot where Logan is currently banned from. They are very flirty and casually affectionate with one another, honestly more so than we ever see James be with anyone other than Lala. At Pride, James drunkenly declares that Logan loves him, but Logan says that James loves him too. Rachel thinks something is going on between the two of them, and Lala agrees, saying in episode 6 that she thinks Logan wishes that he and James could be together. We have all of the typical James problems to deal with this season. In episode 5, he's back on his people want me to fail bullshit. He's also still drinking, but claims he can stop at any time. There's also yet another hookup rumor, the first of 2 this season. After Peter's birthday party, Brittany's sister Tiffany tells Jax and Brittany that Logan told her he was sleeping with James. Jax believes this and relays the information to James. James says, quote, Logan would never say that, but he does not immediately deny it the way he has with the girls he's cheated on Rachel with. James does clarify that he's straight, but that doesn't stop people from thinking this could be true. Schwartz believes it, and Kristen says, quote, do I think James wants to date guys? No. Do I think James has waded in the penis pond? Yes, I do. And Rachel's upset because this is yet another person claiming to have hooked up with her boyfriend. James goes over to Jax and Brittany's apartment to hear directly from Tiffany what Logan said. He then calls Logan, who admits that he did say this. However, he claims he made it up because he's, quote, a jealous little bitch. At the reunion, James denies hooking up with Logan, but Andy points out that Logan is now the third person over the last 2 seasons who James has denied hooking up with, and says, quote, "That's a lot of smoke for there to not be any fire." But I think I believe James in this instance. Last season, when Ellie and Gigi said they hooked up with him, his response was to attack and demean them. But when Logan did the same thing, he was sad in addition to being angry, saying that he felt like he lost a friend. We never really hear about Logan again after this, though he is in the background at some cast events. We meet another person connected to James this season, his father, Andros. I still can't find any record of him managing George Michael like James has claimed, though at the reunion Andy comments that this happened in the 80s, but the two of them did co-found Aegean Records together in 1996. And if production is trying to use the introduction of his father to humanize James, this comes the closest to working. When he talks about how Andros and his connection to George Michael kickstarted his love of music, we get a very cute picture of 3-year-old James with his dad's recording equipment. And he gets emotional talking about how much he misses having his dad live in America. When asked about his parents, Kristen says that things between them weren't in a good place when she and James were dating, and she felt like a lot of pressure was being placed on James and his brothers as a result. Speaking of Kristen, and completely moving on from anything remotely heartwarming, she is involved in this season's other hookup rumor. She and James are spotted flirting at a club while the group is in Playa del Carmen, and the next morning, we get B-roll of their beds, which have clearly not been slept in. Jax tells Brittany that he caught James and Kristen alone by the pool that's on their balcony. He didn't see them doing anything, but he assumes that they must have and lays out his evidence. First, Jax saw Kristen drinking alone next to the pool. Next, he saw James grab a bottle of tequila and join her. Finally, he found 2 pillows next to the pool in the morning. When the boys all go golfing later, Jax tells Schwartz, Sandoval, and Peter about what he saw. When James comes over to the group and is asked, he says he and Kristen hung out, quote, "a little bit, but not really." Take note of how that was phrased because it will become important later. Then Jax shows him a picture he took of the pillows next to the pool, and James says he just brought them out there to sleep. But then he realizes what's being implied and starts shouting about how he didn't hook up with Kristen. He says he doesn't cheat on Raquel, even though he totally does, and says Jax is just trying to make him look bad. Over with the girls, Brittany tells Sheena about what Jax found when the two of them are at the spa together, and Lala and Ariana are told a bit later. When Schwartz comes back from golf, he's the one who tells Katie and presumably Stassi. We also finally hear from Kristen, who doesn't remember what happened the previous night. Kristen joins Stassi and Katie at the beach and says she didn't get back to her room until 8:30 that morning. This scene actually opens episode 17, then we flash back to the club the previous evening and go through everything regarding the alleged hookup that I have mentioned up to this point. When the timeline lines back up with this point later in the episode, Kristen insists that she didn't hook up with James. But considering her track record of lying about hookups, specifically when she hooked up with Jax in season 2, Stassi brings up that this could be true. Obviously, this makes Kristen mad. When the rest of the group comes down to the beach, minus James, Kristen immediately confronts them about what was said and gets filled in on what happened at golf. Later, Peter and James are back in their shared room, and Peter fills him in on what happened at the beach. James says this is just Jax being insecure about his own relationship and taking that out on him. But Peter also tells him that Kristen's mad at him for talking about it at all, so James texts her that he didn't say anything, which lines up with what we saw. Kristen also calls him out in front of the entire group at dinner, but James still denies that he said they hooked up. And this is where the phrasing that I talked about earlier becomes important. When James asks who is saying he's talking about hooking up with Kristen, Sandoval says James said something along the lines of, quote, "me and Kristen hooked up a little bit." But that's not what James said. He said he and Kristen hung out a little bit. James tries to defend himself, but Kristen won't listen, and of course things escalate. James calls Kristen an attention seeker, and Kristen throws a drink at him. Sandoval follows James when he storms out, and James says that what actually happened is that they hung out for a little while, and then went back to their rooms. Back with the girls, Katie tells Kristen that her actions are making things worse, but Kristen insists in a talking head that none of this is her fault. When they get home, Kristen tells Carter that James, quote, created a rumor about the two of them, which is not at all what happened. She tries to tell Carter what might have actually happened, and her story does match up with what James told Sandoval. But Carter gets mad that she was alone with James at all. He tells Kristen that she shouldn't put herself in positions where rumors like this could get started, since she doesn't have the best reputation. So basically, he thinks she was asking for it. Lovely. At the Pucker and Pout party, Carter asks Sandoval and Peter what happened, and Sandoval tells him what Jax told them. But Carter has now flipped, asking why the guys won't have Kristen's back when they've been friends for such a long time. First of all, he clearly hasn't been around this group long enough to know the boys will rarely, if ever, back up a woman over one of the boys. Also, Sandoval basically says what Stassi said on the beach. Kristen has lied before, and he doesn't trust her. After this, Carter finds Kristen in a totally innocent conversation about dogs with a male SUR employee, and this basically confirms his opinion that she puts herself in positions for rumors to be spread about her. He claims he believes Kristen, but can't forget what she's done in the past. Oh, also, James's See You Next Tuesday is going really well, so he is officially back at SUR. At the reunion, Kristen tries to correct what everyone is saying about her and James and bring it back to what was actually said, which is that they hung out. But no one cares, and Sandoval and Jax still think the pillows by the pool were suspicious. They do eventually apologize for starting the rumor, but also Jax is now denying, saying that James and Kristen hooked up. That's enough of James for now, but he is going to come up in the next section, which is focused on Lala. At the Season 5 reunion, Lala had said she was done with Vanderpump Rules, but in Episode 3, she comes to SUR and asks for her job back. When Lisa calls her out for running away the previous summer, she says the pressure got to her and that the lies she was telling about her boyfriend were causing her anxiety. But Lisa's always liked her, so she accepts Lala saying she's changed and hires her back. Things aren't outstanding at first. Even though they appeared to bury the hatchet at the reunion, Katie can't resist making a bitchy joke about Lala's married boyfriend. When Sheena calls her on it, Katie says it doesn't matter that he might not be married now. If he was married before, Lala clearly broke that up. Again, just for context, Randall was married at the beginning of his relationship with Lala, but he was lying to her about that. Lala's not happy when she hears this, because she thought that she and Katie had called a truce. This is when Lala brings up that Schwartz and her friend had made out. But instead of just immediately talking shit like she would have last season, Katie goes directly to Lala after hearing this. Lala comes clean that she said what she said because Katie was making comments on her own relationship. And Katie actually apologizes. Lala tells her exactly what she told Sheena, and their conversation ends well. In Episode 8, Lala says she and Katie are now good. But at Peter's birthday, Sheena cries to her that she doesn't want Lala to be manipulated by the Mean Girl trio the way she was. We're going to talk about the rest of the Big Bear trip that I mentioned earlier here, because a lot of what happens has to do with Lala and with James. Rob has a house in Big Bear, and Sheena claims they've been going for 11 years. You know, minus those 6 inconvenient years that she was with Shay. The full guest list is Sheena, Sandoval, Ariana, Jax, Brittany, James, Rachel, and Lala. Jax is worried about staying with James in such a small space, saying James causes him anger and stress. He is also a diva about not having a queen-size bed to sleep in and asks Sheena what hotels are nearby. On their first night, Lala tells Rachel about how James talks about her boyfriend and tells her she needs to keep James in check. Because it's never that the boys have to change, it's always that their partners have to remind them to be decent human beings. When Rachel takes this back to James, he says he doesn't have a good impression of Lala's boyfriend because all he hears about him is when she's complaining. Rachel tells James to be more respectful when he talks to people because she doesn't know him well enough to know that will never happen. James is very flirty with Lala on their first night, which Rachel doesn't like. But as always with James, that very quickly turns to anger once he's drunk. Lala knows she's an easy target for him because they're so close, but he doesn't listen when she tells him to knock it off. James seems to think that since Lala doesn't respect him, he doesn't have to respect her, not that he respects anyone. And when she asks him if they're friends, his response is, nah. Later, Lala and James talk outside, where James denies that he picks at her when he's angry, and he drunkenly admits that he is still in love with her. But as always, Lala's the mature one here, saying they have to move on from their past out of respect for their new relationships. The next day, the high altitude nearly kills Jax after his workout, and that night, Rachel tells Lala that she's not comfortable with how James comes on to her. Lala tells her she has nothing to worry about because she never wants to be romantically involved with James again. But James thinks that if he'd been rich and successful when they met, Lala would have chosen him instead of her boyfriend. Lala is still working on her music career this season and asks Stassi to help her plan an industry showcase. Stassi admits that she's not a concert person, so obviously she's the perfect person to be doing this. I also want to take a second to mention how Lala invited Sheena to record with her. Lala calls her tone deaf and says she's going to cut the part that Sheena recorded. At the reunion, Lala gets shit for both this and for making fun of Sandoval's trumpet playing, but I will back her up on both of those things. Since they have a song together, James will also be involved in this showcase. When he asks, Lala says her boyfriend isn't going to be there. She also tells James that he is not allowed to have any alcohol until after the performance is over. He promises to behave, but after the Mexico trip, Lala asks James again if he'll be okay performing considering all of the drama. He says he is used to performing when these people, quote, are trying to take him down. The showcase actually happens in episode 20. Stassi steals candles from Sir for the event, and Lisa gifts Lala an insane pair of boots for her performance. Lala says she doesn't normally care what the people at Sir think of her, but she wants to impress them with this. And it seems like she does. Afterwards, Stassi tells Lala that she deserves credit for everyone coming together for her performance because she has worked so much on all of her individual relationships. At the reunion, we learn that Sheena reached out to Lala after she left the previous year, and this made Lala feel like Sir could be a safe space for her to return to. But then, Sheena has to bring things back to how everyone was mean to her all summer. Lala says this is because she only knows how to talk about herself, but Sheena claims that Lala was talking the same way about her boyfriend as she was talking about Rob. Unfortunately for Sheena, the editing does not back this up. Next, we learn that Lala took all the girls, except for Sheena, on a trip to Vegas on her boyfriend's private jet. Sheena's issue with this is less that she was excluded, and more that it didn't cross Lala's mind that the private jet would have made it easier for Sheena to move to Vegas for the show she's in there. Under her breath, Sheena calls Lala materialistic, but she's self-absorbed, so I guess their flaws cancel each other out. Katie says she regrets what she has said about Lala in the past, and at this point, Sheena has to bring things back to herself. She wasn't happy that Katie and Lala made up because she felt like it wasn't genuine, and that Katie was just trying to save face after getting shit on social media for her season 5 behavior. But Katie says that that is something Sheena herself would do, and questions her intentions when talking about what Katie has said about Lala's relationship. Let's talk about Randall now, whose name is said for the first time on camera at this reunion. Andy brings up that it seems like he was married when they started dating, but Lala insists that he was legally separated. Next, James claims he's apologized for what he's said about Randall in the past, but then continues to talk shit about him. Lala actually walks off during part 3 of the reunion because she's getting mad again about how someone who she considers to be her friend, aka James, is talking about her boyfriend. James actually has to be told that he needs to go apologize to her, which he doesn't do. Other members of the cast try to give him the out that he's jealous of Lala's boyfriend, but Kristen points out, and is immediately told by Lisa to shut up, that this is just how James treats people. Lala finally says that she doesn't feel safe in her friendship with James anymore. She was hoping that James would learn, as she's learned, how to not attack people, which he claims he's going to stop doing. But Lala doesn't believe he can change. We have 2 sections left in this season, and this next one is actually not about a person. It's about a construction site. In the season premiere, Lisa and Ken are waiting on final planning permissions to start construction on Tom Tom. As a reminder, Schwartz and Sandoval were invited to be, in Lisa's words, minor partners in this business. She wants them to invest $100,000 each in exchange for a 10% ownership stake. Sandoval says all kinds of crazy things to make us believe this is doable for him, things like savings, inheritance, and being in a rent-controlled apartment for 12 years, but we all know that this money is coming from being on the show. Things don't seem to be off to the best start. Sandoval and Ariana talk at SUR, and he says he's worried that Lisa and Ken won't take any of their input, and that they just want to slap his name on it. Yes, correct. While Sandoval and Ariana are having this conversation, Lisa and Ken just so happen to be a couple tables away and hear everything. The next day, the Toms join the real owners of Tom Tom for a walkthrough. Schwartz thinks they need to manage their expectations in terms of how many creative decisions they can make. You know, because they're only going to own 10% of this place. But this thought clearly has not crossed Sandoval's mind because he spends the walkthrough acting like Ken and Lisa's ideas are crazy. When his conversation with Ariana comes up, Sandoval says he was just venting to his girlfriend under the assumption that they were alone, you know, other than the cameras. But instead of this opening up a dialogue between business partners where clear expectations of their roles are laid out, his negativity has Lisa rethinking their whole deal. In episode 3, Schwartz brings Lisa and Ken flowers to apologize for how the walkthrough went. Lisa basically says at this point that she and Ken are doing everything, and that all she needs from the Toms is positivity, which Schwartz reassures her is what they'll bring. Well, positivity and a lot of crazy ideas. In between seasons, Schwartz and Sandoval took a research trip to Colorado with Jax to see if there would be a legal way to put THC into cocktails, which there isn't. At least when Sandoval tells him about a machine he found that can freeze any drink, Schwartz tells him he's getting ahead of himself. Though I don't think that stops him from buying the machine. The Toms have another meeting with Ken and Lisa in episode 4. They hype themselves up for this meeting with shots and with early 2000s Oscar-winning songs. Sandoval says he listened to Lose Yourself by Eminem twice before this meeting, and Schwartz listened to it 3 times. Once the boys are done nervously pacing outside Villa Rosa, they go in to talk money with Ken and Lisa. The deal is that for $120,000, which is up from the $100,000 mentioned earlier, the boys will each be 10% owners. Sandoval says that feels too expensive for them, and seems to think that the most likely limited sweat equity they can provide should be taken into account. But Schwartz has a better proposal. He suggests that they start with $50,000 each for 5% ownership each, and that a further investment can continue to be discussed. Lisa and Ken accept this compromise. Then it's Schwartz's turn to mess up when Lisa hears about his latest makeout session with someone who isn't his wife. While Katie doesn't think this is worth divorcing over, she is worried about this jeopardizing his involvement with Tom Tom, and Lisa does tell her that this is giving her second thoughts about going into business with him. When Schwartz goes to apologize to Lisa, she is at least harder to pacify than Katie was, and tells him to, quote, grow the fuck up. God, if I had $1 for every time she told one of the boys on this show that. The construction permits are finally approved in episode 10, and when Sandoval hears this, he bursts into tears. He and Schwartz then celebrate by each writing Lisa their first checks for $25,000 each. Schwartz also rightfully gets called out for wearing open-toed shoes to an active construction site. They talk through the plans, and Sandoval immediately starts mansplaining to Ken and Lisa how a bar should be set up when they've opened seemingly dozens of them. The Toms are told to start working on developing the cocktail menu, and are invited to Vegas for a meeting with Nick Elaine, who is designing Tom Tom. This morphs into cast trip number 2, of the season. This trip is going to overlap with Sandoval's birthday, so Ariana's not thrilled that she's not initially invited. But when Sandoval brings it up, Lisa's totally fine with her coming. I'm assuming she's also fine with Katie coming, who thinks she should be there to make sure the Toms behave. It's Jax's idea to turn this into a birthday trip, and Sandoval backs up that he and Brittany should come. Lisa isn't thrilled about this, and Katie hopes that Jax understands that this isn't a weekend of debauchery, it's a business trip. But Jax thinks he and Brittany will probably just be partying in Schwartz and Sandoval's room the whole time. And it starts off more like one of their normal Vegas trips. The group does shots of Fireball on the way to the airport, even though it's not 10 a.m. yet. Jax complains about the robot bartender taking his job, and they are all still gambling at 1:30 in the morning. But somehow, the Toms get up on time without looking too rough. The first meeting is picking out table settings and flatware, and it goes pretty well. At the end of this, Lisa tells the boys that they have to meet her at 10 a.m. the next morning to go see Nick Elaine. That evening, Sandoval, Ariana, Schwartz, and Katie are treated by Lisa to a fancy dinner for Sandoval's birthday. Jax was not invited to this dinner, so he and Brittany go to Hooters instead. After dinner, Sandoval says that the curfew has been pushed back to 3 a.m. and that he's not going to let anything get in the way of this trip going well, but only has, quote, so much restraint. In separate talking heads, both Schwartz and Sandoval say that they are not going to be the one to bring the night to an end, and that that's the responsibility of the other Tom. So of course they sleep through their alarms and wake up at 10:20 a.m., 20 minutes after they were supposed to meet Lisa. They end up being an hour late and decide to drink more Fireball before meeting Lisa, Ken, Pandora, and Jason. And things just go downhill from there. At Nick Elaine's studio, the boys don't know when to stop offering input, and Lisa eventually just walks away from them. Schwartz at least understands that this is their signal to back off, but Sandoval thinks his input is so crucial that he has to be involved in every decision, so he butts back in, and Lisa has to explicitly tell him to back off. In episode 15, it is now Nick Elaine's turn to come to LA for a walkthrough of Tom Tom. Lisa makes it clear that the Toms are just there to observe, but they also bring samples of some of the cocktails they've been working on, and they are a hit. On the last night of the group's trip to Playa del Carmen, Sandoval invites everyone to come see the progress on Tom Tom, thus providing the necessary season finale party. It's not until the next day that Sandoval asks Lisa if this is okay, which fortunately it is. This party actually ends up going well, especially for a Vanderpump Rules season finale event, though I'm not sure why everyone is wearing cocktail attire to an active construction site. Two guys from SUR named Adam and Wesley are bartending, and you only have to bother remembering one of them for the future. Sandoval also shows off one of the toys he bought for the bar, which is a frozen shot machine. I don't know if this is the same machine that he was talking about earlier in the season, but he claims to own the only one in the United States. Ariana buys Sandoval a really fancy knife and an equally fancy bottle of champagne to cut it open with, and he tells her that to celebrate, he and Schwartz are each going to give Ken and Lisa another $25,000 check. At the reunion, we get a little more into the money and business side of Tom Tom. It seems like Sandoval thinks that their $100,000 investment should get them more than 10%, and he gets upset when Lisa calls him and Schwartz what they are, aka junior partners. We also learn that the checks that Schwartz and Sandoval have written have not been cashed, and Lisa jokes that maybe she'll cash them when the boys least expect it. Andy comments that this sounds like she's holding the money over their heads, and I agree. We also learn that Lisa doesn't have a formal contract with the Toms. This actually shocked me. Lisa's been doing this for decades, but she claims she's never had formal contracts with any of her business partners. So she wants Schwartz and Sandoval, who have no real business experience, to invest $100,000 into a business that's being named after them, but she won't give them a formal contract and she won't give them clear expectations for their role. And she won't cash their checks. I'm sure none of this will cause issues later. I feel like we have talked about a million different things in this season, but we finally have just one more, which is Jax and Brittany. We are less than 3 minutes in before Jax claims he has been completely faithful to Brittany over the course of their relationship. He also says that things have been better since Kentucky. But this is all a lie. Sandoval is the first to bring up the rumors that Jax cheated on Brittany with ex-Sir server Faith. We met Faith briefly in season 4, but she has not been on the show since then. At Scheana's birthday party, Sandoval pulls Jax aside to discuss the rumors. At the same time, on the other side of the room, James is talking to Faith. She reveals that after Jax DM'd her on Twitter, he came over while she was, it seems like, providing in-home care for a 95-year-old. Jax told her that he had been wanting to hook up with her, so they did. He didn't wear a condom because of course he didn't, he never does, and Faith confides in James of all people that her period is late. Though this ends up not being an issue, there's really no point in talking about it further. Across the room, Jax is denying that this happened, but Sir server Jeremy gets to Brittany before he can, and he is the one who tells her about the rumors. Schwartz arrives immediately after this, and Brittany tells him what she's just learned. And I mentioned this briefly in the last video, but this is iconic Vanderpump Rules moment number 10. Schwartz tells Brittany that if he knew Jax was cheating, he would cover for him, but he apparently hasn't heard anything about this rumor. In a talking head, Jax wonders why, if he was going to cheat, he would do it with someone in their circle. Then, our top-notch editors flash back to when he hooked up with Kristen. And while he specifically did not cheat in that circumstance, he was single when that happened, it was still a hookup with a member of their friend group. Jax goes to confront Faith and asks her to lie and say nothing happened, which she won't do. Then he finally finds Brittany and, when questioned, denies hooking up with Faith. Brittany doesn't believe him and says that if she finds out this is true, she's moving out and taking the dogs. Faith does not appear on the show again after this party. Sandoval has decided to take Jax's side, of course, and calls the cheating alleged when Scheana confronts him. Jax isn't sure why everyone is believing this so easy when he's been so much better with Brittany than with other girlfriends. Has he, though? Brittany is obviously very upset by all this. She tells Katie that, now that she knows this happened with someone they know, she's wondering who else Jax might have cheated with. And it seems like there may have been at least one other person at one point, because she mentions that she came home once and found fake eyelashes that weren't hers. Brittany's friend Kara, who we met in Kentucky, lives in Vegas, so she is going to go there and act single for a couple days. During this conversation with Katie, Jax comes over to Katie's apartment and continues to deny hooking up with Faith. He also refuses to give Brittany credit for how much she has changed her life for him. But once they're back in their apartment and alone, other than the camera crew, Jax admits that he did cheat on Brittany with Faith, and he gives this group's favorite excuse, which is that he and his girlfriend were going through a rough patch. Brittany kicks Jax out and calls her mom in tears, saying she should have known better than to trust him. Yeah, you really should have. While this is going on, other members of the group are at Jeremy's birthday party. This is Ariana's brother, just in case you forgot. Sandoval talks about how Jax has had a rough 24 hours, but Ariana, rightfully, has no sympathy for him. Ariana still has no sympathy when, at Long Beach Pride, Sandoval and Schwartz excuse Jax's behavior by saying he can't help himself, though that doesn't stop them from being mad at him for all this. When Brittany comes back to Sir a few days later, she tells her friends that she broke up with Jax. But when Sandoval tells Jax that he shouldn't be staying in their apartment in order to give Brittany some space, Jax thinks she wants him there. And why does he think that? Because they had sex earlier. Later, he tells Sandoval and James that he has had more sex in the last 2 days with Brittany than he's had in 6 months. He also wishes that Brittany would cheat too, so they could just be even and move on. Sounds super healthy. Brittany does admit that as much as she wants to hate Jax, she doesn't. She had booked the two of them a spa day for their anniversary, but she ends up taking Stassi instead, and they bond over being cheated on by the same person. Stassi understands that Jax is a good manipulator because he says exactly what his girlfriends want to hear. So even though she tells Brittany that she doesn't think she should get back together with Jax, she knows what he's probably saying to sweet talk her. The rest of the girls all agree with Stassi. Jax is not happy that the girls are telling Brittany that she doesn't have to put up with his shit, because what's he gonna do if he actually has to face consequences for his actions? He also doesn't think he's being manipulative because he doesn't gain anything by Brittany staying, saying girlfriends are, quote, a dime a dozen. The girls all throw a party to make their point that Brittany can do better. Stassi and Kristen got her Mima's beer cheese recipe to make for her. Katie brings a piñata decorated with a picture of Jax and filled with mini fireball bottles, as well as a shotgun. No, not that kind. You put alcohol in it and squirt it into someone's mouth, I guess. I don't know. I will say it does say a lot about Brittany that regardless of what other drama might be happening between some of the other girls, all of them rally around her. Meanwhile, the boys are out drinking and talking about how the girls are aligning against Jax. And honestly, they're actually correct for once because the Mean Girl trio has prepared a spell to make Jax suffer. Brittany says, quote, as a good Christian woman, I normally would not dabble in black magic, but after what Jax did to me, I think even Jesus himself would make that exception. Jax also gets a gift from the boys, which is a locking chastity cock ring. I don't know about Brittany, but I think her mother's Jesus would be more on board with that than with the black magic. Now, up until this point, the assumption has been that Jax and Faith only hooked up one time. And before the party, when Brittany asked Jax if there was anything else he needed to tell her, he said no. But Ariana breaks the news to her that Jax hooking up with Faith was not a one-time thing, and Kristen backs this up. Kristen says that Jax will admit to one time, and then when more comes out later, he'll say it doesn't matter how many times it happened. Brittany is obviously pissed. She calls Jax and lies and says that Faith is at the party with them. Jax freaks out, but denies that they hooked up more than once. And then Jax says exactly what Kristen said he would. When Jax goes back to the boys, Sandoval is finally reasonable and says he needs to tell Brittany the truth. Next, Ariana calls the boys to say that Brittany doesn't want Jax coming home and that the girls are going to stay with her that night. Oh, and Schwartz suggests that Jax and Brittany should have a don't ask, don't tell policy. Jax does come home the next morning while the girls are enjoying their Taco Bell breakfast, and he immediately starts bitching about how messy his apartment is. He says everything was fine until the girls got their claws into Brittany and projected their issues onto her, because everything is always the fault of the women and he's the victim here. But despite this latest lie, Brittany is still having a hard time ending things with Jax. When she goes out with Kristen and Katie, she says her heart wants to believe he can change, even though her head is telling her he can't. And if all this wasn't enough, when Jax and Brittany throw a housewarming party, Lala reveals that she has audio of Jax that Faith recorded, and it includes him talking about Brittany. She and Ariana play her the recording, and while the audience doesn't hear it, Brittany's pissed. We learn that part of the recording is Jax saying that he doesn't want to marry her and that he is not attracted to her anymore. Brittany goes back into the party and immediately tears into Jax. The boys retreat to Schwartz's apartment, leaving the space free for Brittany to play the recording for the girls. Over at Schwartz's, Jax is mad that she has done this after they had talked about dealing with this just between the two of them. He tells the boys that his relationship is over. James, being the little shit stirrer that he is, tells the boys it was Lala and Ariana who played the recording for Brittany. Then he immediately leaves. Ariana recruits Kristen, of all people, to go down to Schwartz's apartment with her because the two of them are cool now, and the boys immediately gang up on them. Sandoval can't bring himself to take his girlfriend's side over Jax's because he accuses her of waiting until Brittany was drunk to show her this. Ariana is, of course, mad that he is still defending Jax. He also can't get it through his head that the recording was never on Ariana's phone. It was on Lala's. The next morning, Lala and Ariana give Sandoval the whole scoop on what went down, but he still thinks that they were in the wrong for showing Brittany this while she was drunk. And Jax blames Brittany for the whole thing, not feeling bad at all for what he said about her. And Brittany still won't just leave him. Lisa, like everyone else, tells Brittany that she deserves better. Stassi thinks Jax is doing the bare minimum to keep Brittany around, and it's working. But when she calls her mom, Brittany tells her that she loves Jax too much to not try to salvage their relationship. Sweetie, he cheated on you and is still lying about it. You may love him, but he clearly does not love you. Brittany is insisting that Jax start therapy, which he does, but not the kind she means. When Peter takes the boys to a Reiki healer, Jax manages to open up and have a good experience, so he continues going. Sandoval is immediately suspicious that Jax will try to bang the teacher. Meanwhile, Kristen has flown Brittany's mom, Sherry, out to LA to surprise her. She is hoping that Sherry will talk some sense into her daughter and that she'll break up with Jax. When Sherry arrives, Brittany is thrilled, and Jax is terrified and flees quickly, using the excuse that he is going to get Sherry a gift. Once they're alone, Brittany claims that everything is okay, but she is still pretty heartbroken. Sherry says that if she can't trust Jax, then maybe he's not the person for her. There's another surprise for Brittany when they go to Peter's birthday party later. Kristen flew in her sister Tiffany, too. She and Jax didn't get along in Kentucky, and her opinions have not changed. Brittany tells Jax that he needs to put all his effort into making sure her family is okay with him. So, of course, he contemplates escaping to Canada to avoid talking to Sherry. He does eventually go out alone with her and Tiffany, and proceeds to throw Kristen onto the bus for, quote, blindsiding him with their visit. When Sherry and Tiffany point out that Kristen is just looking out for her friend, Jax says in a talking head that no, she just wants to break up his relationship. When they ask, he says again that he only hooked up with Faith once and that it didn't matter whether he liked her or not. He cheated because he was frustrated with Brittany's lack of motivation, which is the same thing they were arguing about last season and what he told her family in Kentucky to try and get out of this relationship. But he tries to get back on Sherry's good side by saying he's a terrible person, it works, and she gives him another chance. When she goes back to Brittany, Sherry says that what impressed her the most is when Jax said he wasn't happy with himself, which might be true, but he's not unhappy enough to seriously change. In episode 9, Jax goes back to Reiki alone, and boy, he really is laying it on thick with the Reiki master Kelsey. He asks her to call him Jason because he says he misses who he was before Jax took over. Yeah, sure. We also get footage of him going to talk therapy again, but it's only once and all of the therapy on the show is fake. Also, Brittany has been fully manipulated into staying with him now, like to the point where we get our second pregnancy scare of the season. This takes place in Vegas, and it's getting more than a sentence of acknowledgement because it lasts for more than one scene. Same as before, nothing happens, and when Brittany tells Jax, he looks like he dodged a bullet. Though in a talking head, he says he is 10% disappointed and claims he would be a good dad. In episode 14, Brittany says she and Jax are doing a lot better. She even throws him a birthday party at his favorite place in the world, Hooters. Jax says, quote, "My dad brought me here when I was 15 and I thought it was the best thing in the whole world." This isn't even the only birthday party Brittany gives him, as she also hosts a dodgeball night at a trampoline park, which he totally deserves after cheating and showing no remorse. Sheena agrees with me, because after the Big Bear trip, she says she wants to fuck with Jax's relationship because Jax doesn't deserve Brittany, and she wants Brittany to be as happy as she is. That only earned 6 LOLs in my notes. Her plan is to set Brittany up with new Sir Barback, Adam, aka one of the bartenders at the Tom Tom preview party. Back with Brittany, while Jax has appeased her mother, she doesn't even tell her dad what's been going on until episode 14. Don says he is not surprised, and that he isn't sure Jax is capable of change. Speaking of Jax, he can hear this whole conversation. After Brittany hangs up, he says he'll never do this again. But he also brings up his favorite defense, which is that she's not perfect either. Sheena sets her Break Up Jax and Brittany 2K17 plan into motion when she brings her, Lala, Ariana, Billy Lee, Jeremy, and Adam out together. And Adam is definitely being pretty flirty, but this is ultimately unsuccessful. When Sheena pulls Brittany aside and tells her that she doesn't think Jax will ever change, Brittany says she can't just forget how much she loves him. After Rob hears about this, in episode 15, he points out that it is ultimately Brittany's choice if she stays or not. Sheena thinks Brittany's forgotten that she has a choice in all this. We also learn in episode 15 that Jax has been seeing the Reiki master Kelsey, who just so happens to be an attractive woman, once a week. He is not, according to Brittany, also doing talk therapy once a week. At one point, he kicks Brittany out of the apartment so Kelsey can come over. And I wonder if the reason he's stuck with Reiki instead of traditional talk therapy is because he can more easily bullshit Kelsey. She says at one point that he needs to put himself first, as if he hasn't spent almost 40 years doing exactly that. At the reunion, Stassi, Lala, and Lisa all think Kelsey was just telling Jax what he wanted to hear. However, Kelsey does tell Jax that it seems like he is waiting for Brittany to end the relationship so he doesn't have to. I'm noting this because earlier in the season, Stassi says Jax has never broken up with a girlfriend. Well, except Carmen in season 3, but are we counting her as a girlfriend when he was pursuing 1 to 2 other women at the same time as her? Brittany tries to ask what she can do to reinforce what Kelsey does in their sessions, but Jax just keeps comparing the two of them. And guess who he speaks more favorably about? Episode 15 is particularly eventful because this is also when we learn that Jax has been offered a hockey job in Tampa. I am assuming it was for the Tampa Bay Lightning, their NHL team, but it's never clarified. This job would involve doing, quote, client relations, social media, and marketing, which doesn't really sound like much of a job description to me. My best guess, considering Jax's qualifications, is that he was going to be some sort of on-camera personality. Jax says that working in hockey has always been his dream, but Brittany says she has never heard about this in the 2-ish years they've been together, and neither has the audience in the 6 years that we've known him. But Jax is very excited and says there is nothing holding him back from taking this job. Brittany and Lisa have a horseback riding date around this time so Lisa can check on her. This is when we learn about the Playa del Carmen trip that Brittany is planning as a 3rd celebration of Jax's birthday. Lisa rightfully asks why she feels the need to try to make Jax feel good when he's treated her like shit, but Brittany says he has felt like a different, happier person when they've been out of town recently. I think this might be the first cast trip on the show where there's not any guest list drama. Stassi's rooming with Kristen because Carter's not going, and as I mentioned earlier, Peter is stuck rooming with James. After they arrive in Mexico, Jax tells Brittany that he is 95% sure he's going to take the Tampa job. Now, if you are wondering if I maybe missed talking about a scene where Jax and Brittany discuss this like couples would normally discuss a major life change like a cross-country move, I sure didn't. They have not discussed this. Jax thinks that because he told Brittany about it at all, that means they've talked about it enough. Brittany isn't on board with this, even though Jax genuinely thought she was. She already left her friends and family in Kentucky to move to LA to be with him, and she's made a lot of friends in LA, though Jax says that's not a good enough reason to stay. She also points out that this isn't an easy decision for her because of how things have been between them recently. But Jax assumed Brittany would be fine with this and gets mad that she wants time to think this through instead of immediately giving in and letting him have his dream. Jax tells Schwartz and Sandoval about the Tampa job on the first night of the trip. He says he feels left out and jealous that the two of them now have Tom Tom, and he wants something of his own too. Schwartz is immediately sad that this would mean that he and Jax wouldn't be neighbors anymore. Sandoval's sad too because remember, he and Jax have been friends for 15 years at this point, and this would be the first time that they aren't living in the same place. During this conversation, Jax says he doesn't see Brittany choosing to not go with him. While Jax is still over talking to the Toms, the rest of the group finds out about Sheena trying to set Brittany up with Adam. Brittany is also talking about the Tampa job with the girls at the same time, who are obviously upset that Jax is assuming she'll be okay with this. When Jax comes back and Ariana asks him about the job, he can't give a firm job description. When it comes out that Jax doesn't listen when Brittany talks about her own career aspirations, Lala calls him out for not respecting his girlfriend. Then when the girls back up Lala, Sandoval thinks it's his place to tell the girls to calm down, because it's fine when he flips out and says whatever bullshit comes to mind, but it's a problem when the women do it. We're going to take a breather from that drama, and I'm going to give you a quick rundown of some of the other Mexico shenanigans. The girls, excluding Ariana and Sheena, obviously go skinny dipping again. Schwartz and Katie get very drunk and eat pizza in bed. Someone in the group buys a wooden flute shaped like a dick. This item eventually ends up living with Sandoval. James just goes up to the DJ at a club they go to and asks if he can jump in, and the DJ says yes. Jax smuggles a bottle of vodka out of this same club in his pants. For the last dinner, Sandoval got all the boys short suits to wear, but only he and James actually do it, with Jax saying he's not going to wear the polyester suit when it's 100 degrees. And finally, and perhaps most infamously, we learn that Lala's currently on a low dose of her anti-anxiety meds, so she uses a baby bottle to help soothe, filled with hot milk and honey. She also says she puts on her favorite TV show when she does this, but then doesn't tell us what the show is. I don't know why, but I feel like it might be Golden Girls. Let's also pause here to talk about how Kristen is a horrible travel companion. On the first night of the trip, Stassi retreats to Schwartz and Katie's room at 4:30 in the morning because Kristen's freaking out. It seems like Kristen is an anxious traveler in general because she also did this on a girls' trip to Copenhagen between seasons. But Kristen won't admit to doing anything wrong, saying that Stassi is dramatic and that the incident was her fault too. Later, once she's calmed down, Kristen does admit to being a very anxious traveler when she's not with Carter, and she and Stassi make up. Going back to Jax and Brittany, Jax still doesn't know about Sheena trying to set up Brittany and Adam. James is the one who finally tells him on the second day of the trip. When the group goes out that night, and when Jax asks Brittany about this, she says that Sheena had told her that Adam had asked about her. Even after knowing that the two of them were still together, Sheena made sure that Brittany knew that Adam had a crush on her. Brittany clarifies that she knew Adam was going to be at the night out, but that it wasn't a date. Jax gets mad, of course, saying this is none of Sheena's business. Then he obviously tells Sandoval, and Sandoval obviously gets mad at Sheena too. He's the one who actually confronts her first, but then Jax does join in. In a talking head, Sheena basically says she's doing this to get back at Jax for saying Rob doesn't love her. And the next day, she thinks she's justified in what she did because of how Jax takes Brittany for granted. Before we get back to LA, I just want to note that Jax calls Reiki Master Kelsey on their last morning in Mexico, but this is the last we see them talk for the rest of the season. When the group gets home, Lisa is the last person to find out about Jax's job offer, but she doesn't take it seriously because she knows Jax. In episode 18, Brittany asks if Jax wants to talk more about the Tampa job, but he says that Kelsey told him to not make any decisions for 2 weeks, so he is not going to think or talk about it. So basically, he wants to ignore it for 2 weeks, then tell Brittany he's going without any further discussion. Jax thinks this move would be good for both of them, because the cost of living would be lower and they'd be making more money. But that must only be true if you ignore the fact that they're getting paid quite well for being on Vanderpump Rules. And Brittany got promoted to main cast for season 6, so I'm sure she also just got a raise. Going back to the Adam drama, Jax talks to him privately during a See You Next Tuesday in episode 18. Adam denies having a crush on Brittany, though Jax says he wouldn't have a problem if he did, just as long as he understands that Brittany's not single. Adam does, however, reveal that Sheena was texting him about Brittany while he was in Jax's apartment. So now Jax is fired up and confronts Sheena, who denies that she was, in her words, setting up Adam and Brittany. She and Katie don't think Jax has a right to be mad about this when he is recently cheated. Jax gets even more fired up, and when you add in a separate altercation with James, he loudly tells everyone to fuck off. Just to remind you, they're all at SUR when this goes down. So, of course, Lisa sees all this. She tells Jax he's acting like a baby and kicks him out. Jax accuses Sandoval of not backing him up against James, rips off his mic, and leaves. Brittany apologizes to Lisa for his behavior, but Lisa points out that it's not her responsibility to apologize for him. And when she asks what Brittany sees in Jax, Brittany says she's not the kind of person who can't give him a second chance. Which is a shame, because since no one understands why she's insisting on staying, she feels the need to basically continue defending Jax. She says throughout the season that we don't see the Jax she sees, and the fact that people don't understand why she's sticking with her obviously unhealthy relationship is frustrating to her. Stassi says what I think everyone thinks in episode 19. They all think Brittany deserves the best, but she's chosen the man that they all think is the worst. And it's gotten to the point where even Jax is thinking that, questioning if he can give Brittany the marriage and kids that she wants. At the end of episode 19, he says that he's unhappy. Brittany immediately assumes that he's referring to her, but he insists that he's not. Instead, he says that she deserves to be happy and that he is not sure he can give her that. And he says they can't be together anymore. Brittany is upset, of course, because she has put so much effort into their relationship all summer just for him to break up with her. She says they've been fine recently, but Jax says they'll only be fine for a day or two before things go bad again. She ends up leaving their apartment, saying in a talking head that she now sees that Jax isn't capable of change. And I would love to applaud her for this realization, but, spoiler alert, Jax and Brittany get engaged in 7 episodes from now. After Brittany leaves, Jax goes down to Schwartz and Katie's apartment to tell them what just happened. He also reveals that right before dumping her, he and Brittany had had sex, so no wonder she was pissed. In a talking head, though, Schwartz says he has no sympathy for Brittany because she knew Jax's reputation and knew what she was getting herself into. Now, Brittany claimed in the season 4 reunion that she didn't watch any of the show or Google Jax before dating him, so I would argue that she didn't know Jax's reputation at first. However, she has had plenty of people fill her in on what he is capable of since arriving in LA, so I do agree that after being with him for this long, she should have known something like this would happen eventually. Later, Jax has retreated to a hotel where his friends join him. The Toms tell him that he should steer clear of Brittany for a while, and they definitely shouldn't be staying in their apartment together. Schwartz asks if this breakup is for real or if they're going to be back together in a week. Sandoval won't believe it's real until it lasts for 2 months. Meanwhile, Brittany has gone to Kristen and Carter's place where she is joined by her Kentucky friend Zach, who now lives in LA. Brittany isn't talking to Jax, which Kristen is proud of her for, but she did DM Adam on Instagram to send him her number. Jax has less self-control than this, and is already texting Brittany in the next episode, and is already regretting their breakup. But Brittany is flirting with Adam and doesn't give a fuck about how her ex might be feeling. So basically, she is doing what he has done for the past 2 years. Jax goes to fake therapy again, but only because Kelsey's out of town, and this time he's hungover. Good to see he's taking this seriously. He says he regrets breaking up with Brittany because she is the first girlfriend he's truly loved. Let's quickly flash back to season 1. Just to refresh your memory, this is the season that Jax cheated on Stassi in Vegas. And in that season's reunion, when Jax claims he loves Stassi, Lisa points out that he doesn't love her enough to be faithful to her. Just in case you needed more proof that he is incapable of change. Brittany tells Sheena and Ariana that Jax texted her saying he misses her, but she hasn't responded because she's focusing on herself. Stassi asks if she's going to move back to Kentucky, and Brittany says no. She also mentions that she ran into Jax when she briefly went back to their apartment. Jax has said that he is going to move out, but that he'll probably stay in the same building, presumably so he can keep being neighbors with Schwartz. Jax and Brittany end up talking privately when the group goes to Pump after the Tom Tom Progress Party. She calls him selfish after everything she's done for him, and he throws it in her face yet again that he has also done a lot for her. But Brittany finally seems to be happy on her own, saying, quote, "He's a liar, he's a cheater, and he is not going to manipulate me anymore." They are now 5 episodes away from getting engaged. Things escalate, as they often do with these two, and Jax walks away as Brittany yells after him that she doesn't want him living down the hall from her. And as if things weren't going well enough for Jax right now, since his blow-up at Sir in episode 18, Lisa has been seriously considering firing him. She has decided that he needs to learn that his actions have consequences. Cool, can you teach James that lesson too and quit hiring him back? Lisa and Jax talk at Pump in the finale after Schwartz asks her to go easy on him. Jax musters as sincere of an apology as he can manage, but Lisa feels like she has given him too many chances and that he's disrespected her. Cool. Can you start feeling that way about James? Lisa's decided she is not going to give him the satisfaction of firing him, because that would give him more ammunition to continue acting like a victim. Instead, she says he should, and I quote, "hand me your fucking resignation," which he does. He is still fired by the time the reunion rolls around, but he and Brittany are back together. Brittany was completely blindsided by Jax cheating on her with Faith because she thought he had changed. When Andy asks, Jax says he did it because they were fighting a lot and that cheating is how he tries to get out of relationships. The specific person didn't matter at that point. He would have done it with whoever was giving him attention. So basically, fighting with Brittany for a year and trying to convince her family that she was depressed didn't work, so cheating was next on his list of things to do to get out of his relationship. Also, this sounds a lot like another guy we know. Jax claims he is starting to feel genuine remorse for his actions for the first time, and we learn why. Jax's father passed away in December 2017 from cancer, so about 3 months before the reunion. He gives Brittany a lot of credit for how she stepped in to provide support and take care of logistics without being asked, especially after what he put her through. He says this has brought them closer and that their relationship is the best it's ever been. So this is going to be the reason given for any apparent improvement in Jax over the next season. His father's death has inspired him to be a better person. I empathize with Jax a lot in this situation because I also lost my father to cancer. I understand how it feels to lose a parent sooner than you expect to, and I understand how grief can cause you to examine your own life. However, this is still Jax Taylor we're talking about. He has been a bad person for a long time, and we know now that this did not inspire a permanent change in him. I haven't watched The Valley yet, but I've heard enough about what happens with him in season 2, so I am going to be skeptical whenever this topic comes up for the rest of the video. Going back to the reunion, Jax clearly hasn't changed that much yet. He claims Sheena didn't call him when his father died, and Sheena yells at him to check his texts. Jax then goes off and yells for a couple solid minutes about how girls who hated him, meaning Stassi and Kristen, traveled to Michigan for the funeral, but Sheena, who claims to be his friend, could only manage a text. Moving on, but really just talking more about the cheating, Stassi says that the Fuck Jax party came about because the girls were hearing that Brittany might move back to Kentucky. They wanted to make the point that it wasn't only Jax keeping her in LA, it was her friendships with them too. As for the housewarming party, James sent the audio from Faith's phone to his own because he wanted to have it just in case, so I'm assuming that Lala got it from James. Sandoval maintains that this wasn't the right time to show Brittany the audio, but Lala counters with the opinion that it's never the right time to cheat on your girlfriend. Lisa just thinks that Faith hooked up with Jax and recorded it because she wanted to be back on the show. As for Adam, Sheena claims that he came out with them on camera so that she can introduce him to the group. Lala thinks this was just about boosting Brittany's confidence and letting her know that she was still desirable. You know who wasn't boosting Brittany's confidence? Jax, who says he would insult Brittany because he was looking for reasons to start fights. Jax claims he thought through breaking up with Brittany before doing it, but she doesn't believe him. His reasoning for doing it was that he thought Brittany would eventually resent him, as she probably should, and that breaking up was the best choice. Even though they are now back together, Brittany is still mad about how stupid Jax was making her look on camera, only to be broken up with in the end. But she realized that even though she was traveling around to avoid Jax after the season ended, her feelings didn't go away, and she still wanted to be with him. Finally, Jax says now that he never would have taken the Tampa hockey job if Brittany hadn't been willing to move with him. Lisa thinks he only feels that way now because he has a new appreciation for Brittany, which Jax agrees with. Brittany says he has been treating her better and that he's a lot more calm, but when he says he's trying to change in the wake of his father's death, Andy says they've heard that before. And we will continue to hear it for 2 more reunions.
And I need someone to talk to me. No one ever watching, so I'm like, please,
Somebody, anybody.
Anybody.
You're like, I watched Vanderpump Rules.
Yeah, like, please, call me.
Okay, so we finally have our actually first Tom Tom drink. This is the Nutcase. It is made with Malibu, Saint Germain, fresh lime juice, fresh orange juice, pineapple juice, and nutmeg, weirdly. So I just substituted my non-alcoholic vodka because it's what I have, plus coconut water, because that makes rum, right? And then elderflower tonic water for the Saint Germain. I don't know why I chose this cocktail. Like, it's fine, but I don't really like orange. So I don't know why this is the one I picked to do. Honestly, I'm running out of unique things to say to intro the individual seasons, so let's just start talking about the cast. Brittany is still top billing this year. She's still dating Jax. They get engaged this season, which I spoiled in the last section. Jax, like I said, he and Brittany get engaged. He has been lying about his age since he was 17, which feels awfully young. Next is Schwartz. I didn't think I was going to have anything unique to say about him, but I've been getting fed a lot of hockey content on my Instagram recently for no particular reason, and I learned, because the team posted about it, that Schwartz is a Toronto Maple Leafs fan. So, if you don't know, the Leafs have won more Stanley Cups than any other team other than the Montreal Canadiens, but they have not won one of those Stanley Cups in 58 years. I'd imagine being a Leafs fan is probably like being a Pittsburgh Pirates fan, where every year you're like, no man, this is our year, and it just never is. Also, Schwartz is from Florida, and he moved to LA. He would have better teams to root for. So yeah, I guess he's a Maple Leafs fan, and that's all I have to say about Schwartz. And Katie is next. According to Schwartz in episode 8, her hall pass might be Justin Bieber. Stassi has a new boyfriend this year. I mentioned him briefly in the season 6 reunion, but she is dating Beau, who is a recurring cast member. Lala is dating Randall Emmett, and we can say his name now. Sheena. This is the first season where Sheena is single. She is the only person in the world who does not watch Game of Thrones, and she is back with her old theatrical manager this season, so I guess she's trying to get back into acting. Kristen is still dating Carter. Kristen gets demoted. She goes from being a regular cast member to a day player for season 7. Basically what that means is instead of getting paid per episode, no matter how much she is in it, she only gets paid for the days that she works. Sandoval's still dating Ariana. Ariana's still dating Sandoval. That's it. James is still dating Rachel, and they live together now. He has a bathrobe with white Kanye embroidered on it. Rachel is still dating James. She is still not in the opening credits, and she does not know who Charles Manson is. We have a few new dogs this season. Kristen and Carter have a second dog now named Bowie. Beau has his dog Refund, Christina Kelly has Disco, and James and Rachel have gotten a puppy named Graham. Up next, you know them, you love them, it's the general comments. So, nobody can catch a break this season. In addition to Jax's father passing away between seasons, Lala's father died as the result of a stroke 2 months before filming started, and Lisa lost her brother to suicide 5 weeks before filming started. I'm only mentioning all this up top because there really isn't another good place to put this. Sandoval wears earplugs during the See You Next Tuesday parties. Right before filming started, Jax gifted James some limited edition Supreme underwear. Schwartz does half shots now because he thinks doing 6 of those is better than doing 3 whole shots. Lisa's Beverly Hills co-star Teddy Mellencamp asks Lisa to give her brother a job. Sheena finally moves out of the apartment she shared with Shay and moves to Marina del Rey, and everyone complains about how long it takes to drive there. In episode 4, Lala mentioned she was at the premiere of her boyfriend Randall's film Gotti. This film has a 24 on Metacritic. Oh, Stassi bought a holiday, National Outfit of the Day. That's it. That's the only mention it's gonna get. Lala and Sheena go to acting class together, and I earn another nickel for hearing Sheena's sex noises, and I earn an extra nickel for hearing Lala's too. Sandoval, Schwartz, Jax, and Peter do blowjob shots when they go out for Sandoval's birthday. Then we get a flashback of Peter showing Lisa what a blowjob shot is. Stassi goes with Schwartz to get his chest waxed in episode 14. I'm not going to show you that. Ariana and Kristen are friends now, and then Lala has another public performance in episode 19. I'm actually going to put something from Sheena's book, My Good Side, in here. So I mentioned last season that she's doing that show in Vegas, Sex Tips for Straight Women from a Gay Man. Production had to be convinced to let her go do that. Lisa didn't like a member of the cast doing something outside of LA, and also not, working at the restaurant for an extended period of time. But at this point, the majority of the cast no longer worked at the restaurant full-time. So the compromise ended up being that Sheena would have to fly back and forth between LA and Vegas once a week in order to work at SUR and to film. The reunion this year is filmed days before the opening of the Vanderpump Cocktail Garden at Caesar's Palace. Rachel dressed for the wrong reunion, and she's going to be working at SUR next season. Ariana now follows Stassi on Instagram, but has her posts and stories muted. Jax showed Lady Gaga Britney's boobs. And also, Sandoval and Ariana have bought a house. Katie and Schwartz closed on a house nearby a week later. And then Jax and Brittany closed on their house in the same neighborhood. And Kristen lives nearby as well. Finally, Jax insists that he lived with Channing Tatum when they were both young models. I actually have barely any events to talk about before starting to get into longer sections, so we'll get through those as quickly as possible so we can get to the good stuff. First off, Jax and Sandoval have a joint 70s roller disco themed birthday party, where Sandoval continues his trend of dressing like people I wouldn't want to encounter in a dark alley. Carter looks like Bob Ross, Brittany gets Jax a cake that looks like a cheeseburger, and Beau tries to skate backwards to impress Stassi, but he falls instead. The only other thing I'm going to mention incredibly briefly is Stassi's book deal. She is writing a book called Next Level Basic, which I'm assuming is a lifestyle book. I haven't read it. Her deadline is September 1st, which is less than 3 months away from when this is first mentioned. In episode 14, she asks for a 1-month extension and is given it. And that's it. Every other event will be worked into one of the larger sections. Starting with Lala, but honestly, even this section isn't going to be that long. Randall's divorce has been finalized, so Lala can be more open about being with him now. I am also going to start using his actual name instead of just referring to him as Lala's boyfriend, because that's what everyone else is doing. However, we still will not see him on the show this season. I think it's in the lead up to the Solvang trip that we learned that when Lala and Randall got super drunk one night, Lala broke a hurricane-proof window, so they have decided to stop drinking. I mentioned in the general comments that Lala's father passed away between seasons, and that's talked about a little bit while the girls are in Solvang. Lala reveals that before her dad died, Randall had asked him for permission to marry her, but she also opens up to Stassi and shares that her grief is causing her to pull back from her relationships, including with Randall. When they get back to LA and are at Christina Kelly's housewarming party, Stassi and Sheena get the feeling that something is wrong when they see Lala drinking again. Eventually, Lala tells Katie and Brittany that she and Randall are taking a break. Even though she gave up alcohol for him, she came home from Solvang to find him incredibly drunk. He apparently claimed he did that because Lala had been, quote, unloving and harsh towards him. When Sandoval tells James about this, they don't think it will last. And it doesn't. They end up being apart for a grand total of 17 hours. We also get to learn how Lala and Randall met in episode 13, which is that they met when Lala auditioned for a slasher movie called The Row. We also learn that they like to roleplay her being a young, inexperienced wannabe actress coming to him for a job. Again, consenting adults can do whatever they want. But considering what we know about Randall now, this creeps me out a bit. Finally, when Lala and Sheena talk in episode 19, Lala says she thinks that her mood swings and anxiety attacks on the group trip to Mexico were alcohol-fueled. She has decided to go 100% sober, which is something she has stuck with up to the present day. At the reunion, we learn that Lala and Randall are engaged and targeting a 2020 wedding. Take a wild guess if that ends up happening. They're also going to get a prenup, which is a good idea, considering everything we now know about Randall. Lala doesn't want Randall to be on the show, but the rest of the cast doesn't think it's fair that she's not sharing every last detail of her life. As usual, Sandoval in particular gets pretty mad about this, even though he's totally fine lying and keeping things off the show that make him look bad. Next, let's talk about Sheena, who is barely in the first 2 episodes of this season. And continuing the trend of previous seasons, she is not in a great place with the other women in the cast. She has a conversation with Stassi and Brittany in episode 3 about the latest person to reveal that they've been hooking up with James behind his girlfriend's back, whose name is Hope. First, Sheena says Hope exaggerates. Then, she changes her mind and says she believes Hope, but that she doesn't think everything Hope said is true, but she doesn't know. And when Stassi reminds her that she tends to flip-flop, she says she's trying not to do that anymore, even though we just watched her do it. It's been shown before that Sheena would rather try to be cool with everyone than back up one friend, and Stassi calls her on this here. She says this will eventually bite Sheena in the ass because people will take that as her having no loyalty. You know how I mentioned at the beginning of this season that this will be the first season of the show where Sheena's been single? Well, if you thought that meant her section wouldn't be mostly about a guy, then think again. Sheena is now hanging out a lot with Adam, the guy she tried to set Brittany up with last season. She claims it's casual, but Jax thinks Adam should be worried because Sheena's only speed is, quote, super stalker girlfriend. However, they are not having sex, as much as Sheena would clearly like to be, judging by how thirsty she is when Adam's putting together her daybed in episode 5. So, Adam doesn't want to sleep with her, and the girls don't want to be friends with her. She's specifically not invited to a girls' night that even Rachel's invited to, but Katie says they don't really hang out with Sheena. Ariana echoes this in a talking head, which must hurt considering how the two of them were best friends when Ariana joined the cast in season 2. But she says it's up to Sheena to improve her relationships with the other girls. And talking to James is a questionable way to do that. He's going to be helping her move, so Sheena's going to take the opportunity to talk to him about something he said to Katie, which we'll talk about later. But she makes it sound like she's only doing this so people will see that she's backing up Katie, not because she actually cares. Ariana thinks that Sheena could manage to be friends with both the girls and James, which is a hilarious take, but James thinks Sheena was told to confront him so that she could be friends with the girls again. Despite desperately trying to hook up with Adam, Sheena insists that she's single. So we see her live text a date she goes on with Robbie Hayes, the runner-up from JoJo Fletcher's season of The Bachelorette. They met at SUR because he used to be roommates with Adam, and just like Adam, Robbie also won't sleep with her. But Sheena says they are still interested in each other. We see Robbie in one whole scene. In episode 8, Sheena reveals that she and Adam finally hooked up, but they're still not dating. In a talking head, someone asks if Sheena was thinking about Adam while she was with Rob last season. She won't say that because she knows how bad it would make her look, but she does admit that she rushed into her relationship with Rob. Word very quickly circulates through the group that Sheena and Adam are hooking up, and James actually asks her about it at Jax and Sandoval's birthday party. Sheena keeps insisting that she and Adam are best friends, the same way she insisted she and Rob would be together forever in season 6, and that she and Shay were the best they'd ever been in season 5. Going back to the girls, in episode 8, Lala says she can't understand why the girls think Sheena's annoying, and Sheena is starting to think that maybe she should stop trying so hard to be their friend. She says she's never going to win with the Mean Girl trio, and that's the way it's always been. Lala says she'll probably never win with them. Lala appreciates that Sheena wants things to be good between all of them, but suggests maybe she shouldn't confide in the other girls. But then in episode 11, Sheena tells Lala that this made her feel like she needed to be more reserved. Lala says this isn't how she wanted her to take it. But Sheena still chooses to play coy when Katie asks her about her and Adam hooking up. When asked, Sheena says she doesn't want to talk about him because she thinks the girls will snark behind her back. Well, if she's worried about them snarking, hopefully she never finds my videos. Then Sheena starts crying about how the popular girls aren't her friends. Katie says they just need to get reacquainted, which Sheena agrees to. But Katie also says that Sheena said mean shit about her relationship and their friendship, so she isn't sure why she's feeling sad about the state of that friendship now. In episode 14, Sheena tries to get reacquainted with Katie, Kristen, and Stassi by luring them to her apartment for homemade enchiladas. She says this is just going to be a girls' night, but Adam is still there to be their hot bartender. We also learn on this night that Sheena has been keeping things at Adam's place. Next episode, Lisa mentions that she might have Adam work the Tom Tom opening party, but Sheena was hoping that Adam could be her date to that party. Lisa thinks she's being too casual about how she's feeling about Adam, but Sheena says again that they're just friends and that neither of them want a relationship. I mean, I'm sure that's true for one of them. In episode 16, Adam jokes that he is going to block Sheena on all social media platforms while she's in Mexico. But while she's there, she does say that Adam isn't replying to the thirst trap photos that she's sending. Back at home, Adam asks Lisa to not refer to him and Sheena as an item, especially not in front of Sheena herself. He's worried she'll get too attached and someone will get hurt, which is just a nice way of saying that he has no desire to be in a relationship with her. But that's not going to stop him being jealous when Sheena tells him that her friend Ethan is in town. Because even though he doesn't want to date her, that doesn't mean he wants to see her with other guys. Sheena just promises not to post anything when her and Ethan get together, which ends up being a lie. While Sheena's seeing Ethan, Adam joins Sandoval, Ariana, Kristen, and Stassi at Tom Tom, and learns that Sheena is sending the girls updates on her date via Snapchat. Ethan is 25, but Sheena's fine with this, because she claims that her Botox makes her 33-year-old self look 26. They've also hooked up before, and Sheena straight up asks him if he wants a girlfriend right now. We must not hear his answer because I didn't write anything down. Back at Tom Tom, Adam is definitely jealous, even though he said again recently that he is not ready for a relationship. Sandoval thinks that Sheena and Ethan are definitely having sex, and we get footage that proves that they're definitely at least thinking about it. When Brittany gets all the girls together to ask them to be her bridesmaids, Sheena says Adam is mad at her about the date. She insists again that Adam's just her best friend, but Stassi says that if that's the case, then it's weird how sad Sheena's acting about this fight. Adam is still mad in episode 21, saying that the fact that she hooked up with Ethan was, quote, disrespectful. While all this is happening, we learn that since Adam loves penguins, Sheena adopted one for him through the aquarium for his birthday. At Jax and Brittany's engagement party, Adam ends up talking to Schwartz about what's going on. He says Sheena knew that hooking up with Ethan would upset him, but Schwartz thinks this shouldn't be a deal breaker. Of course he thinks that. Sheena and Adam do also talk at this party. Adam says he has told Sheena before that people saying they should be together made him uncomfortable. But then they end up shouting about how she hooked up with Ethan. Sheena asks Adam if he loves her, which is a big question for someone you're not dating. Adam says no, and for some reason Sheena is shocked by this answer. Then she basically admits to hooking up with Ethan just to make Adam admit to having feelings for her, which obviously makes him mad. He just sees that as her trying to rationalize what she did. Sheena won't let Adam leave their fight, saying she wants to finish the conversation, but he does eventually get away. In a talking head, Sheena says this feels like a breakup, but you were never dating! Sheena ends up crying in a corner with Meemaw, and Jax gets annoyed that she found a way to make the night all about herself. At the reunion, Sheena says she knows she's dating fuckboys, but she does it because they're, quote, fun to hang out with and fun to look at. But Lisa thinks Sheena cared about Adam more than she let on. We learn that they're still banging, and that Sheena is also hooking up with other people, but Adam is not. and we learn that Sheena did eventually give Adam the penguin, but it was after the season ended. From here on, it's couples, business couples, and a man who I'm frankly shocked can maintain a relationship. In an episode 1 Talking Head, Sandoval insists that it's not awkward that Jax and Brittany are getting married before him and Ariana, even though he and Ariana have been together a lot longer. He even jokes when James asks in episode 2 that he has had her engagement ring for years. These statements completely ignore that, as far as we know, Ariana still has no interest in getting married. Sandoval's also going to ignore the inconvenient fact that Ariana still doesn't want kids either, which she states again in episode 8. But Sandoval's convinced that she'll change her mind someday. You know it's bad when James is the reasonable one, because he's actually the one who points out that that might not happen. When asked by either Schwartz or Jax, I think, Sandoval does say that if Ariana never wants kids, that's a deal breaker. Okay, so then break up. Seriously, even though compromise is an important part of relationships, there are situations where there is no compromise. You could probably find one for marriage, but with kids you either have them or you don't. Ariana is under no obligation to change her mind. And to be fair, neither is Sandoval. But if he really feels that Ariana never wanting kids is a deal breaker, then he needs to be prepared to follow through with that. But no, instead he'll wait a few more years and then have an affair with their co-star. In this same conversation where James is the voice of reason, we learn that Ariana and Lala hooked up relatively recently. Apparently the two of them were out drinking, and when Sandoval picked them up, Lala went down on Ariana in the backseat of his brand new Mercedes. Because Jax can't be trusted with any information ever, he tells Lala and Brittany about this. To Jax's face, Lala denies it. But in a talking head, she reveals that it did happen. She's going to keep denying it to the group because she knows Ariana wouldn't want this being talked about. After this is revealed, Sandoval goes to SUR to thank Lisa for paying for his birthday lunch, which is where this conversation took place. He doesn't find Lisa, but he does find Ariana, and she's pissed. Lala called and gave her a heads up about what was going on after Jax spilled the beans. Ariana isn't embarrassed or ashamed, those are her words, of what she and Lala did, but she doesn't feel like Sandoval had the right to tell the guys, especially since she knows Jax will tell everyone. We don't know if Jax specifically told everyone, but he does eventually learn that Lala was lying to him. And by the time the roller rink party rolls around, Stassi and Bo and Schwartz and Katie all admit to knowing about this. While getting ready for the party, Ariana tells Sandoval it wasn't okay for him to talk about her sexuality without her consent. He was apparently annoyed by what happened, but never told Ariana this, and since he was annoyed, it clearly wasn't his fault. Also, I just want to note that he says he wants them to move on, but we don't actually see him apologize. Once they actually arrive at the party, Ariana and Lala talk about what happened. Ariana says she's not mad it happened, but she's mad people are talking about it. She does eventually come out as bisexual, but this is the first time her sexuality has been brought up on the show, and the choice to do that was made by her boyfriend, not by her. Ariana says she doesn't think he was doing this to be malicious, so she's not as mad at him as she probably should be. Sandoval and Ariana talk again about buying a house in episode 13, after it was first brought up last season. Ariana sees this as her big step into adulthood, not marriage or kids. So, of course, Sandoval brings up again how he wants kids because he hasn't been listening to her for the past however many years. When he asks again if this is something she'd be open to, she rolls her eyes, and then turns her AirPods up so she can ignore him properly. Sandoval does at least tell the boys to lay off the kids' comments, but Schwartz jokes that Sandoval should just give Ariana an ultimatum the way Katie did to him. Honestly, maybe he should have. Maybe that would have gotten Ariana out of this relationship sooner. Jax does apologize to Ariana when she comes over to check on Brittany after her wisdom teeth surgery. However, he makes his one reasonable observation of the season when he points out that she and Sandoval should probably be on the same page about this if they're going to buy a house together. But Ariana says that if she and Sandoval break up, he can buy her out and she'll stay in the house, which is foreshadowing for Scandival. Schwartz and Jax apparently told Ariana about Sandoval saying that her not wanting kids is a deal breaker. She didn't know this, because they'll buy a, spoiler alert, $2 million house together, but they won't have an open and honest discussion about what not having kids could mean for their relationship. Sandoval apologizes, but Ariana says that him saying that makes it seem like they're not a good team. Which they're not. The conversation ends with Sandoval genuinely saying that he'll just be a single dad and she could just be with him but not participate in raising his kids, which she's not totally against. At the reunion, Ariana says she hates that people will ask Sandoval about his career aspirations post-Tom Tom, but then just ask her when they're going to have kids. Do you think she's getting some satisfaction out of the fact that his career aspirations post-Tom Tom currently include a failed bar and appearing on any reality TV show that'll take him? As for her hookup with Lala, Ariana thought it wasn't going to be spoken about unless all three of them agreed to it, the three being herself, Lala, and Sandoval. We also learn that Ariana wanted to turn this into a threesome, but Lala wanted to keep Ariana all to herself. Also, at the end of this conversation, Brittany still doesn't remember if she hooked up with Kristen or not. Speaking of Kristen, the next section will be the girls' trip to Solvang / drama with her and Carter. Solvang is a city in Northern California featuring a lot of Danish-style architecture and a lot of wineries. Lala plans this trip as a thank you to the girls for how supportive they all were after her dad died. It's a 2-hour drive, but since they're going to take the private jet, it's only a 20-minute flight. All of the girls are invited, except for Rachel, and we see Sheena, Brittany, and Lala all ask Lisa for time off. They're nervous, as if this trip hasn't been on their shooting schedule in advance. Kristen promises that, since they're not leaving the country, her travel anxiety won't kick in for this trip. But Stassi still doesn't want to room with Kristen, so Katie takes one for the team this time. And sure enough, Kristen causes a headache right at the beginning of this trip. Stassi told Katie that they shouldn't ride with Kristen to the airport because she's always late. So of course, they had to turn around on their way because Kristen forgot her purse. Kristen doesn't see the problem with this because she's just a late person. Once they arrive at the hotel, Brittany is rooming with Lala, Ariana's rooming with Stassi, and Sheena's rooming alone. And according to the editing, her room is just a little ways away from everyone else's for added drama. Going back to Kristen, Stassi says she isn't acting like herself. She finds what she thinks is wild lavender on the side of the road and just eats it. And she tells a sommelier that Merlot is, quote, the basic bitch of wine. This is after Brittany had to reassure this same sommelier that they're a sophisticated group. More significantly, she freaks out after James appears to have gotten rehired at Pump. We'll get there. Stassi tells her to not let this ruin her trip, but Kristen disappears from the shop they're all in, and no one knows where she is. She reappears at dinner, and Crazy Kristen has taken over, though it's not as bad as seasons 2 and 3. She thinks that her friends think it's fair game to make fun of her while they're traveling, and that they're just as bad as her. But the girls just don't want James to affect her so much, which is also something Carter has apparently said to her. While the girls are in Solvang, the guys are having a night out, which we'll talk about later. And Carter tells Kristen that James is at this guy's night. She's drunk as fuck and keeps calling her friends assholes, and those friends have no desire to hear about what Carter's texting Kristen about the guy's night. When Katie calls Schwartz, she also tells Carter about how Kristen's acting, but Carter claims he's not texting her anything and to not worry about her. This is our first hint of things maybe not being great between the two of them. Kristen says in episode 10 that they fight a lot, and in the next episode, Carter calls her overbearing. In that same episode, the girls bring up that they don't think Carter's good for Kristen, and that she seems miserable with him. We also learn that when Kristen asked him to go to couples therapy, he said no. That night, Katie sleeps in Sheena's room instead of the one she's sharing with Kristen. She apparently kept acting like Crazy Kristen all night and threatened to go home. Kristen insists that her problem is that James is worming his way back into their friend group, but Katie and the others think that's a front for her issues with Carter. In episode 12, when the rest of the girls are playing cornhole at a winery, Stassi and Kristen talk about Carter. Stassi says she's learned that it's possible to not be in a miserable relationship, and Kristen deserves that too. And that kind of breaks my heart a little bit. We'll talk about Stassi and Bo next, but what does it say that it's taken her until she's 30 to learn this? Kristen agrees that her relationship is bad, but she feels the need to defend it because it's not always bad. Does that sound familiar? Because she did this same thing in season 2 at the end of her relationship with Sandoval. Kristen also mentions that she thinks Carter doesn't put effort into their relationship because he knows he has a place to live and a girlfriend to take care of him. After the girls get back to LA, Kristen and Carter show up to Christina Kelly's housewarming party, fighting. She tells him that she doesn't like how short he is with her, but he turns it around and says she'll bitch at him about how her day's gone. Carter also mentions that he thinks the couples therapist they've seen before takes his side, which Kristen points out isn't the point of therapy. But they claim they're going to work on things. When the girls go out to Lock and Key in episode 13, Kristen insists that things are great with Carter, because things were great the day before. Her friends just want her to face the fact that she's not happy and that they should break up. But Kristen says she's getting older because someone has convinced these women that anything over 30 is old, and if she's going to marry anyone, it would be Carter. Beau's mom hosts a relationship workshop for the group in episode 13, and while setting up, Kristen decides that her friends Katie and Stassi are attacking her relationship because they aren't telling her what she wants to hear. Carter actually talks to these two after the workshop and asks them to stop talking shit on Kristen, which they're not doing. They explain that what they're actually doing is repeating the bad things that Kristen has told them. Carter tries to downplay this, saying Kristen is just venting to them and that everything is fine, but Katie says again that Kristen is constantly telling them how miserable she is. Carter blames his and Kristen's fighting on Stassi and Katie, things escalate, and Kristen eventually joins in. When Stassi fills her in on what they're fighting about, she backs up Carter. Kristen says that she has always supported Katie and Stassi trying to work through things with Schwartz and Patrick, respectively, and that she would like them to do the same with her and Carter. Let's unpack this statement for a second. Katie and Schwartz should have never gotten married, and someone giving them some tough love about how deep-seated their issues are maybe could have done them some good. And Stassi and Patrick are broken up because that was also a toxic relationship. Kristen clearly thinks that the job of a friend is just to support whatever relationship their other friends are in, regardless of if it's a good one or not. So now that Katie and Stassi are actually being honest with her and encouraging her to leave her bad relationship, she's decided they're not being good friends. This will come up again, a fair amount, next season. In episode 14, Kristen is apparently using Instagram to broadcast how happy she and Carter apparently are. This reminds me of in season 2, when Kristen went home to Detroit and tweeted about how much she loved Sandoval the entire time she was gone. We next join Kristen and Carter at what I think is their anniversary dinner, where Carter tells her what Katie and Stassi said about him. He says that since he doesn't vent to his friends, Kristen shouldn't either, which feels like a bit of a red flag. Kristen wants Carter to be nice to her, but he says someone has to be nice to you in order to be nice to them. Finally, Katie and Kristen talk at Sheena's place in episode 15. Kristen says Katie was an asshole, but Katie says it was only because Carter was a dick first. Kristen thinks the problem is that she only complains about Carter and never says nice things, and claims again that everything is fine. In a talking head, Katie says she just wants her friend to be happy. Kristen and Carter are broken up by the time the reunion rolls around. She feels like she was taken advantage of by Carter because she paid for everything, but she claims there was a shift in his behavior after hearing what people were saying about him. Katie and Stassi wish he had made that shift because he had wanted to for Kristen. Kristen also seems to think that Katie and Stassi shouldn't have been telling her she should break up with Carter, even though they appear to be correct. She has also started going to Brittany or even Ariana to talk, instead of Katie and Stassi. Stassi thinks this is just Kristen going to people who will tell her what she wants to hear, and Katie thinks Kristen is settling for Carter. Stassi also thinks this breakup won't stick, and she's kind of right. Stassi and Beau are next, and I'm going to state my bias up top. Beau is the best man to appear on this show. Not that that's a very high bar to clear. Stassi is happy with Beau, she feels like she can be herself around him, and she gets emotional in a talking head talking about how much she loves him. Later in the season, she says she didn't know you could be in a relationship and trust the other person. And this is why I said it broke my heart when Stassi told Kristen she's learned that relationships don't have to be miserable. Because being happy and trusting your partner should really be the bare minimum. Unlike Patrick, Bo isn't kept away from Lisa for 4 seasons. They are introduced at Pride, and it goes much better this time around. We learn that Bo's mom is a relationship therapist, and Lisa comments that that's making him look even better. It's not just Stassi's love life that's going better this season. Her friendship with Ariana also seems to be pretty firmly established, to the point that they're throwing a joint, winter-themed birthday party. And since the group doesn't have to decide whose party to go to, there's no guest list drama. Well, other than James getting disinvited, but that's pretty normal. Rachel is still invited, though. The party starts off fine. Kristen found them a huge house to rent. Katie's basically dressed as a White Walker. Schwartz is Buddy the Elf on bath salts. And Sandoval goes overboard like he always does and gets a custom headpiece made. And Stassi does actually do an ass shot this season, but on Ariana instead of a New Orleans stripper. Oh, and Stassi's mom talks about Bo's dick. Later that night, Stassi's ready for bed, but Bo wants to hang out with everyone longer. So, of course, Stassi rage texts and rage calls him, and then gets even more mad when he doesn't answer his phone. Off camera, she ends up actually going out and yelling at him to come to bed. When they talk the next morning, Stassi gives him a tearful apology. Bo wants her to figure out why she reacts this way, and it scares Stassi that she doesn't know. But I think I know why. She's had such bad experiences with boyfriends in the past and is so used to not trusting her partner that when she finally is with a good guy, she looks for problems where there might not be any. And Bo proves just how much of a step up he is from Jax and Frank and Patrick. Instead of dismissing her as being crazy, Bo says, quote, "So how are we going to fix this?" Because for once, Stassi's not alone with her issues. She has someone who wants to help her work through them. And I like when Bo says he looks at their fights as learning experiences. You can tell he was raised by a therapist. We'll meet Bo's mom in a bit, but first, some of the other moms come for a visit in episode 6 during a relaunch for Kristen's t-shirt line, James May. Katie's mom, Terry, and Stassi's mom, Dana, are also best friends, and Kristen's mom, Faye, is here too, appearing on camera for the first time. Dana talks to Bo, and it's slightly less creepy than their conversation at Stassi and Ariana's birthday was. Instead, she basically begs him to not break up with Stassi. Then Dana tells Stassi not to, quote, be herself and mess up this relationship too. Dana actually says, quote, "You're actually down here and he's up here." When Stassi says that Bo's already seen the worst parts of her, which we saw at her birthday party, Dana questions that. In a talking head, Stassi points out that this is all Rich because she's never seen her mom in a healthy relationship. And Bo continues to prove that he's better than her exes, who probably would have agreed with Dana. Instead, Bo says this is, quote, awful and unacceptable. When they all go out to dinner together, a tipsy-seeming Dana tells Kristen that she hopes Stassi grows up to be like her, which is hilarious. When asked, Dana says again that she doesn't want Stassi to fuck up her relationship. Stassi thinks her mom isn't listening to her, but then Dana's compliments to Kristen serve their purpose, and Kristen takes Dana's side, thinking Stassi's just being a bitch. Stassi and Kristen start fighting, Dana leaves, and Faye and Terry go after her. At the reunion, Stassi says these interactions actually led to her not talking to her mom for about 8 months, but Dana did eventually apologize. Even though she's nervous, Stassi meeting Bo's mom for the first time in person goes much better than this. Stassi tells her that when her friends first showed Bo her Instagram, he passed on her. But Bo's mom spins this to say that it was her personality that hooked him, not her looks, which is a lot better than telling your daughter that her personality is going to drive her boyfriend away. Bo leaves the table at one point and leaves his phone open to record whatever Stassi and his mom are saying, asking his mom not to embarrass him. Instead, what he catches is Stassi telling her how much she loves him and how important it is to her to meet her. And Bo's mom says in return how much he loves her. We see Bo listening to this recording in a talking head, and as much as this was almost certainly all a producer setup, his reaction to hearing Stassi tell his mom that she hopes she'll be his mother-in-law someday is very sweet. While she's in town, Bo's mom hosts a relationship workshop for the group. Her topic is going to be to, quote, teach what's happening when we're emotionally triggered, which is perfect for this group. She talks about how the problem-solving part of the brain gets shut off when we're triggered, and the reactive part of the brain, which she kind of humorously calls the reptilian brain, activates. And I think this might be the best on-camera therapy anyone in this cast has ever gotten. In episode 17, we basically get a redo of the birthday fight in Mexico. Stassi wants to have a quiet night, but Beau wants to go hang out with everyone because they're on vacation, and he admits that he gets FOMO. The next morning, Beau lovingly calls her a drunken brat, and Stassi must have taken that as a challenge, because they have this fight again at 3 a.m. on night 2. Beau brings up how hurt he is, that Stassi always thinks he's abandoning her. But she doesn't want her boyfriend to be out late because that's been a problem with past boyfriends. On the other hand, she also doesn't want Beau feeling like he's being forced into staying with her because she doesn't want him to resent her. Beau knows he's good to Stassi, which is what we have seen too, and that he doesn't deserve her distrust. He also asks later how they're going to have a future together if Stassi doesn't trust him. The episode cuts away to another scene, then comes back to Stassi actually discussing what she thinks causes her to distrust her partners, including the behavior of her exes, like I said, and that her parents have each been divorced more than once. She admits that she's basically looking for red flags with Beau because that's what she's used to, but she also says that her rational brain knows that that's not the type of person Beau is. Hell, even Jax knows this. Earlier on this same day, Jax told Stassi that Beau was a catch and that she should trust him to be the good guy he is. The next morning, Stassi apologizes, and Beau says that working through all of this is going to be a process. When they're back in LA, Katie and Beau talk about this fight. Katie says exactly what I think, that Stassi is self-sabotaging because she doesn't think she deserves a good guy. She also thinks that Stassi is going to need to do, quote, something drastic to change this about herself. Ask me if that drastic thing is therapy. Nope. Katie means an exorcism. Stassi and Katie go see a woman calling herself the Oracle of Los Angeles, who is definitely a wannabe actor trying to get a role in some hip A24 horror movie. Apparently, the demon inhabiting Stassi, what she calls her dark passenger, protected her from past boyfriends. But this demon doesn't recognize that Beau's not the enemy. At least Stassi knows that this fake exorcism didn't really do anything, and that she actually needs to continue to work on improving. Beau and Lisa talk one more time this season, at Jax and Brittany's engagement party, where he tells her that he does plan on proposing to Stassi eventually. When Stassi joins in on this conversation, Lisa tells her that she was just telling Beau how lucky he is to have her. Stassi points out that her own mother has never said that, which she thinks is a factor in how negative she's felt at points this season. But when she points out that both of her parents are on marriage number 4, Beau says they are not their parents. So when they were packing to go to Mexico, Beau appears in a T-Rex costume. He did bring it to the reunion, but producers said he couldn't wear it. We also learned that, unlike Brittany, Beau watched the Vanderpump Rules pilot when he started dating Stassi. When someone asks if that didn't scare him, he replies, "Fuck yeah, it did." Next, we are going to take a break from romantic relationships and talk about Tom Tom. As of episode 1, the deadline for finishing the bar is 5 weeks away, and Schwartz and Sandoval, despite being assigned to this almost a year ago, and despite the piles of liquor boxes we see in Schwartz's apartment, still haven't handed over a cocktail list. So Lisa's taken it upon herself to work with Pandora on a cocktail list while they're also working on the menu. Of course, this makes Sandoval mad, and he asks what Pandora even knows about cocktails. I don't know about that, but I'd imagine she understands deadlines. Before Tom Tom even officially opens, the Daily Mail is going to be hosting a party there. The Toms are asked to show Ken and Lisa 3 cocktails that can potentially be served at this party, and they show up with a lot more than that. Actually, Schwartz says they have a list of 25 to 30 cocktails, which is cool, but when were they planning on giving the majority owners that list? When asked what else they can do to help, Lisa puts them in charge of interviewing staff, where Schwartz is too easy on everyone and Sandoval's too picky. However, when Nick Elaine arrives to install the pieces he's designed, he and Lisa don't want the Toms around. So of course they show up when the truck's being unloaded. But Lisa doesn't let them in. They'll get to see it when it's all done. At the beginning of episode 8, Tom Tom has no water, gas, or electricity. We actually learn that it's going to cost almost $170,000 to hook up the water. There are also still permit issues with the kitchen, so the food for the Daily Mail party is going to have to be prepared in the pump kitchen, which is 2 doors down. Oh yeah, this is all one episode before the Daily Mail party. They're behind enough that Lisa's grand reveal to Schwartz and Sandoval needs to be pushed back by a day. But they love it once they do see it, and honestly, I think this is my favorite interior of any Lisa Vanderpump restaurant. Though that could just be because I'm a sucker for exposed brick. Schwartz and Ariana actually both offer to give Sandoval $500 if he manages to not cry when he finally sees the bar, but of course he cries. Tom Sandoval has many faults, but his ability to openly express emotion is not one of them. At the top of episode 9, there's only 24 hours left until the Daily Mail party, and the utilities still aren't hooked up. There's also still no legal documents signed between the business partners. Schwartz and Sandoval have apparently been asking for a term sheet, and Lisa finally brings them one in this episode. According to not Wikipedia, but Investopedia, a term sheet is a non-binding form outlining an investment's basic terms and conditions. So, still not a legal contract, but better than nothing. On the day of the Daily Mail party, the air conditioning is not working, and neither is the ice machine, so Sandoval orders 700 pounds of ice to be delivered. Meanwhile, Schwartz is given the task of installing toilet seats in the bathroom. As for the guest list for this party, Lisa says this is not open invite for all of Schwartz and Sandoval's friends. Their significant others, Katie and Ariana, are obviously invited, and an exception is made for Jax and Brittany because it's Jax's birthday. Schwartz says he also invited Stassi and Kristen. Lisa's fine with Stassi coming, but not Kristen, because they're still enemies. So Schwartz has to text Kristen while she's getting ready that she is no longer invited. Even though this wasn't open invite for the entire cast, basically everyone is there. In addition to the people I just talked about, Lala, Sheena, and Peter have been brought over from SUR to work. James was also specifically asked to DJ by the Daily Mail, which Katie and Ariana are absolutely thrilled about. But James gets a bit of the karma he deserves when we see that the DJ booth is a small alcove off of the upstairs kitchen that has no outlets. The solution to this is that James is going to actually have his equipment set up and running in a closet, and he'll be connected to the speakers via Bluetooth. He pops up in the actual DJ booth every once in a while to make it look like that's where he actually is. The party goes well. Schwartz and Sandoval are in matching suits and matching tom-tom necklaces, and Lisa is absolutely smashed. So now that they've gotten over that hurdle, the bar has to actually open. In episode 10, Tom Tom still doesn't have the gas hooked up, and in episode 11, they're still waiting on their health inspection. Sandoval, in particular, is still waiting on his frozen shot machine to go in behind the bar. But Lisa didn't realize he was serious, and we learn in the reunion that it's never worked into the bar at all because Ken didn't have it when the bar layout was being designed. Sandoval disputes this. Finally, in episode 12, Lisa brings in a mixologist named Sly to evaluate the potential cocktail menu. She is going to look through Schwartz and Sandoval's expansive cocktail list and evaluate all of the practical aspects, like inventory costs and how long it would actually take to make these cocktails behind the bar. This will inform what makes the final cocktail menu. Obviously, Sandoval gets pissy when he thinks that some woman he doesn't know is going to tell him that his cocktails are bad. He bitches about this to Schwartz and Jax when they go out, and actually threatens to walk if none of their cocktails make the menu, because fuck practicality. He doesn't care if Lisa thinks that things like the frozen shot machine or the diamond ice press are inefficient. He's convinced himself that the bar that he owns a whopping 5% of needs these things. So, of course, all this drama is for nothing. Sly likes their cocktails overall, and 10 of them make the menu. Before the bar is open to the public, there is going to be a friends and family preview, and Kristen's tired of Lisa banning her from things for something that happened 5 years ago, so she is going to make it clear that she's going to this event. Kristen goes to talk to her at SUR and says she wants to support her friends at the opening. Lisa's pretty dismissive, but she doesn't ban her, which has to count as progress. For the grand opening, Sandoval's decided that he and Schwartz need to make a grand entrance. So he buys a motorcycle and sidecar, complete with custom Tom-Tom decals and personalized helmets. Ariana's baffled that he's doing this after he invested $50,000 into a bar that isn't open yet and might still fail, and while they're trying to buy a house. Hours before the friends and family party, Sandoval and Schwartz return the signed term sheet to Lisa, and she tells him that she is finally going to cash the 4 investment checks that they've given her. Remember this for a little bit later. On the day of the party, of course, the Toms are wearing matching suits again. The suits also match the motorcycle, and the motorcycle matches how cool Sandoval thinks he is. But even though he remembered the custom decals on the bike and helmets, he forgot to put gas in the bike. So he and Schwartz have to push it to the gas station before they can arrive at the party. Everyone loves the design and cocktails at Tom Tom, and the unofficial opening goes well. We see that Richardson, the head waiter from Pump, has been poached and is now managing Tom Tom, and Lisa's talked into riding in Sandoval's sidecar. The Mexico trip is after the Friends and Family opening, and of course, Sandoval calls Lisa to micromanage Tom Tom. She reminds him that she has done this a time or two, but throughout all this, Sandoval has still been working at SUR, aka doing a bartending shift whenever the cameras need him there. Lisa decides that he should be at Tom Tom full-time, and she fires him from SUR. Remember when I specifically pointed out that Lisa told the Toms she was going to finally cash their checks? That's important because in episode 18, after they get back from Mexico, she tells Schwartz that both of his checks bounced. A few episodes before this, he mentions that he had changed banks sometime within the last year and didn't remember which account those checks had been linked to, so this isn't a surprise. Lisa, who has waited a whole year to cash their checks, now tells Schwartz that if she doesn't have the money by next Tuesday, then he's out of Tom Tom. But he does have the money, so he decides to make this moment dramatic. He withdraws $50,000 in cash and puts it in a briefcase for Lisa. He also handcuffs the briefcase to himself for safety. Lisa appreciates the humor in all this, fortunately. When she asks why all the money is in small bills, Schwartz replies, quote, for visual impact. But even though the opening and first weeks of Tom Tom's operation goes well, Ariana says in episode 20 that she doesn't like how Lisa talked down to the Toms during this process. Specifically, she brings up to Stassi and Kristen how Lisa snarked on Schwartz and Sandoval going on vacation so close to the opening in an interview that she did. Even though she said she was fine with them going, and they go on a big cast trip every season at around that same time. Sandoval agrees with Ariana, saying he and Schwartz are, quote, punching bags for Lisa. Ariana ends up talking to Lisa about this at Jax and Brittany's engagement party, where Lisa brushes off what she said in the interview as a joke. But Ariana's still not happy that Lisa was portraying the Toms, specifically her Tom, as idiots. This continues at the reunion, where Ariana thinks Lisa shows the Toms more respect off camera than on camera. There's a bit less talk about Tom Tom overall at this reunion. Lisa claims she wanted the Toms around more during the building process, which Schwartz and Sandoval disagree with. Lisa also claims to have had no idea how long Schwartz and Sandoval were working on their cocktails. Sandoval is still not happy that a woman came in and messed with his cocktails, and he and Schwartz are not making any money from Tom Tom yet. And, of course, Sandoval brought the motorcycle to the reunion and even got Andy his own helmet. But when they go for a ride, they barely make it out of the parking lot before the bike stalls. Then, once they get it going, it stalls again about a block away, and Andy leaves Sandoval behind to push the bike back to the studio himself. Before we move on, I just want to note that by total coincidence, I wrote the Tom Tom section of this script the day it was announced that the bar was up for sale. Next are Jax and Brittany, who, as I mentioned at the very end of season 6, are back together. And Jax is off to a good start as far as convincing us that his grief over the death of his father has caused him to magically become a better person without any actual work on himself. Jax says he regrets 99.9% of the decisions he made last summer. He obviously didn't take the hockey job in Tampa because it was either that or Brittany. And like I said a bit ago, Brittany provided a lot of support for him after his dad died. Brittany's happy she stayed with Jax, and I guess I'm glad that he has a consistent presence in his life right now, because in the aftermath of his dad's death, Jax's relationship with his mom has fallen apart. She apparently wasn't being honest with him or his sister about how quickly their dad was actually declining, and Jax claims he didn't even know that his dad was in the ICU at the end. At this point, he has not spoken to his mom in 6 months. This will come up a couple more times over the course of this and next season, but for now we are going to pivot to something happier. Well, happier for Jax and Brittany at the time, I guess, not happier for us watching in hindsight. In episode 1, while Brittany's working at SUR, Jax goes out with Schwartz, Stassi, and Beau. There, he fills Stassi and Beau in on how he is going to be proposing to Brittany in 2 days. Schwartz and Sandoval both already know, and just like with any other secret, Jax can't resist telling anyone he runs into, such as his Uber driver. Stassi tells him that if this had happened 8 months ago, all the girls would have been against it, but everyone's noticed how much he's changed. Then she threatens him with gross public humiliation if he hurts Brittany again. I am still waiting for her to follow through with that. The next day, which is the day before Jax plans to propose, Stassi actually meets up with Brittany at the dog park and has to pretend nothing notable happened the night before. Meanwhile, Jax takes Schwartz and Sandoval with him to Kyle Chan's studio to pick up Brittany's ring. The ring isn't super far off from the one he showed Brittany's family in Jax and Brittany Take Kentucky, but the one he ultimately gets adds a halo around the center stone, and I think that's the only major change. While they're at the studio, Sandoval says he is worried that Jax is only doing this because Brittany was there for him when his dad died. But Jax says that's exactly why he's doing this. And look, on paper, I did exactly the same thing. I got engaged even sooner after my dad died than Jax did. I understand how grief can put things in your life into perspective. However, let's take a moment and look back at some of the things Jax has said about marriage and monogamy over the past 6 years. After Stassi dumps him, but while he's trying to get her back, he tells Schwartz that girlfriends rain on your parade. Jax's season 2 views on marriage equality were, quote, let them be miserable like straight people. On the San Diego trip that his girlfriend at the time, Tiffany, set up for him and the boys, he says, quote, who invented this whole monogamy thing? This person should be shot. He gave Schwartz a lot of shit for trying to stick up for Katie in season 3 and actively tried to break them up because he assumed Schwartz would be happier if he were single. When he finally admitted that Brittany was his girlfriend in season 4, he followed that up with, quote, I really don't see any other way out of this one. Jax asks Brittany in season 4 if she knows anyone who's happily married, apparently not believing it's possible. In a season 5 talking head, Jax straight up says marriage ruins everything. Also in season 5 is Jax saying, have you ever met a guy that's been like, gosh, I'm so happy I got married? No. And at Schwartz and Katie's wedding, Jax jokes about playing Russian roulette on his own wedding day. And that's just what we've seen on camera. Do we really think that one incident, as emotionally affecting as it may have been, is enough to just change all of these thoughts? When the day arrives, Jax's plan is for them to go to Neptune's Net in Malibu, directly across from the beach. Then a limo will take them back home, where all of their friends will be waiting to celebrate. Brittany's ring is in a huge box that doesn't fit in Jax's pockets, so he decides to stuff it down the front of his pants. While Jax and Brittany are on their way to Malibu, Stassi and Kristen go over to Katie and Schwartz's apartment. As a reminder, Stassi and Schwartz know what's going on, but Kristen and Katie do not. However, Kristen has become convinced that Jax is proposing that night because Brittany mentioned to her they were going to Malibu on a date, even though Jax had told Kristen that they were going to all meet somewhere else that night. Katie doesn't think this is happening, and while she and Kristen debate, Stassi has to walk away because she's having trouble keeping the secret. She and Schwartz freak out together in the kitchen for a minute before she goes back to the girls. Katie thinks it's too soon for a proposal since Jax cheating on Brittany with Faith was only a year ago. Finally, Katie notices that Stassi isn't saying anything, so Stassi gives in and reveals that Jax is proposing that night. Over in Malibu, Jax is so nervous it's almost endearing. When he goes to the counter to pretend to get their food, he comes back with the ring box on an empty tray, and obviously Brittany says yes. Back at their apartment, Stassi, Schwartz, and Sandoval have been tasked with planning the impromptu engagement party, complete with getting catering from Hooters. Everyone's there, even Lisa. James is the only cast member excluded, and when he hears about the engagement, he comments that Jax will be a great first husband for Brittany. He also thinks Jax was forced by Brittany to get engaged as an apology for cheating. Once the initial high of the engagement wears off, Jax's friends start thinking what I'm thinking. Peter starts, joking that instead of getting insurance for Brittany's ring, they should insure Jax. More seriously, Sandoval and Ariana wonder, once the raw emotion of losing his dad wears off, if Jax will just go back to his old self. But Lala thinks Jax has truly changed because she can relate to how it feels to lose a parent, because remember, she lost her dad shortly before filming started. Just to refresh your memory, Jax got fired from SUR at the end of last season. But now that he has a wedding to pay for, and since we're still not talking about how much the cast gets paid for being on the show, he goes to Villa Rosa to ask Lisa for his job back. Lisa isn't sure, because currently Jax and James are having issues, and she doesn't think them being in the same place is a good idea. But Jax insists that he's changed, and he would like the chance to prove that to her. And since Lisa agrees that he does seem different, she brings him in to bartend Pride as a test. After that goes well, he's officially rehired. As another fake storyline to make money, Jax and Brittany decide to start making and selling her grandmother's beer cheese. And just like any other business Jax mentions trying to start, we will hear about it 2 times at absolute most. He claims that he is going to take care of the actual business side of things, then forgets that he and Brittany will need to get permits to sell the cheese, and then complains that Googling the permits is too hard. It's kind of a shame that this business goes nowhere, because they could probably use the extra money considering the engagement party Brittany is planning. She and Jax bring Katie and Stassi along for the venue walkthrough at Inn of the Seventh Ray, which is about an hour from West Hollywood. I believe it's in the Topanga Canyon area. The party is going to be Enchanted Forest theme, and Jax already knows this is going to be expensive. And he's right. The rough price estimate that the venue gives them is $14,205. A couple minutes ago, I mentioned that Sandoval and Ariana were concerned that Jax would eventually go back to being his old self. They were with Lala when they said this, and Lala tells Brittany in episode 5. Brittany is hurt by this because she thought they were happy for her and Jax. Brittany tells Jax about this at Stassi and Ariana's birthday party. He thinks that this comes from Sandoval being upset that Ariana doesn't want to get married. When he actually asks Sandoval about this, Sandoval says that he really is genuinely concerned that this whole change is solely because of his father's death, which is true. He doesn't want Jax to revert back to getting bored and moving on like he normally does, but he does also apologize and the guys hug it out. Sandoval's not the only one who's worried. In episode 6, Brittany tells Katie and Stassi that she does still worry about Jax doing something stupid again. But she also says that Jax has been working on changing since before his father died, which must have conveniently happened off camera, so she doesn't like it when people say that's the only catalyst. In episode 7, Katie tells us that Jax was in her apartment complaining about how Lisa not believing he'd changed was stressing Brittany out. When the girls talk to Brittany about this, she feels like people are waiting for her and Jax to go south again, and she's tired of having to defend her relationship. We'll get used to it because you'll be doing it for the rest of this season and a lot of next season. This conversation makes Brittany freak out and leave Katie's apartment. So then Jax comes over, saying Brittany's going crazy and he doesn't know what to do. When he goes back to his own apartment, Brittany fills him in on what happened and says she just wants everyone to be happy for them. In episode 10, Jax and Brittany start their premarital counseling, which they have to start 1 year ahead of the wedding if they want to get married in the Catholic Church. Brittany's nervous because she's never gone to therapy before, but that's okay because it's very possible Jax has never really done therapy outside of the show. Also, premarital counseling through the Catholic Church and couples therapy are 2 different things. Jax tells their counselor that things are fine, but Brittany brings up that they don't really talk about the past, specifically how he cheated last season. He doesn't see any reason to talk about it, even though they're getting married, and you should probably sort through this stuff. Brittany makes this point, and the counselor backs her up, which upsets Jax because he doesn't understand how going back and talking through the past would make anything better. She asks Jax how he knows that he won't fall back into his old ways, and he says he just knows. Later, Jax suggests that Brittany also do solo therapy, which she is not into, which I guess is fair since Jax has never followed through with going to therapy. I mentioned when I talked about the Solvang trip in Kristen's section that the boys had their own night out. Sandoval booked them a suite at the Mondrian Hotel, and I'm only mentioning the location because we'll be here again during Scandival. Jax tells Brittany that the group's guys' nights usually, quote, aren't that nuts. Then we get a flashback to them in San Diego in season 3. James isn't initially invited, but once the group arrives at the Mondrian, Sandoval brings up calling him to invite him. Jax is fine with this, so James shows up, and this is what sets off Kristen in Solvang. And since there is one whole single man in this group, Peter, the boys decide it's also okay to invite a few random girls upstairs to their suite, one of whom is named Dana, who we will get to know better next season. While Peter, James, and Sandoval are scouting for prey, Jax and Beau are sitting to the side, behaving. They both agree that they are uncomfortable with the girls being around. By the time the group gets up to the suite, it is 11:20 p.m. James is managing to stay sober, which is a miracle since Sandoval packed a full bar kit in his suitcase. Someone also brought a box of Fireball because apparently that comes in boxes, just like wine. Peter and Dana disappear together, and Schwartz actually thinks he should leave at one point, but then acknowledges that even though guys' nights almost ruined his relationship, he continues to go on them. While the debauchery is happening, Jax, Beau, and now Carter are hunkering down in a corner together. Jax and Beau go off alone again, and Beau texts Stassi that she and Brittany need to get together if they can. Once that happens, Jax and Beau call them and tell them exactly what is going on. Stassi and Brittany are not thrilled, but then Brittany points out that their guys are the only ones on the call. The other husbands and boyfriends are still partying. And even though they give the guys some shit, Stassi says the next day that Beau handled the situation perfectly. Also, Katie calls Schwartz, and after he tells her that Peter brought girls up to the room, she doesn't make a big deal out of it. In episode 19, Jax and Brittany go back for another marriage counseling session. Brittany mentions that she is looking forward to showing her family how good she and Jax are doing, especially her dad. But she says again that even though he's better, there's still a part of her that doesn't trust him. Jax is stressed out by this because now he might actually have to follow through with changing, which is something no one has ever asked of him before. Their engagement party is the big end-of-season event this season, so the rest of their section is going to be the build-up to that and the party itself. Brittany rattles off the guest list for the party in episode 18, and honestly, they might as well just make this the wedding. Jax's mom is not invited, and neither is Billie Lee. We'll talk a lot more about her in the final section, but for now, you just need to know that there's been drama between her and the girls for a while. After Billie Lee learns she's not invited, she thinks it's because she's friends with James. This is all happening at SUR, so when she goes to find Brittany, Brittany clarifies that she's not invited because Jax doesn't think she's trustworthy. Also, this party is $75 per plate, so they need to cut the guest list down where they can. Family starts coming into town in episode 20, starting with Jax's sister Jenny and her husband Patrick. Not Stassi's Patrick, this is a different Patrick. Brittany's family arrives next, and this is where we learn that the IVF fundraiser for her brother Wes and sister-in-law Militia was successful, and we meet their daughter Paisley. After everyone arrives, Brittany goes wedding dress shopping with her family, Stassi, Katie, Kristen, and her friend Kara. Kristen has deluded herself into thinking that she could be Brittany's maid of honor, but Brittany's already determined that that's going to be Kara. You know, the friend she's had for much longer than she's been in LA and known Kristen. But we do also see her ask Katie to be her matron of honor. None of the dresses we see her try on are the ones she ends up getting, but according to a People magazine article I read about her dress, she did find it on this specific shopping trip. While Brittany's dress shopping, Jax and Jenny go get memorial tattoos for their dad and talk about how they don't like how their mom handled his death. Jax wonders if maybe she was just respecting their dad's wishes and they didn't know, but Jenny thinks he would have wanted them there to say goodbye. Before we move on, I want to point out the irony of Jax's new tattoo saying, "Make good choices," in his dad's handwriting. Later in episode 20, Brittany brings together the entire crew that are going to be her bridal party. This group, other than the of honors, Katie and Kara, includes Jenny, Ariana, Stassi, Sheena, Kristen, her friend from home Zach, and her friend from college Lindy. And Kristen actually gets mad when she learns she's not the maid of honor. Girl, you were never in the running. Calm down. At the same time as this is happening, Jax takes all the men to Tom Tom. He insists to Brittany's dad, Don, that he's changed, but Brittany's brother, Austin, threatens Jax on behalf of all the brothers if he hurts her again. And in a talking head, when all the men are talking about if Jax will take care of Brittany, he's like, well, what about asking if she's gonna take care of me? On the day of the engagement party, when he's deciding what to wear, Sandoval actually has to be told by Ariana that he shouldn't upstage Jax at his own engagement party. A party bus arrives to take everyone to the venue, and someone's brought a beer funnel that says LVP on the side in rhinestones. The party is only serving beer and wine because Jax doesn't trust his friends with tequila, but he did bring airport bottles of liquor, and Ariana brought her own flask. When they arrive at the party, Brittany hopes Lala's not mad that she's not a bridesmaid. But when they talk later, Lala's totally cool about it, and even gifts her and Jax a trip to Cabo on Randall's private jet. Stassi also meets Brittany's dad, and he tells her that he is still not 100% on board with Jax. Stassi says they have to trust that this is going to go well or they'll drive themselves crazy, and that they owe it to Jax and Brittany to root for them. Elsewhere in the party, Jax tells Jenny that so far, this experience has taught him that, quote, everyone is against him because they're still questioning if he's changed. He says this just drives him to prove everyone wrong. At the end of the party, Lisa gives a very nice speech about how much she has seen Jax grow up over the years. And then Schwartz and Sandoval convince her to do the beer funnel, saying it will seal their partnership. The reunion taping is taking place 3 months before Jax and Brittany's wedding. Jax claims he is helping sometimes and says they're not going to get a prenup. Lala is also now a bridesmaid because Brittany felt really bad for excluding her, bringing her bridal party count up to 12. Then James and Jax start yelling about dead dad tweets and a Twitter account that Jax might have started under Rachel's name, and James calls Brittany a hillbilly. Sandoval, of course, defends James, so then he and Jax start yelling too. The group takes a break at the top of part 2 of the reunion, and Jax says Sandoval's not going to be in his wedding. Sandoval stands by what he said about wondering if Jax will go back to his old self. Jax says he can't win whether he's an asshole or not, and that he is a work in progress. But Andy says again he's heard that before, also bringing up that Jax seemed closed off and dismissive in their marriage counseling. At this point, Jax still has no relationship with his mom, and neither does Jenny. They don't even know if she's going to be at the wedding. And James chooses this emotional moment to pull out his phone. The final part of the reunion ends with him being a bitch again about how he can be rude to Brittany because Jax was mean to Rachel. I have been dreading this last section since I finished taking notes on this season, because now I have to spend the next 16 pages of script talking about James. James is being his usual self at the start of the season. He was taunting Randall at Coachella and made a joke about how he and Lala had hooked up, so now she's pissed at him. Kristen says his ego is out of control, and while he was freestyle rapping during a DJ set at Sir, he made a joke about Jax hooking up with Faith, embarrassing Brittany and causing her to leave. So now, Jax is texting James threatening to beat him up, and Jax comes to Sir to find him in episode 1. James claims he apologized, which I'm sure he didn't, and says he did it without thinking, which I'm sure is true because he never thinks about how anything he does will affect the people around him. Jax makes it clear that James isn't welcome at any group events that summer. After Jax leaves, James immediately tattles to Ken and Lisa about what just happened. But then Sandoval fills Lisa in on why Jax is mad, and Lisa agrees that what James did was inappropriate. Lisa then feels the need to apologize to Brittany on James's behalf because we know she'll never get anything worthwhile from him. Sandoval calls James out for trying to justify why he said what he said, but James claims he wants to apologize. Sandoval suggests getting Jax and Brittany an engagement gift, so he shows up to Pride with a gift basket containing 3 bottles of tequila. He does give his best genuine apology to Brittany, but she is smart enough not to trust it. Pride is 80s themed this year because nothing bad happened to the gay community in the 80s, and James is on the bar drinking wine through a straw. Actually, James is drinking a lot at Pride, so nothing that happens next should come as a surprise. First, yet another girl comes forward saying she hooked up with James while he's been with Rachel. Kristen's friend Hope was staying in the same house as the two of them for Coachella, and she and James hooked up after Rachel went to bed. Speaking of Rachel, this is the best place to mention that she is done with school, and she and James now live together. Kristen's plan is for Hope to confront James at Pride. First, the two of them pull Rachel aside to tell her what's going on. And this goes as well as it always does when Rachel's confronted with any sort of reality about who she's dating. Kristen actually asks if Rachel's aware of James's cheating or if she just doesn't care. Then she tells her she is dating the most manipulative man on the planet, which Rachel dismisses because it's coming from crazy Kristen. Rachel then runs to James to tell him what she's just heard. Obviously, he denies it and immediately calls Kristen a slut and freaks out that she's here. He falls back on his old excuse that everyone's obsessed with him, but Rachel points out this has happened multiple times now and asks him why she has to keep dealing with this. Honey, you don't. You are fully capable of just leaving him. When Rachel tries to keep talking to James about this, he yells at her and storms off. So then Rachel ends up talking to Sheena and Lala. Then James butts back in and stops her from going to talk with Lala alone. When he storms off again, Rachel insists that this isn't who James is. But as I've said, I think a few times throughout these videos now, and Lala reiterates, this is exactly who James is. Rachel says she doesn't trust Hope, and Lala straight up calls her dumb. She tells Rachel that she wishes she would hold James accountable for treating people like shit. While this is going on, James goes and cries to Sandoval about how people are throwing allegations at him. Sandoval is actually reasonable here, and points out there's been a lot of allegations and evidence presented for none of it to be true. Then, all the girls arrive and call Sandoval out for defending James. Back with Rachel, she tells Sheena that she doesn't think Hope is a reliable source, and this is where Sheena first says that she doesn't think she believes it. Sheena likes Rachel and wants her to feel included in the group, so she is choosing to back her up. Next, Rachel goes back to talk to Hope alone, where Hope confirms that she and James have been hooking up for 3 years. She tells Rachel that James had always told her they weren't together, but eventually he got nervous that Rachel would find out and break things off. But Rachel still doesn't feel like she has enough proof. James has disappeared for a bit, but now he comes back to Sir, obviously shit-faced. When he runs into Lisa, who can see how drunk he is, Lisa goes to find Rachel and tells her to get him to calm down and stop drinking. When Rachel tells him this, she also brings up what Hope just told her. But James, of course, starts shouting that Hope is lying and calls her a whore. In a talking head, Rachel says she's sick of the accusations and wants to stay with James. Because like Lala said, she's dumb as a stump. Speaking of Lala, the last thing that happens is that she and James are yelling at each other in the back alley. Katie jumps in to defend Lala, but this misogynistic pig, in Katie's words, which I will support, immediately changes targets and calls her fat. So overall, Pride was a totally normal day for James Kennedy. The next day, James and Rachel are building a table and he blames everyone else for his actions. He does, however, admit to having sex with Hope, but he says the last time that happened was before he was with Rachel. When Schwartz is telling Sandoval about what James said about Katie, Sandoval excuses it because he was being attacked. And when Schwartz actually confronts James, he obviously gives another bullshit apology. But his fake self-awareness does pacify Schwartz. At this point, the cast is starting to feel bad for Rachel. Stassi relates because she chose to ignore Patrick's treatment of her because of how badly she wanted their relationship to work. Brittany, in particular, talks about how sick Rachel must be of having to defend her relationship because she remembers going through that with Jax, and hell, she's still going through it. Yeah, and in both cases, you should break up. Brittany invites Rachel to the girls' night that Sheena's excluded from. When she arrives, she mentions that James is DJing at Sir that night. Kristen expresses surprise that James still has a job. This night is when Rachel hears about what James said to Katie, and she immediately tries to downplay it by asking if he was drunk. But Katie and Kristen won't give him that pass, saying his temper isn't acceptable, regardless of whether he's drunk or not. Rachel insists that she is not proud of the drunk, partying James, and they don't see the James that she sees. But Katie has decided that she is going to talk to Lisa about how she is uncomfortable working at SUR around James. And that is the next scene. She tells Lisa about what James said to her at Pride and says that she and the other women shouldn't have to subject themselves to that at work. Lisa tries to brush this off as James being an idiot, but Katie says he's an idiot who gets away with, quote, abusive language towards women. At this point, Lisa has not decided how she's going to deal with James, so Katie tries to force her hand, saying that if James doesn't get fired, she'll quit. After Katie leaves, Lisa goes right to co-owner Natalie. Natalie wants to keep James because Tuesday sales have gone up 20% since See You Next Tuesday started. And I think Lisa agrees with this position, even though she's sure to say all the right things about wanting to support her employees. But we all know she'll always give the boys a million chances. Speaking of See You Next Tuesday, Rachel and Lala talk at the next one in episode 4. Lala tells her that she's watched James cheat, and Rachel's the only one who won't acknowledge that anything's wrong. But Rachel's issue in this conversation is that Lala's calling her dumb, pointing out that she's recently graduated from college. Okay, then prove to us all that you're not dumb and dump James. Lala points out that, quote, your man is not Johnny Depp. People don't just say they fucked him. But Rachel refuses to believe anything she says and claims Lala is trying to tear her down. Lala then goes to talk to Lisa and tells her what we all know, which is that alcohol is a trigger for James. But then Sandoval tells Lisa that James is doing just fine and that he isn't drinking. He doesn't think James should be fired just because Katie threatened to quit. Then, Guillermo talks about how much money the restaurant makes during See You Next Tuesday. Lisa finally meets with James the next day, and like always, he cries and tries to get out of facing consequences for his actions. When Lisa points out that he has been disrespectful to a lot of the women at SUR, he says, quote, well, they call me names too. James blames his drinking on Pride, and Lisa says he needs to be sober for the rest of his life. And then James is so fucking dramatic when she fires him. But Lisa, despite doing the right thing, is genuinely concerned about him. She meets with his mom, Jacqueline, at Tom Tom to share her concerns, but as soon as she brings up James being disrespectful to women, Jacqueline blames the women for attacking him. She thinks it was one of them who set James off, not his drinking, because her precious little boy has never done anything wrong in his life. This seems like a good time to mention that Jacqueline has been sober for about 9 months at this point, and that issues with alcohol can be genetic. Lisa doesn't want to give up on James, but she thinks that he needs to be in therapy and he needs to be sober. When Jacqueline begs her to let him at least keep doing See You Next Tuesday, Lisa doubles down that he can't be at SUR at all with how he's talked to the women. Then Jacqueline calls Lisa James's mother figure and has to be told by Lisa that no, that's your job. At Stassi and Ariana's birthday party, Rachel is just as delusional as his mother and says that the girls want James to fail. But all the girls agree with this statement. Stassi says again that she relates to being in a shitty relationship and that Rachel deserves better, but as usual, Rachel won't listen to reason. At Villa Rosa later, Lisa has recruited the only person who might hate the women as much as James does, Sandoval. She tells him that they shouldn't abandon James and that between the two of them and his mother, they could try to fix him. Then Lisa goes to visit James himself. She says again that he needs to stop drinking, which he claims he's going to do. So basically, he says what Lisa wants to hear, and she falls for it. The next person who wants to have a come-to-Jesus moment with James is Lala, quote, out of respect for the friendship they used to have. When she asks him what makes him feel like he can say whatever he wants to attack people, he immediately blames alcohol. Lala says she's the same way, but then points out that at some point they need to realize that they're growing up and can't keep acting out. James claims he realized he's behaved badly, but that he needs time to change, and Lala tells him she's there for him. But when Lala talks to Kristen and Katie about this conversation and says she is going to the studio to work with James again, they tell her they think James is a lost cause and that he manipulated her. And when Lala thinks about this, she also gets a gut feeling that James played her, because he almost certainly did. Back at SUR, Lisa has a staff meeting to discuss the James situation. The managers, Peter and Diana, fall in line with the opinions of ownership that Tuesdays make too much money for them to let James go. Brittany, rightfully, gets upset that the managers are thinking more about the business than about the comfort of their employees, and Jax backs her up. Sheena suggests that people who don't like James could just not work on the nights he's there. At first, this just might seem like Sheena being bitchy because she's not in a great place with the girls at the time. But that's not the case. In her book, Sheena says that in the first half of the series, Lisa would call her and relay things she wanted brought up on camera. These would be things that she wanted worked into the narrative of the show, but that she didn't want to bring up herself. According to Sheena, these calls declined in frequency after season 7, and this meeting is the reason why. Lisa did not want to fire James, and she wanted Sheena to come to his defense in this meeting. But Sheena only suggesting that people who don't like him not work on Tuesdays wasn't good enough, apparently. Going back to the meeting, Lisa pretends to be listening, but then gets upset that people are getting emotional about how poorly they've been treated by James, because, like I just said, she did not want to fire him. I think her plan was to do what she's done in the past and bring him back within a week or maybe 2. But at this point, the women are fed up and want nothing to do with him. All of the women, that is, except for Billie Lee. Because out of nowhere, she blames James's behavior on Kristen. Lala says this doesn't give James an excuse to be an asshole, so then the two of them start fighting. Later, James visits Billie Lee at SUR and thanks her for defending him in the staff meeting. Billie Lee then doubles down on her anti-Kristen sentiment. At the party Stassi throws to celebrate buying a holiday, Brittany talks to Lisa about how emotional she was at the staff meeting. Then, Jax jumps in and defends sticking up for his fiancé. Lisa thinks he could have done this without being negative, but Jax doesn't like that she treats him like the old Jax and that whenever James does something, it's compared to how he has acted in the past. Because the managers and owners won't stop talking about how much money they're losing without "see you next Tuesday," Katie plans her own party to replace it, which ends up being called Girls' Night In. Ariana, Sheena, Brittany, and Lala are part of the planning meeting. James sees this as Katie reminding him of, quote, what a bitch she is, and this planning meeting takes place the night that Lala was supposed to be in the studio with James. Instead, Sandoval and his trumpet are recruited to go hang out with him. You know how I said I've been dreading this James section of the script since I finished taking notes? Well, I've been dreading talking about this next event specifically since I started working on this series, because I'm very afraid of coming across as transphobic. So we're just going to dive in, and we will see what happens. Billie Lee is not involved in the planning of Girls' Night In, and when the event flyer is posted on Instagram, she is not tagged in the post. She takes her frustrations to Twitter and says she is being excluded from the event, which is not true. We see in a flashback that when Ariana asks about Billie Lee, Katie explicitly says she is invited, but she also says that she doesn't want her helping with the planning, and since only the people who helped with the planning were tagged on Instagram, that meant Billie Lee wasn't included. So no, Billie Lee is not the only girl at SUR being excluded from this event. However, she is the only female cast member who works at SUR, but is not involved in the planning. And when Schwartz says it's understandable to feel hurt for being excluded, Stassi and Katie agree. Their issue is that she has taken this to Twitter instead of talking to them, and that she is apparently liking tweets saying the girls at SUR are transphobic. When Girls' Night In arrives, the bar is packed. Sandoval goes over to James and Rachel's apartment instead of going to the party, and James gets mad that the night is so successful. I am happy he's mad about this. But Billie Lee immediately starts telling people that also weren't included in the planning that she wasn't included in the planning. Ariana and Sheena go over to her first and try to explain that she wasn't excluded on purpose. Ariana points out that Katie and Billie Lee aren't exactly friends right now, but she also understands being heard about being left out. Unfortunately, Katie then jumps in and escalates things when it is not necessarily needed. Billie Lee says she didn't call Katie transphobic. She just liked a bunch of tweets that might have implied that the SUR girls are transphobic. This fight goes on, and afterwards, Billie Lee goes to Lisa. Lisa doesn't understand why Billie Lee is saying she was excluded, because she's currently at SUR working the event, and while she tries to be sympathetic, she also understands that it was probably just Katie's core group of friends doing the planning. Billie Lee brings up a number of times how she has felt excluded in the past on account of being trans, and while I can feel sympathy, I cannot relate because I am not trans. But I really think a big part of this is a fundamental difference in how Katie and Billie Lee think about their relationships at SUR. Billie Lee came into this show after 5 seasons and is, I believe, building her friendships with this group from scratch. Let's be honest, Billie Lee was cast to be on this show. Katie was friends with this group before the show existed. Now, of all the female cast members who still work at SUR, Billie Lee is the only one who was excluded from planning. That is a fact. However, I don't think Katie's thinking like that, and I also don't think she's thinking about the optics of that choice. She's just thinking that her friends are helping her plan an event. I really think that if Katie and Billie Lee had sat down and talked about what happened, they could have at least come to an understanding about where the other was coming from. Instead, going back to her conversation with Lisa, Billie Lee says that Katie cries every time someone body shames her, but then has no sympathy for Billie Lee feeling excluded. And continues, quote, "If she pulls her fat card, I will pull my trans card," which is a hell of a take. In episode 8, Lala fills James in on all this drama, and James tries to defend Billie Lee, saying she didn't feel like she called the other girls transphobic. Billie Lee herself joins the conversation as James is leaving it, and doubles down about how she felt at Girls' Night In. Lala tries to point out that a lot of people at SUR weren't included in the planning, and while she acknowledges that she will never completely understand Billie Lee's point of view, she points out that she was the only one who made this an issue. Billie Lee says she didn't say people were transphobic, but Lala says other people did and Billie Lee didn't stop them. Billie Lee calls Lala privileged, which is admittedly true, I would argue, and the two start fighting. After Lala leaves, Ariana tells Billie Lee that she shouldn't have dragged social media into this, and Billie Lee does say she regrets doing that. Finally, Katie and Billie Lee talk at Jax and Sandoval's birthday party. Billie Lee apologizes for lashing out on Twitter, which Katie accepts, but Katie also says in a talking head that she is going to keep her distance from her. And ultimately, all of this drama over the party is sort of for nothing. It is successful, and Lisa does ask Katie to do it every week, but towards the end of the season, Katie tells her that she can't commit to that, and that she isn't interested in being a promoter, which Lisa calls nonsense. Going back to episode 8, James tells Lala again that he wants them to be good and that he wants to apologize to Randall. But when they're talking after the guys are all at the cigar bar, Jax tells Lala that James bragged about their sexual encounters. Apparently, handstands were involved. Lala's obviously pissed, so she and James also talk at the roller rink party. James tries to deflect by saying that the boys brought her up first, referring to her hookup with Ariana, but Lala says that doesn't matter. So James tries to deflect again by saying it was just a dumb joke. But at this point, all Lala wants is for him to respect her relationship. In the next episode, Rachel tells James that she is not okay with him trying to be friends with Lala again because Lala's mean to her. So James tells her that he won't do that and tears up the apology letter he was working on for Randall. Later in this same episode, Schwartz goes over to James's apartment to talk about the Daily Mail party that he is going to be DJing. It turns into them talking about Girls' Night In and how Rachel is going to be attending that night. James gets mad because he hasn't in a few minutes, and then turns it around onto Schwartz and asks if he's going to tell Jax that James is acting up. James storms out of his own apartment, mind you, and then storms back in a second later to keep going. He freaks out about how he's totally not freaking out about this. He says he hates Katie and eventually all the girls for, quote, stealing his night, and he bitches about how it's fine for everyone else to drink at work, but not him. And that could be a valid point because he is right. We have seen Jax drink while working Pride for multiple years, and Stassi literally bragged about all the ways she would get away with drinking at work. However, he is an angry and verbally abusive drunk, even more so than when he's sober, and so yeah, it is more of a problem for him. Schwartz tells Stassi and Katie about this freakout, but unfortunately, he also has to get called out for trying to make excuses for James. Katie doesn't care that James feels bad, because he has never cared about anyone else feeling bad. James gets a turn in fake therapy this season. He talks about how he feels stuck in the middle between his parents when they're fighting, especially with his mom. He also brings up how his family used to have a lot of money growing up, but after his mom stopped modeling and his dad had a falling out with George Michael, that all started to go away. Earlier in the season, James says he felt responsible for his family when his parents would fight, and Rachel says he would feel like a father figure for his younger brothers. And he is giving all of them at least a little bit of financial support. We see him give one of his brothers a $5,000 check as a college graduation present, but that's probably the least of it. We also learn earlier in the season, and it's brought up again in fake therapy, that he's basically supporting his parents, including helping both of them pay their rent. And if it wasn't for everything else about him, this could totally work to make James a sympathetic character who I could find it in my heart to root for. That's a lot for a 26-year-old to deal with, on top of his obvious issues with anger and alcohol. Unfortunately, just like all the rest of the men on this show, I do not believe he has any real interest in changing. James's fake therapist tells him he needs to set a boundary with his mother, which he tries to do immediately after leaving. He calls Jacqueline and tells her that she can't talk to him about his dad anymore, and this very quickly escalates into a fight. The two speak in person in episode 10, and James says again that he wants them to set some boundaries. But this escalates into another fight, with Jacqueline making the point that Andros left her with nothing. So next, James says that if he's going to be sending people in the family money, he wants to see some good come out of it. This still makes Jacqueline mad because she says she is taking care of both of James's younger brothers. She throws it back in James's face that he is making her feel like a bitch. Then she asks if she was a bad mom when he went to an expensive private school and he, quote, took his first steps at a fucking Tiffany's. But James wants her to remember that he's the kid in this situation, to which Jacqueline says fine in a way that definitely lets me know that it is not fine. In the next scene, Jacqueline goes back to SUR to see Lisa and beg her again to take James back. She says he's been not drinking and going to therapy. Yeah, for like a week. Lisa knows it's not been long enough, so Jacqueline pivots and asks if James's brother Harry can get a job at SUR as a busser. Lisa's not sure she wants to deal with another one of these boys, but she thinks that maybe if Harry worked there, James wouldn't be under so much strain providing for his family. I don't think Jacqueline gives a shit if Harry's working at SUR. I think this is her trying to get him on the show so there can be another reality TV paycheck in the family. Lisa agrees to meet Harry, and he shows up for an interview a scene later, along with James. The interview goes fine, and Harry's given a 2-week trial, but Guillermo tells him he better not be like his brother. And Guillermo keeps throwing jabs at James, saying he needs a DJ more than a busboy right now, but that he kept fucking up. After the interview, James claims to Harry that he's going to continue being sober. Later, Peter tells Jax that James is going to be DJing at Pump for an event that Billy Lee is hosting. Jax wondered if Lisa and James buried a body together with all the chances he's getting, which is the same thing I wonder about him and the Toms. Brittany's in Solvang with the girls, so when Jax FaceTimes her, he tells her about this. And Kristen is standing right there and overhears. She is pissed that James gets a million chances when Lisa still hates her for things that happened years ago. And this is what leads to her freaking out and disappearing for a while on the first night of the Solvang trip. James and Lisa come face to face again in episode 12, and she brings up how she wants to see tangible changes in his life. He thinks there's some sort of mental checklist that Lisa has, and once he checks everything off from that list, he can come back to SUR. But she says he has bigger problems to be working on than thinking about how he can get See You Next Tuesday back. And she finally says that there's no guarantee he will ever come back to SUR. Which is a lie. If she didn't think all the girls would revolt, I'm sure he would be back by now. But James still thinks he can manipulate his way back into his old job. He invites Jax, Sandoval, and Schwartz golfing because he hopes that they'll then go tell Lisa that he's changed, which is exactly what Schwartz does in episode 14. One night, Sandoval, Schwartz, Jax, and Schwartz's triplet brothers all go out to see James DJ, and Sandoval suggests that the group take a trip, pitching it as a, quote, bachelor party before they get married to Tom Tom. Adam's not going, Carter's not going, but the Toms invite James, saying he's been, quote, punished more than enough. Sandoval also says that the group, aka the girls, need to let his shit go like they've done with everyone else. But Jax knows the girls won't be happy about this, and he's right. Katie's at a cat cafe with Ariana and Stassi when Schwartz calls to tell her about this, and she's pissed. Schwartz is with Sandoval while this conversation is going on, and Sandoval gets bitchy that Katie doesn't like that a person who has insulted all the women multiple times is invited on their trip. At the next girls' night in, Katie tells Schwartz to back her up over Sandoval for once and say that James can't go to Puerto Vallarta. And after suggesting that the girls should let their issues with James go, he reluctantly takes Sandoval into the back alley to do what his wife asks. Of course, Sandoval thinks Katie should be indifferent to James, but his opinion means nothing. Ariana joins in, and she calls Schwartz out for not taking any credit for originally being okay with James going. She's mad that all the heat is coming down on her Tom. Katie joins in next, and she and Sandoval go at each other over her feelings about James. Apparently, Sandoval thinks that what Katie's done in the past is the same as what James continues to do, and yeah, Katie's been bad, but I also trust in her ability to grow and change. James is another level of awful. Sandoval blames Katie straight out for getting James fired, and for once, Schwartz actually thinks Sandoval is wrong, specifically for attacking Katie. But Sandoval, like the baby that he is, goes right to Lisa, claims that James is doing great, and shits on Katie for getting him fired. Unfortunately for him, Lisa takes Katie's side. Schwartz and Sandoval talk the next day, and Schwartz actually manages to hold his ground and say that James shouldn't come. Sandoval agrees in order to keep his relationship with his best friend running smoothly, because they love each other more than they love anyone else. After this conversation, James conveniently comes by Tom Tom to talk to Lisa. Billie Lee wants him to DJ a brunch that she's hosting at SUR, and James claims that he has worked on himself enough over the past, 7 to 10 days, maybe, for Lisa to give in and let him do it. But then Lisa tells him he can't DJ the Tom Tom Friends and Family Party because of his relationships with the women. And then the Toms tell him that he has been uninvited from Puerto Vallarta immediately after this. He goes off on the Toms, calling them assholes and saying the opinions of the women shouldn't matter of this, even though one of them is married to Schwartz. James actually says, quote, fuck your wife to Schwartz, and Schwartz manages to have a backbone for once and fires back at him. Lisa is still here while all this happens. When she tells him to stop, he clearly doesn't think he's doing anything wrong and that he is justified in how he's acting. He storms out, and Sandoval and Lisa follow him. He thinks it's not fair that he is being held accountable for his actions, because surely a couple weeks of being maybe okay sort of is enough to erase years of actions. James claims later in a talking head that he feels bad about what he said, but not really, because he meant it. When Rachel hears about this, she takes his side, but also wants him to be okay with people in the group so that she can be friends with the girls. When Sandoval comes to Billie Lee's brunch to see James, he gives in and says James can be a guest at the Tom Tom party, but he still can't DJ it. Also at Billy Lee's brunch, Rachel says she thinks Lala's using her dad's death as an excuse to act up, specifically citing how she called her stupid. Lala overhears this and, understandably, isn't happy. She confronts Rachel, who denies what she just said even though it's on camera. Then Rachel says Lala isn't taking responsibility for what she said to her, but Lala doubles down that she meant what she said. After this, James goes to talk to Lala and tells her not to talk to Rachel that way, but then James makes it all about how the girls don't want him to go to Mexico. Lala tells James that her gut is telling her that he's a bad person, and she's correct. Rachel, and Sandoval, who matters only slightly more than Rachel but still barely matters, thinks Lala should be treated the same way James has been for blowing up at her. So later, James goes running to Lisa to tattle. Lisa immediately asks how James responded because she knows he's usually the antagonist, and she doesn't believe him when he says he was calm. Lala fills everyone in on what happened in episode 16 when they're at Tom Tom, and she talks with Lisa as well. And admittedly, Lala does downplay what happened. Lisa asks how James behaved, and Lala downplays their interaction too. Since Lala and James are giving her two different stories, Sheena's brought in because she was at SUR at the time. Sheena wants to continue to downplay things because she's Lala's friend, but she also doesn't want to lie to Lisa. In the end, she ends up being fairly honest, which includes backing up James's story. We get to take a small intermission from James and talk about the Puerto Vallarta trip instead. Beau's nervous for his first cast trip because he knows everyone likes to, quote, party and argue, but that's not going to stop him from rocking a T-Rex suit and doing shots of tequila while he packs. Also, Brittany's not supposed to be drinking on this trip. She goes to the doctor in episode 12 because alcohol has been making her sick recently. The doctor thinks she has an ulcer, and she is told to avoid alcohol, which we know isn't going to happen. Credit to Jax, though, for at least trying to rein her in, though he immediately spikes his non-alcoholic welcome drink, so he's only so helpful. On the flight there, Schwartz and Sheena randomly get upgraded to first class. Katie is not happy about this because her husband appears to have totally forgotten about her after this happened, so she decides to rage text him for the entire flight. They start fighting as soon as they get to their room. Schwartz is mad that Katie is upset over a 2.5-hour flight and says she has ruined 70% of the vacations they've been on together. But this isn't just about the flight. Katie's upset that because of the opening of Tom Tom, which she's very proud of him for, she's barely seen her husband over the last 4 months, and she thought they would get to hang out on the flight, but he was only too happy to ditch her. She says he hasn't been making an extra effort at all recently to hang out with her when he can. They keep arguing, and Katie asks him to shut up and listen to her, to which Schwartz loses any credit he gained by defending his wife earlier by replying, quote, "The problem is I don't like the sound of your voice." Schwartz and Katie have been having this fight on their balcony, and Sandoval and Ariana can hear the entire thing from their own balcony. Of course, Ariana takes Katie's side, and Sandoval takes Schwartz's. Katie says Schwartz is being derogatory, and Schwartz says she's been contentious. Then they call each other shit spouses. Schwartz wishes Katie had told him she was feeling neglected, but Katie says she did. They apologize, and things are chill for the rest of the trip because these two are very good at ignoring their problems, and the reason that Schwartz and Katie didn't get their own section really in this script is because this is all I've got. It's just this fight. At the first dinner, Kristen tells the table that the group shouldn't get hammered so they don't fight. Too late. Obviously, the girls go skinny dipping that night, and the next day everyone goes into the jungle on ATVs and ends up at a waterfall. This is where Jax gives Stassi relationship advice, and Sheena takes thirst trap pictures for Adam with Sandoval's hunting knife. Ariana and Lala end up talking alone in Mexico, and Ariana tells her she is worried about how she has been acting out. She shares that her dad died the summer Kristen was accusing her of hooking up with Sandoval, so season 2, and she had to put a lot of effort into not going after people. But Lala tells her that she shouldn't have to suppress her grief for the sake of people around her. However, the two end on a positive note, and Ariana says she can always talk to her about her grief. After getting back to the hotel, Sheena tells Kristen that Jax had said the night before that he still thinks she and James hooked up when they were all in Mexico last summer. And even though Kristen insisted she wouldn't have a meltdown on this trip, if anything's going to make her have one, it'll be this. That night, the group goes to a club that looks like the drunken adult version of the Rainforest Cafe. Kristen confronts Jax at the club, but of course, he thinks that what he said isn't a big deal. He says that if their roles were reversed, he wouldn't be mad because he knows he's done some stupid shit in the past. But Kristen's still annoyed that the guys get more sympathy when they mess up than she does. But she does manage to not have a meltdown. Everyone's very drunk after the club, but while we learn that Ariana's a cute, incoherent, talkative drunk, Lala has a panic attack. This trip is the most she's drank in a while, but she thought her mental health was in a place where she could handle it. Of course, Sheena bitches about how she was giving Lala attention when she needed it, but that wasn't reciprocated. On the final night in Puerto Vallarta, Schwartz plans a romantic night for Katie. He hires a private violinist, he covers the room in rose petals, he has 2 glasses of champagne ready, and the bed is covered in Skittles and many bags of chips. This works, but at the reunion, we learn that Schwartz and Katie did not have sex after this grand romantic gesture. Everyone got what sounded like food poisoning at the end of this trip, and apparently this night was when that all kicked off. Back in LA, James is forgiven by Lisa for what happened at Billy Lee's brunch, but he is not forgiven for going off on Schwartz. During this conversation, Lisa suspects that James has been drinking recently. When asked, he says he had 1 beer with his dad because Andros thought he deserved it. Lisa's dismayed, saying Andros clearly doesn't understand James's problems. But then James denies having a drinking problem and claims he isn't drinking. Except for that 1 beer with his dad. When Lisa asks him how DJing is going, James tells him he's been offered a permanent position at the Mondrian. But he still can't leave behind his desire to come back to SUR, and Billy Lee asks him in episode 18 to DJ another one of her upcoming brunches. Then she parrots his completely wrong opinion that his behavior is everyone else's fault. When Billy Lee asks Lisa about this, Lisa says no because James hasn't been 100% sober. Billy Lee defends him, saying Lala's been just as bad, and then gets mad when Lisa continues to hold her ground. Billy Lee and Sheena talk about this afterwards. Sheena says she's friends with James too, but she doesn't seek him out because she wants to keep the rest of her friendships. Because with her it's all about quantity over quality. In episode 18, James and Rachel, but mostly Rachel, have decided to hold a puppy shower for the dog they've had all season. And they honestly think people are going to come to this. Rachel invites Jax and Brittany while they're at SUR, and they say no. Jax has been happy not being around James, and Brittany isn't comfortable going to his home when he's been such an asshole. Rachel's genuinely shocked by this. Next, she goes to Tom Tom and invites Schwartz and Stassi, who also decline her invitation because of James. And when Rachel tells James how her night went, these two actually can't believe that people don't want to hang out with them. Ultimately, Sheena, Adam, Sandoval, Ariana, Jeremy, Billy Lee, and Peter do go, and Rachel's mom hits on Peter. In episode 19, James goes over to Sandoval and Ariana's apartment and learns that Lisa said he can't DJ Billy Lee's brunch. So he cries and runs away because this month or 2 is the most he's had to face consequences in his entire life. Then he barges back in and blames the group for what's going on in his life. He is baffled that he actually has to commit to being a decent person for longer than a few days at a time. In episode 20, James goes to Lisa again and asks if he can have his See You Next Tuesdays back. He begs for one more chance, she says no, and then says he's acting like a toddler. She asks him again if he's been drinking, but he says the couple of beers he's had shouldn't count. In a talking head, James says he can't believe he's not getting another chance. This would be his 5th chance, which should tell you everything. Later in the episode, Lisa tells Lala that she gave her a pass for her behavior at Billy Lee's brunch because they both lost someone recently. Remember, Lisa's brother passed away weeks before filming started. Then, she tells Lala that she should be friends with James because she thinks Lala could be good for him. Also because she needs someone other than Sandoval to go to bat for him if she is ever going to have any hope of giving him his job back. So James comes over to Tom Tom to talk to Lala. She says she can't just stop caring about someone she used to be friends with. James claims to be fine, but he says this while not paying attention at all to what Lala is saying. Lala claims that how James is behaving isn't the James she knows, which is a lie, but he says he would rather talk to his therapist than her. The conversation ends with no progress being made because Lala says James isn't ready to take accountability for his behavior. We get one last fake therapy session. I'm not going to say much about it. These are as meaningful as anything Jax has ever said in fake therapy. However, James does say that he has no desire to be, quote, the sober one in the room, and that he doesn't like that he thinks when he's sober. In episode 21, James hopes that he and Rachel will be invited to Jax and Brittany's wedding. Spoiler alert, they won't be. Rachel knows that for that to happen, James has to change his relationship with the entire cast other than Sandoval. She also says she doesn't want to hear any more cheating allegations, and he insists again that all of them were fake. James and Rachel end the season by saying that they think they're going to get married. This statement got exactly 60 LOLs in my notes. James is an absolute delight at the reunion, and by delight, I mean he took the first available opportunity to yell at Kristen. And when Lisa asks him why he's so angry, he angrily says that he's not angry. Someone calls out Jax for excluding James from the group, but many people point out that James was never really part of the group to begin with. Sandoval says he doesn't believe all of James's behavior is acceptable, but Katie points out that he'll still defend it. James yells some more, Sandoval defends him because Kristen calls Rachel dumb, and Kristen's like, she is dumb. That's just part 1. And when the cast takes a break at the top of part 2, James immediately goes and cries to Lisa about how mean everyone's being to him. Katie doesn't regret the ultimatum she gave to Lisa, but James, of course, still thinks he did nothing wrong. He thinks what he said to Katie was fine because he claims she's body-shamed him in the past. Katie denies this, and we have no footage of it. And James rolls his eyes when Schwartz defends Katie for what I think is the 4th time in 7 seasons. Sandoval yells at more women and calls Katie a hypocrite because she called Lala a whore 2 years ago. Then he brings up that James is at his worst when he mixes alcohol with things, and he specifically mentions uppers. But James denies this, and then it is Sandoval's turn to feel his wrath. Andy points out that James has been particularly angry at this taping, which is backed up by the editing because we see James muttering under his breath about how much he hates everyone. Lisa says that the perception of James would be 100% negative if the show didn't depict what was going on with his family. But Katie says that everyone in the cast has gone through shit, but they haven't gotten as favorable of an edit as James gets. Then James walks off, and Lisa runs after him. Regarding Mexico, Schwartz actually thought that enough time had passed that Katie would be fine with James going. Ariana is still pissed that Sandoval got all the blame for inviting James, and James, who has come back by now, is still pissed that he was excluded. In the last video, I mentioned that the only time my husband commented on this show was when he happened to be in the room when Stassi slapped Kristen. This time, he was in the room while I was taking notes on all 3 parts of the season 7 reunion. And he had James pegged as a little bitch and a bully immediately, and he was only like half paying attention. Going back to the girls' night in drama, Katie has to defend again that she only tagged people in the flyer Instagram post who helped plan the event. Billie Lee is on stage for this and denies again, calling Katie transphobic. She says Lisa is denying her experience as a trans woman when Lisa defends the main cast girls, and James has to jump in and say that See You Next Tuesday was better. Next, Rachel continues to believe that Hope was lying about hooking up with James. When Andy asks what Hope gains from lying, James says, quote, Hollywood stardom? But Kristen says that's also what Rachel gains from dating James. I don't think this is the first time that people bring up that they think Rachel is dating James in order to be on the show. And while I'm not going to say I think that was her motivation in starting the relationship, I do think it's why she's staying. Think about it. If Brittany and Jax's breakup at the end of season 6 had stuck, Brittany still would have been in season 7. She is thoroughly integrated into the group, she's the only one everyone can agree on liking, and the storyline probably would have been about her dating new people and Jax trying to get her back. But if Rachel and James break up, she's done on the show. She doesn't work at SUR at this point, and she doesn't have any friends in the group, so she has no one else to film with. And honestly, she's not interesting enough to motivate the producers to create storylines for her. Oh, and James starts yelling at Brittany for a reason I missed, and he starts bitching about how people want to take him down for the millionth fucking time. But this is interesting. Regarding the cheating allegations, Ariana thinks that anything that happened before James and Rachel lived together doesn't matter. You know what happened before she and Sandoval lived together? Miami Girl. So is that how Sandoval's getting a pass for that? Lala says again that she wants Rachel to rein James in when he's being verbally abusive, including being verbally abusive to Lala. But Rachel conveniently doesn't remember the times she's chosen not to stick up for Lala, but she won't ever forget that Lala called her dumb. Stassi says it's hard for the girls to connect with Rachel because she appears to be fine with James's behavior. And when Rachel asks if it would make the girls happy for her to embarrass James, all the girls say yes. Ugh, God, I'm glad that section's over. I'm going to take a real time, day or two to recover. But for you guys, I will be back with Season 8 after this musical interlude from Sandoval.
That's amazing. Who was that?
That was JM.
JM, yes.
I thought you guys are coming over here. Shit, we're having Hanukkah dinner.
I love that.
So happy Hanukkah, everybody.
Oh, sorry, I forgot that interlude wasn't musical. I also just want to make a quick correction up top for something that I said in Season 7. I said that Wes and Melicia's daughter, so Brittany's niece, is named Paisley. That is incorrect. Her name is Presley. So this is going to be our last of the Tom Tom cocktails. This is the Stroke of Midnight, which is just their espresso martini, it seems like. This is vanilla vodka, Kahlua, and cold-pressed espresso. I cheated and used espresso martini mix, and then it's the non-alcoholic vodka alternative I've been using, and some vanilla syrup. Wait, that's delicious. I think, so you know how the Season 5 cocktail was the best one I've done? This is the best one I've done. Oh, that's really good. Oh, I'm just gonna make myself non-alcoholic espresso martinis all the time now. So I mentioned, I think in Season 6, that the cast was getting too big. Well, the producers clearly didn't agree because there are 5 new people joining the cast this season. I'm going to do what I always do and talk about the returning cast first, then I will introduce you to the new kids. So I don't typically talk about ages beyond the first season I cover in a part, but Jax is turning 40 this season. He is of course engaged to Brittany. They get married this season. In episode 6, he claims he's picky and not into blondes, which is not the Jax that we know. So Brittany, like I said, she and Jax are engaged. They get married this season. She no longer works at SUR, and she's the first of a few people we're going to say that about. Stassi is still dating Beau. They get engaged this season. Beau has also been promoted from recurring cast to main cast, and he actually appears 4th in the opening credits, so he appears directly after Stassi. Stassi wants to be taxidermied when she dies, so people can take selfies with her at her funeral, and she has a pop socket with her face on it. The picture looks like it's from her book cover. Schwartz is still married to Katie, or maybe not, and he thinks he can breakdance. Katie is married to Schwartz, or so she thinks. She also no longer works at SUR, and she is teaching herself to knit to pass the time. Sandoval's dating Ariana. Ariana's dating Sandoval. That's really it. There's nothing else to say, except for that Ariana is another one who no longer works at SUR. James is still dating Rachel, and amazingly, he has not been rehired at SUR between seasons 7 and 8. Lala is now engaged to Randall. That came up at the season 7 reunion. Also, Randall actually appears on camera this season as a guest star. Lala also no longer works at SUR, but she is volunteering at Vanderpump Dogs, and as of episode 1, she has been sober for 7 months. Sheena is single and kind of for real this time. So just like Kristen was demoted to a day player last season, that happens to Sheena this season. So how that went down is Sheena was in New York to do Watch What Happens Live, and she got called to a meeting with 2 of the show producers. This is all from her book, by the way. The producers were kind of cagey about what they wanted to talk about at first, but eventually they confirmed her suspicions that she was going to be demoted for season 8. In her meeting with them, they lured her to stick around by saying that if she stayed, she would be part of the planned Vanderpump Rules spin-off that would be starting at season 8, so what eventually became The Valley. Another thing about Sheena, she is purposefully given a bad edit this season. So I forget exactly when this came out, but an editor on the show did a interview that was quickly deleted. I believe it was a podcast interview, and said that the cast should really try harder to befriend the editors because they're the ones who determine how they look on the show. And the example that she used was that she was editing Sheena to make her look ridiculous in season 8. I'll be reminding you of this periodically throughout the video because I do think it's important to keep in mind. Sheena is in the process of freezing her eggs while this season is going on, and gets mad when people seem to forget about that. She says the only people allowed to touch her face are her makeup artist and her Botox doctor. And Sheena was done dirty in the opening cast photo. It honestly looks like she was photoshopped in from season 1. Kristen this season can't decide whether or not she's dating Carter. I am also unsure if she has been promoted again or if she's still just a day player. Rachel is still dating James Kennedy. She is still not in the opening credits, but she now works at SUR, and she feels like her pageant training has prepared her for that job. And now for our new cast members. First is Max Boyens. He's 27. He's main cast. He is the general manager at TomTom. He ghosted Sheena, and he is billed 7th, which is the highest of any of the new cast members. Next is Dana Cathan. I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing her last name wrong. She is 28. She turns 29 this season. She is also main cast. She is a hostess at TomTom, but then goes to work at SUR as a server. She also works in healthcare sales, and she works at SUR so she can quit her day job to pursue comedy. She also says that she wants to move up to bartending eventually to make more money. She is billed 8th overall. Brett Caprioni is 31. He's the last new addition to the main cast. He is a new server at SUR. He is also Lisa's personal trainer and a YouTuber. He just moved out to LA in April of this year. And just to remind you, this show typically begins filming in May of every year. He would fuck Lisa Vanderpump if given the chance. And he is billed 9th. So just to kind of break it down for you, I think Jax through Schwartz are all in the credits. Then we have all these new kids. Then we have everyone else. Charlie Burnett is 24. She is a recurring cast. She's also a new server at SUR. She has never tried pasta, and she is not in the opening credits. And finally, we have Danica Dow. We know she was born in August. We don't know what year, so I have no idea how old she is. My guess, late 20s, early 30s. She is also recurring cast. She is an assistant manager at SUR, and she is also not in the opening credits. Despite there being so many new cast members, there is only one new dog this season, except this dog is not a dog. He's a lizard named Dog, and he belongs to Schwartz. And now it is time for the last general comments section of the video. Because it is still the case that no one can catch a break right now, Stassi's grandmother passed away between seasons, but seemingly not long before filming started. Jackson, Brittany, Schwartz and Katie, and Sandoval and Ariana all bought 3 versions of the same Valley Village house. Kristen also bought a house near them, but her house is cute as hell. Peter's shoulders have doubled in size this season, and he's also started straightening his hair. James isn't in episodes 1, 3, 4, 5, and possibly episode 8, and it is wonderful. Danica's suspended from SUR in the beginning of the season for yelling at her bartender boyfriend. Even though Sandoval was fired at the end of last season, he does still bartend every once in a while at SUR. And actually in episode 2, Ariana asks Lisa if she can come back and bartend once a week, because remember she had left. Lisa doesn't know why she would want to come back when she was talking shit, referring to what Ariana said about the TomTom partnership at the end of last season. Though ultimately in episode 6, Lisa says it's okay. In episode 2, Jax wears a shirt with Schwartz's face on it that we have never seen before. The SUR employee handbook is pink, of course. Sandoval snarks on Schwartz and Katie for keeping the furniture that came with their house. You guys just all spent like $2 million each on these. Yeah, save a little money on some furniture. In episode 11, Danica reveals that she got a DUI recently and has a breathalyzer in her car. In episode 14, Jax shows up to the skate park with way too much hockey gear. And Brittany returns to working at SUR in episode 14, so Jax can't hold it over her head that he makes all the money. We go back to having an Unseen Moments episode this season, and it is the first episode that is filmed during quarantine. Because remember, season 8 was filmed summer 2019. Sheena says that the ideal situation for a female-female-male threesome is having a good relationship with the girl and not really caring about the guy. Stassi's Zoom background keeps changing, so this must have been filmed while she and Beau were in the process of moving into their house. Stassi's sister got married the same week as Jax and Brittany. There's also some sort of weird clown statue in the corner of Stassi's apartment. At the reunion, which was also filmed over Zoom, we can hear Brock's voice off camera the first time we see Sheena at the top of part 1 of the reunion, so that is technically Brock's introduction to the show. We will talk more about him in season 9. Sandoval's bored in quarantine and has decided to grow a goatee. Dana started bartending at Tom Tom in November 2019 while also still serving at Sir. Charlie thinks she's the shit and that Jax is irrelevant, though I was more interested in what was on Andy Cohen's shelves than in anything she had to say across all 3 parts of the reunion. So we're going to talk a little later about some stuff that goes on with the pastor that was supposed to marry Brittany and Jax, but as part of that in the reunion, some past racist tweets that Brett and Max made come up. They both say that what they said was unacceptable, but again, we will talk a little bit more about that in the next video. When they come back from a break, Andy accidentally starts calling this reunion a Real Housewives reunion. Schwartz and Katie bought a karaoke machine. Sheena is spending quarantine climbing Brock like a tree. Kristen reveals that she is quarantining with a new boyfriend named Alex. So everyone's out of work, obviously, because of the pandemic at this point, and Schwartz and Sandoval basically made cameos for people in order to raise money for their out-of-work Tom Tom employees, and they ultimately say they raised about $50,000. And then when we finally actually see him at the end of the reunion, Brock is wearing pants that perfectly match Sheena's dress. We're starting this season off with a bit of a longer section than I normally would. It was mentioned last season that Stassi got a book deal, and in episode 1, we learned that it is a New York Times bestseller. She is ending her book tour with a signing at Tom Tom, and we see her do a walkthrough with Schwartz. We also see her get permission from Lisa to host the event there. But Sandoval doesn't know anything about this. So when the event needs to be restaffed at the last minute, he decides that the most reasonable way to resolve things is to rage text Stassi at 2 a.m. the morning of the event and threaten to kick the entire signing out of Tom Tom. He claims in his text that he was hearing about the event for the first time that night. But that is not true. We are shown flashbacks of Schwartz and Sandoval discussing the event seemingly 3 days before this. Also, why are these last-minute staffing issues his problem? We have no idea what his job title actually is at Tom Tom, but we know he's not the general manager. That's Max, one of the new cast members. When Stassi sees the texts when she wakes up in the morning, Beau suggests screenshotting them and sending them to Schwartz, which she does. She says this is normal Sandoval behavior because he has always disliked her. When Stassi arrives at Tom Tom, Schwartz is totally chill. And it turns out Max knew about the staffing issue and was in the process of handling it, but he didn't manage to get it done before Sandoval chose to flip his shit. Sandoval isn't even there when the event starts because he got bit by a spider and is in the ER. And everything goes perfectly smoothly until he shows up and won't listen when he's told that the event is under control. Katie thinks Sandoval is jealous because Stassi's getting attention in his bar and he isn't. So Sandoval chooses to warm up by yelling at Katie, to which Schwartz actually jumps in and tells him he's wrong. Then Stassi joins in and is rightfully pissed. She calls Sandoval, quote, a selfish, egotistical piece of shit. I knew I liked her. Sandoval claims he thought the event was only going to be 15 people. So we are treated to another flashback of his and Schwartz's conversation about this, where Schwartz says it's going to be 50 to 60 people. Next, Sandoval implies that Schwartz doesn't understand how Tom Tom runs, which upsets Schwartz. He makes a big deal about being an owner, and that's also something Ariana brings up when she is defending Sandoval's actions in episode 4. I just want to remind you that even if you believe that Sandoval didn't know about this far enough in advance, Lisa and Schwartz both did. So 95% of ownership knew about this event and had no issues. Sandoval's still being a bitch about this the next day and calls Ken to wine. Since Ken only has Sandoval's side of things, the first that Lisa learns about all this is that Stassi was yelling at TomTom. Meanwhile, Schwartz goes over to Sandoval's house and says again that everything was under control. But Sandoval wasn't in control of every single detail, so it's obviously still a problem. And he's decided that he is going to ban Stassi from TomTom as if that's a decision that a 5% owner can make. Sandoval gives Stassi a half-assed apology when they arrive in Miami for Jackson Brittany's bachelor/bachelorette party, but this is Sandoval we're talking about, so he follows his I'm sorry with saying it's her fault that they had to find new bartenders the night before the signing. And in a talking head, he basically says he has no real interest in giving Stassi a sincere apology. At least Beau backs Stassi up and says Sandoval was being rude. Oh, also in the midst of this, Ariana kind of accuses Stassi of planting a copy of her book in the airport bookstore just to make content. Back in LA, Lisa has begun to investigate what happened. She goes to Max first, and he is the one who tells her about Sandoval's rage texts. Next, she calls the people who are in Miami. Stassi tells Lisa about what the rage texts actually said and about the bad apology. Schwartz says Sandoval overreacted and is in the wrong. And of course, Sandoval blames Stassi for not reaching out to him about the event. Lisa ultimately takes Stassi's side, which of course pisses off Sandoval even more. When the boys go out to a strip club, Beau and Sandoval talk outside. Beau continues to stand up for Stassi, saying he's still mad about the texts and about Sandoval's horrible apology. Sandoval thinks Stassi is the one that owes him an apology, which Beau disagrees with because he's a reasonable human being. Sandoval then spouts off the same old shit of how just telling Schwartz wasn't good enough, even though Schwartz is not the only one who knew, and he's just as much of an owner as Sandoval is. Beau has the radical idea that maybe Sandoval should be upset at his business partner for not telling him about the event, but Schwartz did tell him. And then Beau says the absolute worst thing he could to Sandoval, which is that the crowd at TomTom that day was there to see Stassi, not him. Beau gives up on Sandoval after this. When the group is out on a yacht, Ariana and Stassi clear up the whole airport bookstore thing. But first, Ariana has to blame Schwartz for not running things by Sandoval. Why on earth does anything have to be run by Sandoval in this situation? And really, Schwartz didn't need to be involved in this either. Neither of them are the general manager, neither of them are on the event staff, and they only own 10% of TomTom. At dinner that night, Stassi tells Katie what Ariana said on the yacht. Katie immediately confronts Ariana because she's mad that Schwartz is getting thrown under the bus. Ariana doubles down in a talking head that all of the problems were Schwartz's fault, which is an absolutely absurd take that could have only been planted in her head by her boyfriend. But Katie thinks Sandoval should own his shit and admit that he's wrong. She should know him well enough by now to know that's never gonna happen. Katie fills Schwartz in on all this while he's in old man prosthetics at the strip club, which we will talk more about in a bit. Schwartz confronts Sandoval and Ariana about this later, and Sandoval continues to insist that he's the only one that can run the bar that he is a 5% owner of. I am going to bring it up as many times as I can that he only owns 5% of TomTom. Schwartz thinks Sandoval is just trying to justify his rage texts and actually calls him out on pulling the I'm sorry but on Stassi. He says again that this event was way simpler than Sandoval is making it out to be, and while he admits that he can be passive, he thinks Sandoval focuses too much on small things at the expense of the big picture. Also, this is all still happening in old man prosthetics. Somehow, at the end of all this, the most Sandoval will do is say that he and Schwartz both messed up, which is false, and Schwartz has been manipulated into going along with this. At the reunion, Katie and Beau both back up what the editing showed us and say that Sandoval knew about the event before he claims in the rage texts that he did. We even get an additional flashback to an episode 3 Guys Night where Sandoval tells Beau about the signature cocktails that they've planned for Stassi's event. Sandoval blames his reaction on stress and still never actually apologizes or takes real accountability. Okay, now back to our regularly scheduled video format, starting with pride. Sir, Pump, and Tom Tom are all hosting parties, and Danica's terrified to be managing Sir basically alone. Over at Tom Tom, James is going to be DJing, so I'm sure things will go way better than they did last year. Sandoval's also had custom white and rainbow sequin suit jackets made for him and Schwartz. These match the custom Tom Tom shirts featuring the lightning bolt logo that only he uses. Jax is jealous that Brittany doesn't have to work, even though he's barely working himself. He refuses to dress up and tells bartender Brett, not new cast member Brett, that the best way to handle pride is to be drunk the whole time. Even though Billy Lee is no longer on the show, we still have some LGBTQ representation. Ariana has come out as bisexual since last season, and Dana also decides to come out as bi on this day. And the whole thing wraps up with Sheena reminding us that good as gold exists by singing it on the Sir bar. Next, we have to mourn the loss of our first Vanderpump Rules cast member. Schwartz's pet lizard dog slips the surly bonds of earth fairly quickly after Schwartz gets him, and a funeral is held at the Mondrian's rooftop pool. There's posters and funeral flowers and large punch bowls of alcohol, and Schwartz is giving a eulogy, and this is more absurd than having to talk about Jax's third nose job. Sandoval has another birthday this year, and the theme of his party is being extra. I can't believe it took him 37 years to just theme his party after how he lives his life. And the costumes are suitably ridiculous. Max and Brett pay tribute by dressing up as some former Sandoval characters. Stassi's dressed up as Marie Antoinette. James stole a shirt from Ilya Rosanov's closet. And Sheena's dressed as a dominatrix, complete with Sandoval and Ariana's whip. And Sandoval has two costumes, one featuring stilts, and one that looks like he's playing Mozart in a community theater production of Amadeus. Jax didn't dress up at all, and his own birthday celebrations get off to a slightly different start. It all starts when Sandoval suggests toilet papering his house. Schwartz thinks this is a bad idea because Sandoval and Jax haven't been in a good place recently. He refuses to do it, so Sandoval talks Max into joining him. They also write "old fart" in what I think is shaving cream at the end of his driveway for good measure. This is all happening while Jax and Brittany are having a birthday lunch at Villa Blanca. Jax is not happy when he gets home and sees this, and he immediately knows that one of his friends is responsible. But Sandoval has also TP'd his own house to make himself look innocent. Eventually, when they're all out at Tom Tom, Sandoval does reveal that he and Max did it. So Randall's birthday gift to Jax is revenge. He has hired fake cops and a fake cop car to come arrest Sandoval for vandalism. This happens when everyone is at Jax's house after his birthday party, and everyone falls for it. Sandoval gets put in the cop car and everything. When it's revealed to be fake, everyone laughs. Well, everyone except Katie, because we live in America and she clearly watches the news. So Schwartz yells at Katie because he thinks she's overreacting. They fight, and Schwartz says, quote, "This is why I don't have sex with her." At the top of episode 14, Schwartz doesn't feel bad for what he said, but he does feel bad that it was said in public. When they talk later, Katie thinks the prank was insensitive, but Schwartz still feels like she made a big deal out of nothing. Katie just wants her husband to apologize for how he talked to her, which he eventually does. I'm going to end this little section by telling you that, at the reunion, Schwartz shares that he thinks you should tear people down early in a relationship so that when you eventually compliment them, it means more. I am so shocked that he gets divorced in 2.5 years. In episode 16, Danica brings up the idea of a Sir versus Tom Tom softball game, and of course Sandoval is on board. They decide that the losing team has to clean the other restaurant's bathrooms. On the day of the game, Ariana is playing for Team Tom Tom because she doesn't want to play against Sandoval, and James is playing for Tom Tom for no reason that I can determine. Katie does not want to be here, she's just doing this for Schwartz, so she is relaxing with a Diet Coke and sunflower seeds in the outfield while Sandoval bitches about the rules. Jax says, quote, "If I was trying to find a bronzer to put on my calves, he would be the one to ask, but I don't think he knows anything about softball. Wait, no, strike that, I know he doesn't know anything about softball." Sir wins the game, and in episode 19, Sandoval and Schwartz show up in matching outfits to clean their bathrooms. Finally, for the smaller stuff, we have the Tom Tom 1-year anniversary party. This starts from Lisa telling the Toms that the Hollywood Reporter is doing a profile and a photo shoot covering all of her restaurants. Sandoval suggests throwing an anniversary party after the shoot, and Lisa agrees because we always need to end the season on a party. In this conversation, Ken brings up that Tom Tom has made a profit in its first year, and that Schwartz and Sandoval have made their investment back. Then Lisa reveals that she and Ken are investing their portion of the profits into their garden bar project next door to Tom Tom. They say that if the Toms also invest their profits, they can attach the new project to Tom Tom, and they would then own 10% of the entire thing. They are given time to think, and when Schwartz asks Katie her opinion, she thinks he should invest in the garden. A few people from each restaurant are going to be in the photo shoot, and for some reason Jax is chosen to represent Sir. Well, okay, I know why, it's because of the show. But he refuses to put on a staff shirt for the photo shoot because he's too good for it. At the shoot, Schwartz and Sandoval do decide to invest in the garden, and we learn at the reunion that it does manage to be finished and open before COVID. And finally, a member of the Vanderpump Cocktail Garden staff named Kara, who we'll talk more about later, tries to insert herself into some party drama because she wants screen time. Danica confronts her about it, but unfortunately for her, all Lisa sees is that she was fighting and kicks her out of the party. So we'll move on to the relationships. The only thing I have to say about Lala's relationship this season is that Randall appears on screen for the first time in episode 8. I believe they were talking about renovating their house. So we are going to move right on to Ariana and Sandoval. And actually, it's less about the two of them together and more about Ariana's struggles with her mental health. It seems like she went through a major depressive episode after they moved into their house. She thought that taking this big adult step of buying a house would help how she felt about herself, and was disappointed when it didn't. Ariana and Lisa talk in episode 6, and Ariana brings up how she's been experiencing what sounds like suicidal ideation. She also says she doesn't want Sandoval to have to deal with her, quote, bullshit, but Lisa says that's what a partner is for. A couple of episodes later, Lala brings up that she doesn't think Ariana enjoys the friend group very much, but Ariana replies that she is distant because she doesn't think the group is a safe place to open up about her mental health issues. Lala and Stassi both say that it is, but that's not enough to change Ariana's mind. After this, Ariana goes to find Sandoval and completely breaks down. She tells him that she doesn't see the point in repairing friendships that she doesn't feel safe being herself within. And weirdly, that's kind of it. We get the expected joke about how Ariana and Sandoval could get married while the group is in Vegas, but other than mentioning that she's throwing herself into things she loves to manage her depression in episode 18, we get very little resolution of this. However, at the reunion, Ariana does say that she's in therapy. I have more to say about Stassi and Beau. The first mention of Stassi wanting them to get married soon comes in episode 7, and in episode 11, she and Beau are casually discussing their own hypothetical wedding while attending Jax and Brittany's. But it is driving Stassi crazy that she can't control when Beau proposes. He keeps saying that it will happen, but that she has to give him time. But in episode 14, Katie reveals that the proposal is in the works. Beau says he has been planning this for 6 months already, and that he has 3 different family rings to pick from to give to Stassi, which are all originally from Tiffany's. Stassi wants to shop for mausoleums, because of course she does, so Beau is going to propose in a graveyard within the next 2 weeks. Part of Katie's job in this is to help Beau talk to Stassi about marriage in a way that calms her down, but also doesn't make her suspicious. So when the two of them go out later in episode 14, marriage obviously comes up. Stassi says she isn't happy that Katie knows she and Beau have been fighting about getting married because she doesn't like being vulnerable. Beau is firm that he doesn't want to talk about it, and Stassi is frustrated. But in a talking head within this scene, he is sad that Stassi is sad, and he hates that he can't tell her that he is actively planning the proposal. Also, there's another reason why Stassi was particularly upset on this night. When they went out, she saw Beau's mic pack in his pocket and thought it was a ring box. So she went into this thinking he was going to propose that night. I believe that information comes from the reunion. While they're in Vegas in episode 15, Beau calls Stassi's dad Mark to get his blessing, which of course he receives, and that night he fills Lisa in on the plan, revealing that he is proposing at Hollywood Forever Cemetery the following week. She is thrilled and volunteers to host a post-engagement party for them at Villa Rosa. At this same dinner, Jax tells Beau all about his old Stassi tattoo, and Beau lies to Jax about not getting engaged soon because he knows that Jax would just tell everyone. When the day arrives and they're at the cemetery, Stassi's having a great time, and Beau's nervous as hell. His friend Rob is dropping off the ring in the designated spot, which is by a bench under a tree. Beau points something out on the ground, which is a small urn-looking box. As soon as he grabs the box, kneels, and turns around, Stassi knows exactly what's going on, and of course she says yes. The first person Stassi calls after this is Katie, plus Lala and Schwartz, since they're right there, and Katie then tells everyone invited to Villa Rosa that the deed is done and to come celebrate. The story that Schwartz came up with to make sure that their friends all had the night free was that he was going to prepare a 7-course meal for them, and he really talked this up, I guess, because Sandoval was genuinely disappointed that this was not going to happen. The surprise party goes off perfectly, and Stassi's family have even traveled in from New Orleans and Lake Arrowhead. Sheena is seated next to Stassi's brother Nikolai, and this scene is edited to make it look like she is flirting with him. And this might be a good time to remind you that she is purposefully being given a bad edit this season. The only other thing to mention is that when Stassi and Beau go house hunting in episode 20, we learned that Beau lived in a rent-controlled apartment for 15 years, and just like with Sandoval and Ariana, we're supposed to believe that they are not using show money to potentially pay for the $2 million house they tour. And as of the filming of the Unseen Moments episode, which I think was recorded sometime in March or April 2020, Stassi had not yet canceled her Italy wedding. Speaking of wedding, Schwartz and Katie's wedding in season 5 wasn't legally binding. Remember how I told you to take note of the fact that Schwartz and Katie had their marriage license in their hands at the end of their wedding? What was supposed to happen next was that after they got back to LA, the marriage license had to be returned to the county clerk's office to be filed. They could then request a copy. I believe, from what I remember from LA County law, you don't automatically receive a copy. Instead, Schwartz lost it. In episode 10, while the group is in Kentucky for Jax and Brittany's wedding, Schwartz just casually drops the news to Stassi and Beau that he and Katie aren't legally married and that they're going to elope in Vegas. Stassi tells Lisa about this later that night, and Lisa is shook. Remember, she officiated their wedding, and we saw her sign their first marriage license. She gives Schwartz and Katie shit about this at Jax and Brittany's wedding reception. Stassi, Beau, Jax, Brittany, Sandoval, Ariana, Lala, Randall, and Max are all going to Vegas for their redo wedding. Lisa has a meeting with Caesars about the Vanderpump suite that they're building, so she arranges transportation and rooms for Katie and Schwartz. She is also going to attend to make sure they actually get legally married this time. Sheena's not going because this overlaps with her egg retrieval surgery, and Kristen isn't even told about this until Lisa kind of spills the beans in episode 14. But even then, she's not explicitly told what's going on because she's not invited. We will get into what's going on with her, Katie, and Stassi in a little bit. When the group arrives in Vegas and Schwartz and Katie are unpacking, he pulls a bra out of his suitcase that he assumes belongs to Katie. But it does not belong to Katie. It belongs to Lisa Vanderpump. Later, Lisa reveals to Katie that Schwartz's suitcase accidentally went to her room first, so she wanted to play a joke on him to get back at him for not filing their marriage license. And Katie keeps this joke going the next day, pretending to be upset about the mystery bra in her husband's suitcase. But she pretty quickly tells Schwartz who it actually belongs to, and as soon as Schwartz learns that it belongs to his hall pass Lisa, he wants to keep it. The night before the redo wedding, the group goes out to the Vanderpump Cocktail Garden. This is where we meet Kara, the waitress who is included in the Hollywood Reporter photo shoot, and who looks a lot like Sheena circa season 1. She and Max are flirting, which I'm sure the real Sheena will be thrilled about. The group also convinces Lisa to go ziplining with them on this night. On the day of the redo wedding, Schwartz chooses to wear a black and white Western-style shirt with fringe and a matching cowboy hat. The group has decided to lean into the Vegas setting, with co-officiants Sandoval and Stassi dressed as a preacher Elvis and a nun, respectively. And even though Schwartz gave Ariana the option to be either a groomsman or a bridesmaid this time, she chooses to be the ring bearer, with Max as the flower girl. During the ceremony, Sandoval makes it clear that he has the paperwork. Stassi also jokes that Schwartz is now getting his dream wedding, which is all of them getting shit-faced in Vegas. And since she is the only single one in attendance, she catches the bouquet by default. The next morning, Lisa FaceTimes Max to talk about work, and we see that not only is his room a disaster, but Kara is in his bed. Also the next day, Katie decides to check with Schwartz that he has the marriage license, and he might have already lost it again. But we know he didn't, because Clark County gives people the ability to search for marriage records on their website. So we can see that Schwartz and Katie's marriage license got filed on July 24th, 2019. As for their prenup, that might have suffered the same fate as their original marriage license. When Andy asks about it at the reunion, Schwartz just says, "Oh, it's out there somewhere." Thankfully, we are going to get James's plot lines out of the way early. James is amazingly still fired, but now Rachel works at SUR so he can have a reason to show up there. When they talk in episode 1, Lisa tells Lala that James needs to be sober like her, and since part of sobriety is making amends, Lala reveals that she's reached out to him. She thinks he feels like she left him behind, but she still gives him credit for being her friend when no one else would be. In the next episode, Lala tells Stassi and Brittany that she is going to the studio with James. Stassi and Brittany both think this is a bad idea, but when they get together, James says he misses making music with Lala. They apparently have some songs done that they haven't released because they haven't really been friends. But James also says he hasn't gotten together with Lala because he isn't sure if she's been genuine. When she brings up that he has done, quote, fucked up shit, he sincerely asks what she's talking about. Lala says she has seen the good side of James, which I'm still not convinced exists, so it's not easy for her to write him off. This conversation goes well, and they agree to squash their beef. This lasts for 4 whole episodes before Lala blocks James again. 50 Cent released something about Randall owing him money, so James reposted it because he thought it was funny, but Lala is upset that he is talking about her relationship again. In episode 5, Max asks Lisa if James can DJ at Tom Tom on Pride, because I guess him being a fucking menace at Pride last year isn't enough to dissuade people from hiring him. James has been bugging him about this, and Max says he is willing to take the blame when things inevitably go wrong. He also seems to think James hasn't been drinking, but Lisa doesn't believe this. However, she doesn't say no. Schwartz and Sandoval think that as long as his set is earlier in the day, it'll be fine. James and Lala talk at Pride, and James gives his typical meaningless apology. Lala tells him that the two of them are totally different people now, and she doesn't want to be around people who might compromise her sobriety. She also tells him that she is not going to wait for him to grow up. After this talk, Lala says she thinks the drink he's holding isn't non-alcoholic, and James doesn't exactly deny it. Lala thinks James is surrounded by people who will just go along with whatever he does, and that they don't care how that could lead to even worse things for him down the line. When James asks Rachel if she is going to stay at Tom Tom for his DJ set, she says it will depend on what time her shift starts at SUR, and when she isn't there after the parade ends, he immediately calls and yells at her for not being at Tom Tom to watch him. She reminds him that she was just in the parade, but he's not listening. Rachel does show up, saying in a talking head that she doesn't want to upset James because of how explosive his temper is. Over at SUR, Peter and Danica talk about how Rachel isn't there when she's supposed to be. And this comes up at Tom Tom, too. Lisa asks if Rachel's at SUR, but James says she's at Tom Tom because she isn't working that day, even though she told him she was scheduled to work that day. Lisa also brings up to James that he is still drinking, which he denies. He also can't seem to get it through his head that one good gig doesn't mean that everything is magically okay. James and Rachel then go to SUR, where Rachel gets in trouble for being late. She tries to make the excuse that she lost track of time, but Peter reminds her that she had been in the pink Sir car in the parade with him, so she could have just gone right from there to work. Then she tries to volunteer to work all night, but Peter says they needed her hours ago. Finally, she tells the truth and says she had gone to Tom Tom so James wouldn't get upset. Lisa talks to Rachel about this in episode 7. She tells Lisa that she had only meant to check in on James. In a talking head, she talks about how Pride went so terribly the year before that she feels like she needs to babysit him. But Lisa tells Rachel that James, quote, screws up every chance he gets and to not let him drag her down with him. Rachel takes this conversation to James, who then flips and says she shouldn't have gone to Tom Tom, but Rachel points out that if she had stayed at Sir, he would have gotten even more mad. Rachel then reveals that she has been invited to Peter's birthday, but James has not. Peter is in Jax's wedding, so he doesn't want to upset him by hanging out with James. Rachel says she's not going to go, but James accuses her of only saying that to make him happy. When James goes to Tom Tom to pick up his check, he tells Schwartz and Sandoval that Peter fulfilling his managerial duties was actually him being rude to Rachel. But the Toms back up Peter. In episode 9, we learn that Rachel went out with some of the girls. She got super drunk, so Sheena made sure she got home safe. After getting home, Rachel left her phone in the kitchen. The next morning, she woke up to a bunch of texts from James calling her a slut and a whore. A producer in a talking head convinces her to read through them on camera, and they're not great. Sheena tells Lala about this night and reveals that James also rage texted her. James and Rachel go to Ariana's birthday, where James acts like he doesn't want to be there, and when Rachel brings up the texts, he says that if she had just replied to them, then everything would have been fine. He says he doesn't trust anyone when they're that drunk, as if he isn't a fucking terror after too many drinks. Back at Sir, Ariana asks about the texts, and Rachel parrots James's point of view that it is her own fault for not replying. Ariana tries to tell her that this isn't okay, but she won't listen. Rachel says she doesn't want to go through this again and tells Ariana that it's the last straw, so of course she'll stay with James for 2 more years. Later in this same episode, Rachel tries to talk to James about what happened. He dismisses it because he says he's not mean to her when he's sober. Then he gets sick of talking about it and threatens to leave her. He still thinks his apology is enough. But Rachel finally grows a sliver of a backbone and says she doesn't want to put their hypothetical children in a situation where they see him talking to her like he has. And she tells him that he needs to get his shit together or she'll leave. James half-heartedly agrees to go to AA and or Al-Anon meetings with her, but in a talking head, he says he doesn't really want to do this, and he's only going to go because Rachel asked. But when Lala hears from Sheena that he is going to start going to AA, she is surprised and decides to reach out to him. In episode 12, Rachel tells Danica that Lala's also reached out to her. When they get together to talk, Rachel starts by saying she's still mad that Lala called her stupid. Girl, you have other shit going on. Let it go. But they quickly move on to talking about James. Rachel tells Lala that she took him to his first AA meeting the day before and waited outside the entire time until he was done. Lala is happy for him because she can relate to how hard it is to start going. At the same time this conversation is happening, James goes to Villa Rosa to talk to Lisa. Lisa still feels like she has some responsibility for his welfare, so she calls him out on his texts to Rachel. He dismisses what happened, saying again that he doesn't talk to her like that when he's sober, and he tells Lisa that he went to AA the day before. And honestly, if he hadn't shown his chip on camera, I would not have believed him. Lisa's proud of him and promises to be there to support him. At Sandoval's birthday party, Rachel tells Lala about a party that James had gone to recently. And remember James's former friend, Logan? Well, Lala says that he told her that James had been drinking at that party. But since Rachel will trust James over any reasonable alternative, the problem becomes that Lala's friends with Logan, not that James might have been drinking. And when she asks James about it directly, he obviously denies it. Katie hosts a wine night for the girls at her house in episode 13, and Brittany brings a handle of Tito's instead of wine. Lala and Rachel talk again, and Lala tries to say that she was genuinely concerned about James and isn't happy about how Rachel turned things onto Logan. But Rachel continues to defend James and things escalate and they fight. Lala does apologize for this at the reunion, though. In episode 13, Lisa tells Ariana that James is going to AA. Ariana wants to be optimistic, but thinks it's only a matter of time before he fucks up again. However, he does appear to be going consistently. We see Rachel take him to another meeting after wine night, and in episode 15, she even brags about how well he's doing with his sobriety. Lala and James make up again and are back in the studio together in episode 16. They bond over having stress nightmares about getting drunk, and Lala tells him that she wants them to truly move on from their past issues. During the Sir versus Tom Tom softball game, James corners Katie and actually manages to give something resembling a proper apology, and Katie accepts because she actually thinks he might be improving, and so do others. Lala tells Lisa in episode 18 that she actually believes that James is sober, but Lisa knows that she can never trust that she's getting the true story when it comes to him. Later in this episode, James goes to see Rachel at Sir, and Lisa joins him. She actually taste tests his drink for alcohol and is impressed when she doesn't find any. He coyly says that he wishes that he and Rachel had been able to work at Sir at the same time. Lisa sees right through this, but thinks that this time feels different from all the other ones he's begged for his job back. So she offers him the chance to DJ at Sir that night, and he's thrilled. Finally, at the Tom Tom anniversary party in the season finale, James and Randall appear on camera together for the first time. And for the second time this season, James gives what has all the appearances of being a sincere apology. At the reunion, Katie says she's proud of the work James has been putting into his sobriety, which at this point has lasted for almost 11 months. But Kristen is rolling her eyes throughout this segment. She thinks that if James had really changed, he wouldn't be jumping at the chance to attack her anytime she speaks. Lisa says that once Sir reopens, because remember, this reunion was filmed in 2020, James will get his Tuesday nights back. Next is the drama tying together Sheena, Dana, Brett, and Max. And honestly, basically everything there is to say about the new cast members will be confined to this section. Also, I'm just going to point out again here that we know Sheena was given a bad edit this season. However, I can only comment on what the show gives me, and the show is giving me things that would follow patterns of behavior that we've seen from Sheena in the past, even though I would say it's taken to a little bit more of an extreme sometimes this season. In episode 1, Sheena and Brett have already made out, and he has only been at Sir for a week. And even though Brett says in a talking head that Sheena's not a good kisser, they still show up to Schwartz and Katie's housewarming party together. Elsewhere, Dana tells the servers at Tom Tom that she hooked up with Max the previous night. But Dana is apparently just the next of many, because we learn quickly that Max is with a new girl every week. At the housewarming party, Dana and Lala bond over losing a parent because Dana lost her mom to brain cancer her senior year of college, and Kristen asks Sheena how things with Max are going. Sheena says he is her best friend and that they're going to her house in Palm Springs together. Sound familiar? Brett and Max talk in the kitchen, and Brett mentions how he and Sheena feel attached at the hip. Max calls her boy crazy and says he made the mistake of hanging out with her all the time. Katie overhears this and immediately tells Sheena. So she enters the conversation, and when she asks, Max denies saying he hung out with her too much. But Sheena's mad that he said something that could drive away Brett. Have fun following all this. The entire section is going to be this way. Dana's going to be moving to work at Sir, so since they won't be co-workers at Tom Tom anymore, Max asks her on a date. But she asks him about how he's going to Palm Springs with Sheena. He says it's fine because they haven't hooked up recently. Dana has no problem with the two of them being friends, she just doesn't want to get involved with him if there's still something happening. In episode 2, Brett tells Lisa that Sheena's too nice sometimes and that he's not going to hook up with her. He insists in a talking head that they are just friends. But Sheena hasn't gotten that memo because she gets upset when Brett and Dana have a friendly conversation. Brett thinks Sheena comes on too strong, so he takes her aside and tries to tell her that he doesn't want to be with her. But she doesn't believe him because they made out the first night they met. And while refusing to believe that Brett has no interest in her, she also gets bitchy about how Dana's hooking up with her leftovers, aka Max. She makes Dana polish all the glasses in the restaurant when she's supposed to be training her, just like Stassi did to her all the way back in season 1. Then, Sheena insists to Dana that she doesn't care that she's hooking up with Max. Except she totally cares. Sheena tries to claim that she just doesn't vibe with Dana, but Dana knows that's not true. Sandoval fills Max in on the tension between the two of them when they are at Dana's comedy show, but Max has chosen his side, saying in a talking head that Dana has more depth to her than Sheena does. In episode 3, Sheena's still acting jealous, she's still upset that Max called her boy crazy, and she still insists that she doesn't want to date Brett. What she does want to do is talk to Max. She goes to look for him at Tom Tom first, but Max tells her when she texts him that he's out with the guys, in a group that includes Brett. So Sheena decides that the normal thing to do here is just show up at guys' night. She makes all the rest of the guys leave for a second so she can talk to Max privately. Sheena makes a point of bringing up how many women he has slept with, including 2 of Danica's friends, but then tells him it's not an issue for her. Then she pulls up texts she has from him saying all sorts of things that make it seem like Max was super into things when they were together. Max apologizes for leading her on. She also tells Max that she doesn't want Dana thinking she's his girlfriend, but she's totally not jealous. Speaking of Dana, she pulls Sheena aside at the end of this episode and asks if there's anything still going on between her and Max. Sheena asks if she's going to question every girl Max talks to, or if it's just her. It's just gonna be you, because you're the only one making this an issue. She says Dana might think that her thing with Max is more than it is, but Dana says that's what Max told her about his and Sheena's thing. She doesn't like that Sheena's trying to diminish what she might have with Max, but Sheena thinks that she's doing nothing wrong because Dana and Max aren't dating. Sheena also tells Danica and Charlie that she told Max that he should prioritize her over Dana, which is a totally normal thing to do with someone you were never dating. I do think I need to say that, according to her book, Sheena did tell Dana that her issue wasn't with her and Max. In reality, she was upset that she was demoted. She also wasn't happy that Dana's stand-up was being featured on the show when production was never interested in highlighting her own side projects, despite telling her that they would. When Dana fills Lisa in on what's been happening, Lisa's surprised, considering how Sheena was treated when she started at SUR. But Sheena's always had the ability to stoop to the level of the Mean Girl trio, and now that she's the most tenured member of the cast left working at SUR, there's no one to balance her out. And she can't even take a break from her shit-talking while she's on a yacht for Jax and Brittany's bachelor-bachelorette party. While the main group is away, Danica asks Dana about Max. Dana says they like each other, but things are just casual. Danica warns her because Max is also hooked up with another SUR server named Adriana. Then, on Adriana's 30th birthday, he went and hooked up with one of her friends. So basically, he fits right in with the rest of the guys on this show. But Dana doesn't trust this information immediately because Danica's basically been ignoring her up to this point. She wants to see for herself what Max does. Later, Max goes over to Dana's apartment and she tells him what Danica said. He denies this and says people are just doing this because they don't like her. So Dana goes back to Danica and tells her that she and Max are good and that her plan to break them up didn't work. After everyone gets back from Miami, Sheena goes over to Villa Rosa and Lisa tells her to be nice to Dana. Sheena insists that her behavior has nothing to do with Dana dating Max, but then Cataly says that they're just hooking up, not dating. And when Lisa asks, she denies again that she's jealous. On the day of Pride, Dana is supposed to go with Rachel to get her hair done before the parade. But then Sheena, who I guess was initially invited and wasn't going to go, decides at the last minute that she does want to go. And since there's apparently only room for 2 people, Rachel texts Dana that she can't come. When they talk later, Sheena denies again that she's being mean. but Sheena does manage to admit that she's mad that her friends are all hanging out with Dana because she can't stand not being number one. She apologizes, so she and Dana might be able to be cool now. Stassi and Katie know Sheena's issues with Dana are definitely about Max, and that probably won't get better when Max tells Dana in episode 7 that he wants them to be exclusive. Katie thinks Sheena's just insecure and doesn't like people moving in on what she considers to be her territory. And Lala thinks she doesn't like that she's no longer the center of attention. And as if things can't get any worse, Brett asks Charlie, Sheena's mini-me, on a date. He's not her normal type, but she agrees to go out with him. When Brett tells Sheena about this, she immediately gets upset. She tells him that she thinks he and Charlie would be better as friends, and that Brett needs someone older. Fortunately for her, this date doesn't go well, and Charlie gets turned off when Brett mentions his ex a whole 2 times. But when she tells Danica about the date, she makes it sound like all he did was talk about his ex, which is not how the segment was edited. When Brett tries to talk to Sheena about the date, she says she's not going to give him advice anymore if he's not going to listen. Charlie joins in on this and confronts Sheena about what she said before their date. So Sheena does to her the same thing she did to Dana and tries to claim that this isn't about the guy she's decided she has a claim on. In a talking head, Sheena says that she didn't purposefully try to ruin things between Brett and Charlie. In episode 8, Schwartz tells Max that he heard about him and Dana being exclusive, and Max immediately tries to roll that back, saying he doesn't even know what being exclusive means, and that Dana takes it more seriously than he does. Then he tries to make the excuse that he was tired when they had that conversation. Dana has noticed that something's up, because she says in a talking head that Max has stopped prioritizing her since saying he wanted them to be exclusive. Then, in episode 10, Sir Waitress Adriana tells Dana that she saw Max out with another girl. After seeing this, Adriana and Danica decide to Instagram stalk the girl, and they've found a picture of her in a Tom Tom Pride shirt. Max is the one who had those Pride shirts, and Dana says she didn't even get one. She's upset that everyone was right, and Max is, in fact, a fuckboy. When he comes over to her place later, Dana gives him the opportunity to tell her what happened, and he doesn't take it. So she shows him a picture of the girl who was allegedly exclusive with him and moved to LA for him. Max denies both of these things. He also insists that they didn't hook up after Pride. And even though he claims he feels awful, Dana ends things between them. She sends him home with a necklace of his that he had left at her place, after running it through her cat's litter box. Max fills James in with everything going on when they're at Tom Tom. And just like when Sandoval was being accused of cheating on Kristen with Ariana, Max's problem is that people are talking about him, not that he lied to Dana. And he tries to tell one of the Tom Tom servers the same thing he told Dana, but she doesn't believe him either. Dana tells Danica and Rachel about this a couple scenes later, but now she is trying to rationalize things by saying that when this happened, she and Max weren't exclusive. She is still interested in him, and she just wants things to go back to how they were before. The two of them talk at the end of episode 11, and Dana apologizes for thinking he was lying about the girl. She says they can start over, but Max doesn't want to because he's tired of having to defend himself. Well, maybe you could just try being faithful. I bet that would solve a few problems. Instead, he's going to create more problems by banning Danica from Tom Tom because he thinks she poisoned Dana against him by telling her the truth. Danica confronts him at Dog's funeral for all the shit he's been talking, and defends herself by saying she was just looking out for Dana. But unfortunately for Max, he doesn't have the backing of 5% owner Sandoval, who says that just being mad isn't a good enough reason to ban her from the bar. However, it was a good enough reason when he was mad at Stassi. Dana and Max also talk at this party, where Max places all the blame for their problems on Danica. He claims he hasn't done anything he shouldn't have since he started hooking up with Dana, but then she questions why he gets so worked up when people talk about him if he's doing nothing wrong. In addition to being a personal trainer and a server at Sir, Brett also has a YouTube channel, and he is going to interview Sheena. He says yet again that he just wants to be her friend, but she keeps trying to leave things open for them to be together eventually. Though maybe Brett starting the interview by calling her middle-aged will make her change her mind. Just as a reminder, she's 34. And if that's not enough, when she admits to dating fuckboys, Brett asks if that makes her a fuck girl. But is that going to make her less possessive? Nope. Because Dana and Brett start flirting in episode 14, and Dana immediately knows that Sheena's going to make a huge deal out of this. When they go on a date, Brett says he told Max about this, and Max was fine with it. So Dana does the same thing with Sheena, and tells her straight up that she's interested in Brett. Sheena insists again that she's not interested in him, but Ariana knows that even if she felt otherwise, she'd never admit it. Dana's birthday party is also in episode 14. At the party, Brett and Lala tell her that Sheena texted Max to say she's upset by her and Brett hanging out. So Dana pulls Sheena aside again, and Sheena tells her what she told Max, that she thinks this is weird, considering Dana had been with Max first. Dana, rightfully, says Max doesn't get an opinion in this. And of course, Sheena also has to bring up how she had a thing with Brett. Lala tries to point out Sheena's own dating patterns to her, but for once, Sheena's honest. She says the emotion of being 34 and divorced and freezing her eggs for some guy to maybe someday want to have kids with her is a lot to deal with. And I think it's really easy to forget that Sheena's kind of going through a lot this summer, physically and mentally. A better edit would have been able to give her story more balance. But who cares about being nice to other humans when you have a TV show to make? In the next episode, Sheena tells Danica and Charlie that her issue is that Dana knew she liked Brett, but didn't tell her about their date until after it happened. Actually, what Dana knows is that you keep insisting that you and Brett are just friends. What she doesn't know is that that's your way of saying, stay the fuck away from him, he's mine. So Sheena and Dana talk yet again. Dana says she isn't happy that Sheena appears to have gotten Max riled up about all this. But when Sheena apologizes, she might actually mean it. Meanwhile, Max can't give Brett a straight answer about whether Brett dating Dana bothers him or not. When they're in Vegas, Max tells Lisa that he is upset that Brett is going for her when he knows Max had feelings for her. Okay, but Brett also knows that you'll sleep with anything that breathes, so why should he take your feelings for this girl seriously? Dana tells Danica about what's going on, and Danica thinks she deserves better than Brett because she's a Leo and he's a Pisces, and if you understand what she means by that, please tell me in the comments. When Dana tells Brett about this, he thinks Danica's just being dramatic. Brett's also the one who tells Dana about Max hooking up with Kara in Vegas, which she's not thrilled about. Sheena says she's not upset by this, but she is upset that neither Brett nor Max called her after her egg retrieval surgery. Brett tries to apologize for ignoring her later in the episode, but she doesn't think she needs to put effort into friendships where that isn't reciprocated. Instead, she is going to try to improve her relationship with Dana, and she does this by surprising her with a psychic so she can talk to her mom. Dana's caught completely off guard by this and isn't on board. It's not that she isn't open to doing this, it's something that she says she's thought about before, but she doesn't necessarily want to do it with Sheena around. She is even less happy when she learns that Sheena literally has this person on speed dial, clearly assuming Dana would say yes. After Sheena leaves Dana's apartment, we can hear her talking to the psychic, presumably right outside. She says she asked, quote, like 20 people's opinions on this, and they all thought it was a good idea. Dana goes downstairs and calls Sheena out for springing this on her with no warning. She tells Danica about this later, and they both agree that Sheena has a problem with being direct. And when Dana goes to talk to Sheena herself, she just wants her to admit that having the psychic on standby was wrong. Dana's also getting sick of constantly having to have conversations with her about miscommunications. Later in this same episode, Brett says he is not going to feel bad for hooking up with Dana since Max is hooking up with other people. But when he talks to Danica about this, she thinks it's weird how he's okay hooking up with someone that his friend has also hooked up with. Girl, welcome to Vanderpump Rules. Literally everyone has done this. Finally, at the Witches of WeHo wine party, Max admits that he's not happy about Dana and Brett. Dana thinks there doesn't need to be an issue between them, and he agrees. But when Max and Brett talk again, he still doesn't really want to talk to him about what's going on. And when he talks to Dana again after that, he says he feels weird seeing her with Brett. He is not going to ask her to not see Brett, but he does say that he still has feelings for her. But Dana thinks he'll get distracted by another girl soon enough. Max disagrees, though. He says he was scared by the feelings he was having for Dana, so he used their miscommunication as a reason to run away. So now Dana's confused because she still likes Max. Oh, Sheena's also chosen now to get back into music. She has a new R&B style song called One More Time, which does not appear to be on YouTube Music, and Brett appears in the very sexy music video. Brett tells Dana and Lala about this at the beach cleanup day and says he felt uncomfortable at points with how Sheena was interacting with him. Dana doesn't think Sheena knows the difference between him doing her a favor and him doing this because he wants to be with her, which Brett agrees with. Brett brings up his discomfort with the simulated sex scenes to Sheena at an event for Kristen's t-shirt line, but Sheena completely dismisses his concerns. She claims she was uncomfortable too, but Brett doesn't believe that. When it comes up again later, she kind of passively aggressively says that if he's that uncomfortable, he doesn't need to come to the next shoot. Dana has another comedy show in episode 19, and when the group goes out afterwards, Lala reveals that Dana and Brett had made out the night before. Max finally speaks up and says he has a problem with this because Brett is apparently his best friend. He says they had just talked about this, but Dana feels he was being ambiguous in their conversation. And just as a reminder, he did say he wasn't going to tell her she couldn't be with Brett. Max and Brett start fighting, and Brett shouts at one point that he doesn't have feelings for Dana, which is news to her. He clarifies at the top of episode 20 that he was interested in her, which is clearly different from having feelings, but Dana knows that what he was saying didn't come out right because he was feeling attacked. I didn't mention this a minute ago, but Sheena tried to butt in on this fight, which Brett thinks was a calculated move. Sheena herself actually joins in at this point, saying for the millionth time that she doesn't want to date Brett. Dana didn't like how she jumped in either, but Sheena says she was just trying to defend Max because he was hurt. Max goes and cries to Lisa about how Dana's just making out with Brett to spite him, and to make matters worse, this is when Kara is brought to LA to represent the cocktail garden in the Hollywood Reporter photo shoot. Max tries to explain to Brett that he was feeling betrayed by him and Dana, but Brett thought that since Max had been with more people, such as Kara, since things ended with him and Dana, that he was fine. He also says that Max and Dana should have another conversation since they're clearly not on the same page. That happens towards the end of this same episode. Max says he was upset that Dana went and made out with Brett the night after he told her how he felt about her. But Dana brings up the same thing that Brett did, that he's had sex with apparently 5 other people since they stopped hanging out, so it's weird that he's mad at her for making out with Brett. They both think that the other person is just trying to make them look like the bad guy. Max keeps insisting that he doesn't care about this, but Dana points out that he keeps fishing for sympathy by talking shit on her. At the reunion, Max says he was downplaying his relationship with Dana because he didn't want people talking about their business. The two did briefly reconnect over the holidays after filming ended, but they are not currently together. Max also admits to having hooked up with Kristen in the past, which no one seemed to know about. When the rest of the cast asks when Kristen was single, she says it was in October-November 2019, to which the group points out that Max was supposedly with Dana at the time. Dana's upset by this because she thought Kristen was her friend. James is thrilled because he gets to gloat about how Kristen hasn't changed, and Stassi is disgusted that, once again, Kristen's hooking up with the exes of her friends. Going back to Max and Dana, he still wishes that she had tried to hook up with anyone but Brett because they were such good friends. Brett and Dana also dated for a bit after filming ended, but he thought things were going too fast, so she ended it. Bringing Sheena into this, Max at first says that his and Sheena's trip to Palm Springs at the beginning of the season was platonic. Dana disputes this, though, and eventually he tells the truth and reveals that he and Sheena did hook up on that trip. Apparently, they had planned on keeping that off the show, but then the two people that Sheena told both told Dana. As for Sheena and Brett, she's pissed that Brett said she wasn't a good kisser. She also claims that he was never honest about how he felt to her face. You know, other than all of the times he was filmed telling her that he wasn't interested. Brett claims that Sheena asked him to pretend they could have a future together, which Sheena denies. As for her music video shoot, she still thinks that Brett should have spoken up if he was uncomfortable. And now you can forget all about most of the new people because we will never see them again. Moving on to a more established and arguably more interesting group, Stassi starts the season by telling Lisa that Kristen is telling people that she and Katie are bad friends because they won't support her relationship. She knows their friendship has had its ups and downs over the years, but this fight feels different. When they talk, Stassi tells Kristen that she feels like she's been lied to regarding the status of her and Carter's relationship. Kristen claims they're not together, but they still live together and still hook up. But she thinks that her friends should just blindly support her regardless of whether they agree with her or not. Stassi says she would do that if Kristen was being honest because she thinks she is blatantly lying about being broken up with Carter. Even Beau's sick of Kristen venting about a relationship she clearly has no real intention of ending. As I mentioned in the previous section, Schwartz and Katie host a housewarming party in the season premiere, featuring super soakers that are filled with vodka. Stassi and Beau don't attend because they have to go to New Orleans for her grandmother's funeral, but everyone else is there. In her conversation with Stassi, Kristen had told her that Carter was going to be moving in with a friend. But at the party, Katie tells Lala that actually, Kristen's been asking Carter to move out and he won't. He and Lala talk after this, and she says it looks like he is latched onto Kristen because she was paying for everything. But Carter says that actually he stays because he thinks Kristen still wants him around. And he's right. Kristen does say earlier in the episode that she's having a hard time ending things because she can't imagine not seeing him. Kristen and Carter talk about this later, and she is upset about how people are talking about her relationship. Then Carter tells her he loves her because they're totally definitely broken up. Kristen finds Lala, and Lala wants to know her side of what's going on. Kristen makes the excuse that her friends are mad because her relationship structure doesn't work for them, but Lala points out that it doesn't look like it's working for Kristen either. They start fighting, and Katie tries to help Kristen see reason. She also wants her to stop acting like no one's been there for her. Because everyone was last season, but as I said then, Kristen's doing what she did with Sandoval and desperately trying to avoid ending her relationship. She tells Jax that she's not 100% sure she should be with Carter, but she's also not 100% sure that she shouldn't be. Jax thinks she's codependent, but Kristen just thinks he's feeling superior because he's getting married. To Carter, Jax says that he thinks they should take a 1-month break. Carter says that he'll tell Kristen that if things end, then he won't be around. Jax thinks this is manipulative because Carter knows how needy Kristen can be. In episode 4, Stassi tells Beau that Kristen moved into her new house without Carter. But then, when Ariana goes to help her move, she finds boxes with Carter's name on them. Kristen still insists that he's not moving in, but then she says that they hooked up that morning. Later on, Lala asks Kristen why she has such a hard time being alone, and Kristen says it's because being single sounds like the worst thing ever. In this same episode, Stassi and Katie fight with Kristen about how they don't want to stick up for her when she won't get out of her unhealthy relationship. But, like I said last season, Kristen thinks that her friends should be supporting her in what she wants, regardless of how toxic it is, because that's what she does when her friends are in toxic relationships. When the group is in Miami, Carter calls Kristen to ask if he can come by her house and pick up his photography gear. She says yes and sends him her security code. When she tells Katie and Stassi about this, Katie thinks it was a bad idea to give her house code to someone she's trying to break up with. Kristen's mad that her friends have opinions about her relationship, ignoring that she has told them a heck of a lot about it. Then she brings up again how she supported Katie when Schwartz was cheating on her, which pisses Katie off. She calls Kristen a miserable person who's never been in a happy relationship. Katie's still annoyed the next morning, but Kristen's sad about potentially losing her friendships with her and Stassi. Kristen and Stassi talk the next night, where Kristen says again that she's hurt, and Stassi says again that she's frustrated. Kristen also says again that she's sorry that her breakup doesn't look the way Stassi and Katie think it should. Stassi says she'll always be her friend, and they hug it out, but privately, she's at the point of wanting Kristen and Carter to just be together, because it's clearly what Kristen wants, and then they can stop talking about it. Throughout all this, there is a question of whether or not Carter is still invited to Jax and Brittany's wedding. In episode 9, Kristen says of course he's going, even though there wouldn't really be a reason for him to go if they're not dating. Also in episode 9, Kristen tries to play the victim with Katie and still doesn't understand what Katie's problem is. She is hurt when Katie says she doesn't care about Carter, even though she is the one who complains about him. Ultimately, Carter does go to the wedding, though he is lodging separately from the rest of the cast. When asked by Lala, Stassi, and Katie, Kristen says he's there because he's Jax and Brittany's friend. Is he, though? Sure, he's been on their guys' nights, but I think that's more because he's a cast member than because he's actually friends with these guys. A few scenes later, Beau and Kristen are talking, and she says Beau has been distant lately. Remember, she's the one who introduced Stassi and Beau and was friends with him before he started appearing on the show. When he points out that his girlfriend Stassi is his priority, Kristen rolls her eyes and makes it about how Stassi and Katie are mad at her over Carter. She complains that no one ever asks how she's doing and that no one understands what she's going through. Actually, I'm sure they do understand because you've put them through this before. Beau tells Stassi about this conversation, and she has the wild take that Kristen shouldn't be number one in her boyfriend's life. This is also when we learn that Kristen will sometimes text Beau about Stassi. In episode 11, Kristen says in a talking head that she wishes she was still with Carter. But I don't know, they look pretty together to me. They talk privately at the wedding reception, and Kristen thinks this is a great time to sort through all their issues. Carter recently called her selfish and unkind, which she takes as him manipulating her because he was hurt and wanted attention. And he claims that he does still want to be with her, but that he doesn't want Kristen to go back and forth. And then Kristen tells us the issue that I think is at the crux of all this. She has put 4 years into this relationship and is sad that she's no closer to being married like the rest of her friends. Remember, Kristen is the oldest woman in the cast at 36. Considering the attitudes of some of the other women, I wonder if she thinks she's too old to have to start dating again. The next morning, Jax reveals that Carter ended up in Kristen's room. And since we have yet to see them in a conversation that doesn't devolve into an argument, now is a great time to bring up that Stassi, Katie, and Kristen are in business together this season. They have a wine called Witches of WeHo, but Stassi and Katie don't want to promote it when their friendship with Kristen is in such a bad place. Stassi says this has gone beyond their feelings about Carter, and is now about how none of them can be honest with each other. Sheena has a conversation with Kristen and then takes this to Katie and says that Kristen thinks she is projecting her unhappiness onto her and that Katie's jealous because she has nothing going on. Kristen's also mad that Katie talked shit on her t-shirt line, saying it isn't real work. At Sandoval's birthday party, the trio argues about the wine and how none of them want to work together when they're not friends. Stassi says that at this point, she is only doing this because she is under contract. She and Katie also tell Kristen to her face that they're no longer friends. In an episode 13 talking head, Kristen says that Katie and Stassi were like family, and she doesn't understand how they can just cut her out. She also tells Brittany that she doesn't understand why they're mad at her, even though they've told her plenty of times. In the next episode, Sheena is the one that spills the beans that Katie and Schwartz are eloping in Vegas and that Kristen's not invited. Kristen's mad because she introduced those two. This is what makes the demise of their friendship feel final to her. I guess Stassi and Katie explicitly saying it was over wasn't enough. Kristen brings this up to Katie at Dana's birthday party, and Katie says that they need a break from each other. Kristen cries that her friends don't love her, but Katie says that she hasn't been paying attention to the issues they've been having. And Kristen continues to not pay attention, saying that real friends would stick around when she clearly needs them. Post-Vegas, we are also in the lead-up to Stassi and Beau getting engaged. When Beau goes to Villa Rosa to talk about the party Lisa's going to host for them, Lisa thinks that Kristen should be there because she and Stassi have such a long history. Beau says he's going to wait and see how the Witches of WeHo party goes before making that call. Oh yeah, because not only does this fractured trio have the wine brand together, they also have to have a party to promote it. And this experience teaches Stassi that she doesn't like having to be part of a team. According to Kristen, she, Katie, and Stassi haven't spoken since before Vegas. Her point of view is that she is doing almost everything for this party, Katie does things sometimes, and Stassi isn't contributing at all. The three are interviewed by Us Weekly at the party, and they outright lie about how their collaboration has gone. At the party, Beau tries to convince Stassi to not cut Kristen out. Remember, he's trying to gauge if Kristen should be coming to their post-engagement party. But Stassi gets frustrated that he is trying to convince her to be friends with a person she says she's outgrown. Beau and Kristen talk in the next scene, where she immediately asks him if they are still friends. He says that they are, but that he also needs to respect Stassi's feelings on where she is at with Kristen, to which Kristen accuses him of being afraid of Stassi. She gets mad and points out that he has known her longer than he's known anyone else in the group. Katie and Stassi are watching this conversation from afar and eventually join in. Kristen gets defensive about how she just wants to talk to her friend, but Stassi emphasizes, just like Beau did, that he is her boyfriend first. Beau points out that his position is a bit more complicated because Kristen is the reason that he met this group in the first place, but as a result of her own frustrations with Kristen, Stassi has no sympathy. She also says at one point that Kristen feeling possessive of Beau triggers how she felt after Kristen hooked up with Jax. Stassi escalates things because that's what she's good at, and she accuses Beau of prioritizing Kristen over her. She does apologize to him off camera afterwards, saying her anger was misdirected, but I just want to point out that all of this is happening the day before Beau is planning to propose. As a result of how the party went, Kristen is disinvited from the Villa Rosa party at the last minute. She gets upset that she found out about the engagement on social media and immediately deduces that she is not going to be invited to the party. Lala is tasked with officially delivering the news, and Kristen gets defensive over her actions the day before. Lala has to tell her again that it's not weird for Beau to prioritize his now fiance's feelings. So Carter takes it upon himself to text Beau and tell him that he should thank Kristen for introducing him and Stassi in the first place, and that they are, quote, cold-blooded for excluding her. And when the rest of their friends hear about this at the party, Beau has to keep them from texting Carter back. After the Villa Rosa party, Kristen goes to talk to Jax and Brittany, and Brittany feels bad about how she found out about the engagement. This is where Kristen learns about the text Carter sent to Beau, and she knows that she is going to end up getting heat for it. She also ended up hooking up with Carter after getting uninvited from the party. In episode 19, Kristen tries to stir up some shit by telling Sheena that Stassi made fun of how Sandoval and Ariana still don't have furniture for her house. But this is not correct. Stassi and Lala were at a group dinner that was filmed, I think it was after Dana's comedy show, and actually it was Lala that was joking about Sandoval and Ariana's lack of furniture. When Stassi gets a passive-aggressive text from Ariana about this, she immediately knows that Kristen is the cause. At the Tom Tom anniversary party, Stassi calls Sheena out on how she spread jokes about the furniture and makes it clear that she wasn't the one who said anything. Sheena can't admit that she was wrong, but Stassi and Ariana do make up. More importantly, in episode 18, we get flashback footage prompted by Jax that shows Kristen saying that Carter knows about a guy she made out with in February. Then, Jax says that he learned about Kristen hooking up with someone 2 weeks before, and that Carter saw a video of it. Kristen insists that this happened 4 years ago because that excuse has totally worked for people on this show before. Jax ropes Brittany into this, but she insists that he didn't hear it from her. And Jax, of course, goes to start gossiping with the group. But when Kristen asks him not to talk about this at her event, because this is all happening at a James May event, he gets riled up and storms off. Finally, Carter joins Kristen at Sandoval and Ariana's pool party, and Kristen says that they're together. Stassi and Katie learn this at the Tom Tom anniversary party, and Stassi's just happy that she's finally made a decision. The Mean Girl trio has one last conversation at the end of the episode. Kristen tries to excuse her behavior by saying she thought she and Carter were done forever, but Katie reminds her that she wanted her friends to tell her exactly what she wanted to hear when she wanted to hear it, and when she heard things she didn't like, she lashed out. Stassi says that she is frustrated by Kristen's victim mentality and that she is done with Witches of WeHo. At the reunion, Kristen says again that she was always there for Stassi and Katie with their relationship woes and that she wanted the same in return. But Stassi also says again that she made her and Katie look like bad friends because they were against Carter. And she says that Kristen had wanted her and Katie to help her be honest about her relationship. But once that happened, Kristen immediately threw them under the bus. In hindsight, Kristen understands how her being on and off with Carter all summer would be frustrating for her friends, but in positive news, she and Carter are broken up for good now, and she is dating someone new named Alex. This is kind of a weird place to leave off with this group, because we've actually talked in depth about 3 of the people featured in this section for the final time in this series, but we'll get to that in the next video. Finally, we have reached the last section of this video, which will be all about Jax and Brittany and their wedding. When the season starts, we are about a month out from the wedding, and Jax and Sandoval are barely speaking. Jax hosted a party for his friends who aren't going to the bachelor party in Miami, and Sandoval was obviously supposed to go. Instead, Sandoval chose to go home to St. Louis because he hasn't seen his family in a while. Deeply reasonable, right? Jax doesn't think so. Sandoval also isn't returning his texts quickly enough for his liking, so eventually Jax texts him and tells him that, out of respect for the fact that he's apparently super busy, he's getting demoted from co-best man to groomsman. Sandoval tells Ariana that Jax was constantly trying to one-up him when they were both buying their houses, comparing things like square footage and school districts even though they're literally down the street from each other. At the same time, Jax makes a big deal to Brittany about how he is getting married and Sandoval isn't asking him how he's doing. Jax has been a lot of things over the course of the show, but this is the first season where we will see him be a full-blown fucking diva. Brittany thinks that the guys have gone through worse fights than this and should be able to make up. But when they talk at the housewarming party, Jax starts by being mad that he has never been invited to Sandoval's house. Sandoval would like his friend to be excited for him for the big adult step he and Ariana have taken, especially since they won't be getting married or having kids. But Jax isn't capable of acknowledging that anything good is happening in his friends' lives this summer. Jax claims again that Sandoval hasn't texted him, and Sandoval pulls out his phone in response and opens up all of his texts to Jax. However, to avoid awkwardness, he does get reinstated as a best man. We see very little of the planning of this wedding, like possibly even less than we saw of Sheena's wedding. It's going to be taking place at the Kentucky Castle in Versailles, and no, I'm not pronouncing that wrong. Their hashtag is Jax Got It Right, WRIGHT, because Brittany's last name is Cartwright, and Jax says Brittany doesn't think he notices when she raises the budget, but he does. I think this is probably the most expensive wedding we've seen on the show. Like I mentioned, we are going back to Miami for their bachelor and bachelorette parties. The only guest list drama concerns Carter, because he still thinks that he's going, even though he and Kristen might not be together at this point. He's been texting Jax about hotels and flights, but when Jax goes to help Kristen move, he makes it clear that Carter isn't invited. And Carter does take this pretty well. We're already on our way to Miami in episode 4, which is way earlier in the season than other bachelor-bachelorette parties. Sheena says she has packed 12 bathing suits for this trip, and I'm not sure if she's exaggerating or not. In addition to the cast, some of Brittany's other friends and Jax's sister Jenny are also on this trip, and Sheena and Peter, randomly, are rooming together. The guys are doing a Rat Pack theme for night 1, and of course Sandoval puts on a fake mustache and looks like a creep. Meanwhile, the girls all go out in tacky wedding dresses and veils that are all from the 80s and 90s. Except for Sheena, who I guess didn't want to look ridiculous on camera and is just wearing white lingerie. The boys end up at a strip club called Gold Rush. Beau's not having a great time, but Jax sure is. Brittany says earlier that Jax is allowed to get strippers for the bachelor party because after they get married, he's never going to a strip club again. Also, a stripper asks Jax if he's dead inside. The girls end up at what looks like a pretty big club, and the employees bring out a sign that says, "Don't do it, Brittany." This is super typical heterosexual humor about how your life is obviously over after you get married, and I'm sure they do this for all the bachelor or bachelorette parties at this club. But even though Brittany has no problem with it at first, Kristen gets in her ear about how disrespectful it is. So now, Brittany thinks that the whole thing was a conspiracy against her and Jax. Back at the hotel, she is crying about how people were talking shit about her relationship because obviously the people running the club know every single thing that's happened with her and Jax. Kristen tries to back Brittany up and claim that Lala specifically isn't acknowledging her feelings, even though we have a flashback of Lala doing exactly that 18 seconds earlier. Brittany eventually calms down, and on day 2, everyone goes out on a private yacht with an open bar. Jax is wearing some sort of shirt dress with what I think is his face on it, and there is a plush dick on a spike for some reason. That night, it's the girls' turn to go to a strip club, and the boys all meet them there. But the boys have decided to put on full prosthetic makeup to make them look like old men. Someone even has an oxygen tank. I think it's Jax. I didn't recognize Sandoval at first, and that scared me. Over at the strip club, Ariana jokes, quote, "Could I be using this money to furnish my house? Yes." And when the guys come in, they sit right by the stage. According to the editing, Katie spots them first, immediately recognizes who they are and what's going on, and then points them out to everyone else. Ariana says she is, quote, "horrified and impressed." The club clearly knew the cast was coming because one of Jax and Brittany's, I think, engagement pictures ends up on a giant screen. Old Man Schwartz gives Katie a striptease, and the boys are all wearing matching underwear under their costumes. They also can't take the old man makeup off themselves. They have to wait until the professional artists that they hired come back in the morning. But Jax gets fed up and starts ripping it off himself. Wherever the group goes on their final night also knew they were coming because they're prepared with giant cardboard cutouts of Jax and Brittany's faces, unless Sandoval packed them along with his dry ice gun. When they get back from Miami, it should be smooth sailing until we get to the wedding. Katie hosts Brittany's bridal shower at her house in episode 7, which is princess-themed down to the character performers. But earlier in that same episode, Lisa tells Ken that she woke up to people tweeting her about how the pastor who was supposed to perform Jax and Brittany's wedding ceremony has been saying homophobic and transphobic things. What happened was that BuzzFeed published an article full of screenshots and receipts about how Pastor Ryan Dotson had been tweeting anti-LGBTQ and anti-trans things for years. The screenshots that are specifically shown on the show are all from 2015, aka the year that marriage equality was legalized nationwide. Ariana brings this up to Lisa at SUR, and Lisa tells her that she called Jax and Brittany an hour before. When we get a flashback of this conversation, Brittany claims she saw one comment back in the day, but that Dotson had insisted to them that he wasn't homophobic. Jax also chimes in and says he doesn't want people thinking they're okay with his stances. Dotson claiming to not be homophobic doesn't mean shit, because he told Page 6, quote, "As a Christian and a pastor, I must stand firmly on the Bible and its teachings as to how we should live before God. I know not all people are accepting of this belief or religious viewpoint, but I am," end quote. No, not accepting a religious point of view is what Martin Luther did. Homophobia and transphobia are disgusting and dangerous views that have no place in modern society. Brittany is conflicted by all this. She knows that there are certain political things that she can't talk about when she's home because she feels differently than the people around her. And Dotson is someone she grew up with. She's friends with his daughters. But she also doesn't want anyone at the wedding to be uncomfortable because of his views. And I could manage to maybe be slightly sympathetic if she didn't also try and insist that he's a good person. Lisa thinks that Jax and Brittany don't know the extent of what was said. But when Stassi, Bo, and Lala talk about this, Stassi says these tweets came out for the first time 6 months before this. And Ariana confirms that Jax and Brittany have known about this for at least that long because it was discussed on Watch What Happens Live 6 months ago, on an episode that Brittany was on. Ariana thinks that Jax and Brittany knew about a few things, and that Dotson tried to pacify them when they talked about it so he could still officiate their wedding. And Stassi thinks that Jax took him saying he wasn't homophobic at face value and didn't think anything else of it. I agree with Stassi. I truly do not think Jax cares, even a little bit, about who officiates their wedding. Brittany wanted Dotson, so that's who they went with. Jax thinks that all of this doesn't concern him and Brittany because people should know that they don't agree with Dotson. He also thought that pastors were supposed to be neutral, which got 80 LOLs in my notes. When Ariana and Sandoval talk about this later, Ariana says she doesn't believe that Brittany only saw the one post. Sandoval reveals that the cast had been tagged in posts for months, showing what Dotson had been saying. Instead, they think Brittany's been trying to just ignore it. Jax says that he and Brittany are going to talk to Dotson again, and when they're setting up for the bridal shower, Lala tells Ariana that she heard that they had fired him. Which Ariana is happy about, but she doesn't understand why it took so long. Again, this first came up 6 months ago. If you were really that concerned, why not fire him then? Lala feels bad talking about this behind Jax and Brittany's backs, but she also doesn't want to bring it up at the bridal shower. And Ariana says that since the two of them have gotten engaged, they aren't allowed to question them on anything. Over at TomTom, Sandoval, Schwartz, and James have a similar conversation about how everyone is walking on eggshells around Jax in the lead up to the wedding. Brittany confirms to Lisa at the shower that they fired Dotson. Instead, Lance Bass is going to officiate their wedding because he's apparently become a good friend of theirs. It's definitely not to save face after almost being married by a homophobe. Katie texts this news to Schwartz, who shares it with Sandoval and James. And I hate agreeing with James, but he also thinks that they're overcompensating by replacing the pastor with Lance Bass. Schwartz feels sympathetic, but Sandoval points out that they've known about this for months because Jax and Brittany are tagged in all the same posts about it as him, and he doesn't like that they're only doing something after Lisa said something to them. At Peter's birthday party, Brittany says that Twitter and Instagram are attacking her right now because of the pastor situation. Jax and Sandoval also talk about this, and Sandoval asks why it took Lisa saying something for them to fire him. But Jax immediately gets mad and walks off. He goes to find Brittany, who's already upset, and tells her what Sandoval just said. She and Jax now both go off at Sandoval about how he is trying to make them look bad. Katie, Stassi, and Lala all choose to back up Brittany because they think Sandoval shouldn't be questioning them this close to the wedding. Okay, so when was he supposed to bring this up? Were you all just going to ignore this and then pretend to be fine interacting with Dotson at the wedding? Why does Jax deserve a pass right now when they all know he would never do the same for them? Brittany doubles down that she only saw one tweet by Dotson at first, which Sandoval openly doubts when he joins this fight. Meanwhile, Jax tells Schwartz that he thinks Sandoval is questioning his motives, which is exactly what's happening. And when Ariana asks if Sandoval just can't have an opinion because he's Jax's best man, Kristen says that no, he can't. Brittany and Jax both say in separate conversations that Sandoval shouldn't be in the wedding. And Brittany adds that she hopes her almost husband knocks him, quote, the fuck out. In episode 8, Katie says she thinks that Sandoval was just acting woke. But Sandoval makes the point that his partner is bisexual, so he takes Dotson's comments very seriously. And now Sandoval has stopped texting Jax again, so he is back to not being a best man, and might not even be invited to the wedding anymore. When Jax goes to SUR to talk to him, he makes it clear that he thinks Sandoval should apologize, and that if he tries to bring up the past, aka how they all found out about Dotson 6 months ago, then Jax is going to walk away. Jax doesn't think that this should have been brought up at his wedding, which it wasn't. It was brought up at Peter's birthday party 2 weeks before the wedding. Sandoval is not going to not be honest about how he's feeling to Jax, and as much as I hate to do this, I have to say, I think Sandoval is right in this situation. But unfortunately, Jax doesn't think so, and he tells Sandoval that he is no longer invited to his wedding. Brittany is also pissed that she now has to be thinking about this while ignoring the rest of the red flags in her relationship in the lead up to her wedding. She has not reached out to Ariana because she thinks Ariana should be the one to reach out, which Ariana isn't sure she wants to do because of Brittany saying that she hoped Jax would knock out her boyfriend. While he and Brittany are out and waiting for Lala and Randall to arrive at dinner, and also after they've all sat down, Jax is still going off about how much Sandoval's burned him in the past. He brings up how Sandoval wants to figure out what happened, and then says, quote, "How about you figure out your fucking girlfriend's issues? First of all, what sexuality she is, because it changes every fucking day." So Jax will claim to not be homophobic, but then be very okay engaging in biphobia. Yeah, that tracks, I think. Brittany says that it was fine for Sandoval to ask her questions, but not in the place he did it. Jax says it wasn't okay at all, and briefly goes off on Brittany, saying she's making him look stupid. Brittany also asks Lala what she should do about Ariana, and Lala doubles down on her own blind support for these two. She says she wouldn't want Ariana to be in her wedding after that, saying that Ariana and Sandoval can never be happy when good things happen to their friends. And then Jax asks Randall to take Sandoval's spot in his wedding party. When Ariana tells Schwartz, Katie, and Beau what happened, Katie thinks Jax has gone too far. And when Beau asks, Ariana's not sure if she is going to go to the wedding. Schwartz brings up that maybe Sandoval chose a bad time to bring all this up, which Sandoval agrees with, and Schwartz also plans on making a case to Jax about reinstating Sandoval as a member of the wedding party again. Sandoval says he doesn't have to do that, and that Schwartz will make a great best man, and that he'll tie all the bow ties ahead of time because he knows Schwartz doesn't know how to. Ariana does end up going over to Brittany's house to talk. Brittany is hurt that Ariana didn't reach out, but Ariana says she was upset about what Brittany said about Jax punching Sandoval. And Brittany admits that if this hadn't been brought up recently, she wouldn't have fired the pastor because she still maintains that she only saw one comment. Ariana wants to be there for Brittany, but she would feel uncomfortable being there without Sandoval because it would feel like admitting that Sandoval was wrong. Ultimately, Brittany leaves the decision on what to do up to Ariana. While this is going on upstairs in Jax's house, downstairs, Schwartz brings up to Jax that Sandoval seemed very remorseful when they talked, but Jax doesn't care, he's still not invited to the wedding. And another person might not be coming either. A couple of scenes later, Lisa calls Jax and Brittany up to Villa Rosa. She tells them that her mother has just passed away and that she doesn't think she'll be able to go to the wedding. Back with Sandoval, he is very hurt when he hears that Randall is replacing him in the wedding party, since he and Jax have been friends for almost 20 years, and he's only known Randall for a year or two. He also points out that the group couldn't bring up anything with Jax last year because his father had just died, and now they can't do that this year either because he's getting married. But he does send Jax a very long text saying he respects his decision and to let him know if he needs anything. Schwartz thinks Jax will regret not having Sandoval there. Even Stassi thinks Sandoval should be at the wedding. But she and Lala think that should come about by him and Ariana apologizing. The girls ask Brittany about this at Ariana's birthday, and Brittany also thinks that Jax would be sad if Sandoval isn't there. But Jax doesn't think a text was good enough to let things go between them. Stassi tells him he should be the bigger person, pointing out in a talking head that they've done worse shit to each other than this. Jax, Brittany, Sandoval, and Ariana all talk at Ariana's birthday. Sandoval is feeling remorse for what happened, and Jax says he just wants an apology. When Sandoval gives him that, he is reinstated once again as a best man. But in a talking head, Jax says he is still not over it and only accepted Sandoval's apology to make his wedding easier. Everyone flies down to Kentucky for the wedding in episode 9, and the whole main cast appears to be staying at the castle. Since Carter has been asked to not stay there, Kristen is going to be rooming with Sheena. At the rehearsal, Sandoval is standing directly behind Jax when that spot is supposed to be for Schwartz. Brittany leaves it alone because she doesn't want it to be a big deal, but Jax does make it a big deal and insists that the Toms switch spots. That night, Brittany surprises everyone with a murder mystery party before they all go out. Jax actually doesn't join in on this, opting to stay in and watch Friends instead. The wedding is not the day after the rehearsal. Brittany built a recovery day into the schedule because she knows this group and knows everyone will either be hungover or continuing to drink. There's another event that night that seems to be for anyone in town for the wedding. This is when Lala and Randall arrive, as well as Lisa and Ken. Her mother's funeral was delayed, so she was able to attend the wedding. Outside this party, Lexington Pride is happening, and Beau sneaks out of the wedding event to join that party. When they get back to the castle that night, the boys and girls separate, so Jax and Brittany won't see each other again until the ceremony. Jax claims to Brittany that he's done drinking for the night, so of course he gets absolutely shit-faced. Beau shows up in a night costume because they're in a castle, and he brought one for Jax too, and Sandoval informs the groomsmen that he will be ironing things between 10 and 11 a.m. the next day. We also get a weird, stuttery flashback montage through Jax's time on the show, while Jax continues to talk about how he's totally changed and how much he loves Brittany. The next morning, Lala does Mima's makeup, and Randall isn't on time to get ready with the groomsmen because he and Beau are cuddled in bed talking about movies. I'm still surprised that Brittany didn't wear a ball gown, but her Netta Ben Shabu dress is beautiful. It also has a lot going on. I can't find the style name like I could for Katie, but this dress is so customized that a style name might not be helpful. First there's the base dress, then there's the base dress with an overskirt that she wore for the ceremony, but then the flowy fabric at the break point, like towards the bottom of the dress, also all comes off to make it a mini dress. I like the blue tuxes a lot, though I think Schwartz's tux is still my favorite, but Brittany does have the best bridesmaids dresses of anyone. Jax and his mother haven't resolved their issues, so she's not here. He walks down the aisle with his godmother instead. Jax and Brittany both reference both Friends and Hooters in their vows, and that is all I have to say about the ceremony. I don't have a ton to say about the reception either. Lance Bass is also the MC. Logan is here for some reason. The first dance is You're Still the One by Shania Twain, and Schwartz's speech is good but goes on a bit too long. Finally, the weekend ends with an after-party in the castle, with Hooters girls in attendance, and Jax gets pissed that there's a cash bar and starts yelling at people. I think this is around when he mentions that the wedding was $100,000, which would make it the most expensive one on the show. Sandoval, who Jax didn't even want there, quietly finds the event manager and gets all the vodka that he had purchased from the other bar. The next morning, Jax personally wakes everyone up so they don't get charged any extra fees for people staying late. After the wedding, Jax has his 40th birthday party in episode 13, and after how much he complained about Sandoval's themed birthday party, you might be surprised to hear that he is having an 80s themed party. He even dresses up, looking like if Mark LaBelle from Dirty Honey wasn't talented. And since one of Jax's favorite movies is Step Brothers, Sandoval's gift to him is a samurai sword signed by Randy Jackson. Less sweetly, Schwartz and Katie got him a foot-shaped fleshlight, and Jax immediately does a shot out of it. Later, we see that someone has given the foot fleshlight a tattoo. And after this, Jax and Brittany are barely in the show again until episode 18, when Jax starts going on about how he doesn't think people are being honest. He specifically calls out Kristen and Sandoval and Ariana, whose relationship he thinks is a facade. In a talking head, he says he has had no desire to hang out with Sandoval recently because he doesn't think he's been a good friend. In this same episode, Max hosts a beach cleanup day, and Beau, Stassi, Brett, Dana, Kristen, Sheena, Schwartz, Katie, Sandoval, Brittany, Peter, and Lala all go. So almost everyone, except Jax, but not because he wasn't invited. Max tells Sandoval that Jax had texted him saying he should cancel the event and that everyone was mad at him for planning this, aka Jax didn't want to drive 2 hours one way to get to the beach. And when Max points out that everyone is there but him, he gets disinvited from Jax and Brittany's upcoming pool party. Sandoval thinks that Jax is jealous because he is no longer the center of attention since the wedding's over. And he ends up being the next target of Jax's rage texting, in addition to Max getting another round because Brittany's been telling him what people at the beach are saying. However, she does also say that she hates always having to apologize for him. Honey, you knew what you were getting into when you married him. Jax does apologize at Kristen's James May event, saying he has been getting angry all the time recently. I wonder what he could possibly be doing that might make someone more angry than usual. Sandoval thinks this is just an excuse he is using to gain pity. Back at home, Brittany and Jax argue about the confrontation I mentioned with Kristen in the previous section. She says they have been fighting more since the wedding, and that she's sick of him taking his bad days out on her, but Jax thinks it's normal for married people to fight a lot. Brittany is still worried that Jax is going to go back to his old self, but he doesn't understand why she's so upset by him being mean to people that aren't her. So I mentioned a minute ago that Jax and Brittany were planning on hosting a pool party. Well, after Jax rage texts Sandoval and Max, Sandoval decides to throw a competing pool party on the same day. He tells Brittany about this in episode 19, and she's not happy. And when she gets home and tells Jax, he gets pissed too. She says it's petty, and Jax immediately goes off about how Sandoval's always been petty. Then, Brittany says it's Jax's fault that people aren't going to come to their party because he's the one who started all this with his texts. He immediately gets mad and storms off, saying he's going to the gym. He tells Brittany that she can track his location to be sure he's telling the truth, and Brittany replies, quote, "I sure will." Lala goes over to Brittany's house later, and Jax calls her soon after she arrives. He fires off that Brittany thinks he's cheating because he's been going to the gym all the time. Brittany clarifies that she's worried about him spiraling because the same thing happened before he hooked up with Faith. While they're taking clothing donations to Covenant House, Ariana tells Brittany that if it wasn't for her, she doesn't think Jax would have any friends. But Brittany thinks that everyone would be his friend, except for Sandoval. And later, she seems to think that Jax has taken accountability for his shit, while Sandoval hasn't. Well, that depends on what shit we're talking about. Jax has still never taken accountability, but Sandoval has on rare occasions, but never if it's about cheating. Ariana also seems to think that the pool party being held at her house and being planned by her boyfriend was originally Katie and Danica's idea, so she tells Brittany that. So then Brittany gets mad at Katie, even though Katie says the real problem in all this is Jax. But Brittany seems to think that since Katie's also been known to send a rage text or two, she should go easy on Jax. On the day of the pool parties, Lala, Brett, Stassi, and Bo are seemingly the only people who go to Jax and Brittany's. James was asked to DJ this party by Lala, but says no because he was already invited to Sandoval's pool party. Stassi and Jax talk at this party, and Stassi says it looks like he's losing his mind. Jax doesn't know what's wrong with him because from the outside, it looks like he has everything, but he's still not happy. You know, as someone with depression, that sounds a lot like depression. Jax is worried that Brittany is going to start thinking that she's not making him happy. Stassi says he is self-sabotaging like he's done before, and he agrees. She tells him he's allowed to struggle with his emotions and his mental health, but he is ultimately in control of how he treats people. Brittany and Katie sort of make up after the pool parties, but Brittany still thinks she should have more sympathy for Jax. However, Brittany hasn't stopped being mad at Sandoval, saying he will never be invited to anything she has ever again. At the Hollywood Reporter photo shoot, Jax insists that he's good with everyone, which is a lie. Ariana talks to him privately and tries to insist that Brittany was more upset about the whole pool party thing than he was. But then she points out again that Jax is the one that started this. Jax asks if he's not allowed to make mistakes, conveniently ignoring that he keeps making the same ones over and over again. Ariana thinks that at that point they're not mistakes, they're his personality. She also says earlier in the episode that people don't have the same amount of patience with Jax as they used to. Lisa also talks to Jax at the photo shoot, but he tries to dismiss his attitude as him having a bad day. But he does manage a moment of vulnerability, asking how he can take care of his wife when his head feels messed up. Lisa tells him that you just take care of your wife because that's what marriage is. She is the next one to say that he's good at self-destruction, except this time is different because he has his marriage to think about. Lastly, Jax and Sandoval have a private conversation at the end of the season finale. Just like all the way back in season 3, when Jax's San Diego girl cheating overlapped with Miami girl,
Sandoval
is tired of Jax holding this over his head. But Jax thinks he did nothing wrong because it was his wedding and he should get his way. Jax tries to get some sympathy by saying he doesn't understand why he's been feeling so off lately, but Sandoval knows better than to fall for that. And they both think that their friendship shouldn't require this much work, with Sandoval being unsure if he wants to still be putting up with the same shit Jax was doing almost 20 years ago. Jax suggests that they take a break from each other, and Sandoval agrees. Jax then finds Lisa again and talks about how he thought the Toms would be his friends forever. Then we get the second ever instance of the show breaking the fourth wall. Jax says, regarding his relationship with Schwartz and Sandoval, quote, "This is why my show is successful." Obviously, Lisa takes issue with him calling the show that has her name on it his, and for the millionth and final time, Lisa tells Jax to stop being the victim. At the reunion, Sandoval says that he didn't bring up the pastor issue sooner because he thought that Jax and Brittany had resolved it. But Jax still doesn't think this is a big deal. Stassi thinks the two of them weren't paying attention to what the pastor was saying, but Brittany claims again that she only ever saw the one tweet. Jax claims he apologized for his comment on Ariana's sexuality, but then Andy plays us a clip of him talking about it again on Watch What Happens Live. When asked, Jax says that bisexuality doesn't bother him, Ariana bothers him. Speaking of Sandoval, Jax regrets that he got bullied into having him at his wedding. He thinks Sandoval was more upset by not being in the wedding episodes of the show than he was about actually not being at the wedding. But Sandoval says he did all of his normal, overly prepared best man things for Jax because he wanted Jax to be happy. And he still thinks that he and Jax could someday repair their friendship. Jax accuses Sandoval of just being a good actor, but Ariana says that if he was such a good actor, then he wouldn't be on Vanderpump Rules. Brittany thinks that if Jax and Sandoval could sit down together, they could resolve things. Then Jax mutters to her that she shouldn't contradict him in front of the group. Andy asks Brittany if it's daunting to know that she's going to have to apologize for Jax for the rest of her life, and she says yes. Stassi says that the group is afraid of pissing off Jax and of hurting Brittany's feelings, which Sandoval agrees with. Ariana genuinely and sincerely thinks that Jax should be in therapy. Apparently, Randall did pay for a therapy session for him, but Jax didn't show. And Jax and Brittany take all this concern as their friends attacking them. Ariana knows that when Jax talks about being a work in progress yet again, the conversation is going to go the same way it does every reunion. And we do in fact get a supercut of Jax saying something similar at each of the previous reunions. Back in real time, Andy points out that he has had the same conversation with Jax a million times. Andy says that Jax seems to spiral at the end of every season, to which Jax says that Andy must have something against him because someone's trying to hold him accountable. And apparently he doesn't watch the show because Andy says that if he did, he'd see what he was working with for questioning. Well, don't worry, Andy. You have got a 6-year break before you have to interview Jax for a reunion again. And that's it. That's part 2. Super quick before we wrap this up, I just want to talk about where we go from here. So the next video will be part 3 of the Vanderpump Rules recaps. That will cover seasons 9, 10, and 11. At this point in time, I don't plan on covering the new cast, so season 12 and the now upcoming season 13. I liked season 12. The new cast definitely grew on me. I just don't really have anything to say about it, I don't think. Maybe after season 13 I'll change my mind, but for now I don't plan on covering it. I also have no plan to cover the Vanderpump Dogs spinoff. However, since I covered Jax and Brittany Take Kentucky in this video, and since at this point a lot of the cast has moved over there, I am going to cover the Valley. So what'll happen is, like I said, the next video will be part 3, and the video after that will be me covering the probably 3 seasons of the Valley that we'll have at that point in time. After the Valley, I have no clue. Maybe I'll have more of an idea next time I talk to you, but I really don't know. Thank you if you made it to the end of this. I also want to congratulate you if you made it to the end of this, because I have a feeling it's going to be around 8 hours long. Leave a comment, leave a like, subscribe if you want to know when the next one's coming out, and I will see you all later.